lost fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
I tried. I tried, gentlemen. I said 2026 was going to be the year of positivity. That 2026 was going to be less beefy, less salty, more banana-y and potassium-y. Potassium-y? But sometimes there is only one word. Vindication! Ah. When will the lesson be learned? When will the lesson be learned? I have been right so many times at this point, I have lost count. And yet, people continue to doubt me. People continue to act like I don't know what I'm talking about. Well. Right about what? Two things. I've got double vindication for you. You don't know. You know what? Cool German dude just reminded me. I have triple levels of vindication. Triple levels. It's never been done. It's never been done. Turns out I was right about 40k. Turns out I've been right about creativity and GW games. And it turns out that I was right about Age of Sigmar. Do you know why? Do you know why GW doesn't give Sister Silence any love? Because my psychic powers are so strong. My psychic powers are so strong that the Sister Silence cannot contain them. The best blanks universe cannot stop me from going to the black ships. MG, if your head gets any bigger, we have to widen your doorways. Nah, man. There's no doorway wide enough. No doorway wide enough. 3 bits of beef, 3 bits of vindication. First bit of vindication. Well, no, actually 2 bits of beef, but all 3 bits of vindication. First bits of vindication. There was a video put out today saying by a couple of content creators that we've talked about before, saying that Warhammer 40k is becoming like War Machine. Who said that last year? Who called it? Who said that the parallels that can be drawn are too obvious, are too high? The same setup is there. I did. Who only this year talked about how 40k army, this is the first time I've ever felt like I've got too many 40k armies that I'm going to have to start trimming down. And that now if you want to play 40k, you just got to stick with one army. And you might as well just pick one that's got a deep roster. And who said that Age of Sigmar was fucking struggling? Who said Age of Sigmar was not doing well? And that people were, that it was dying. And yet, every time I covered these topics, the coping, the seething, the pushing back, which I received. You don't know what you're talking about. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Well. Welly Wellington. Turns out I wasn't wrong. I was just early. F in the chat, Mrs. Mordian. There you go, boys. So that's what we're going to get into today. I've got 3 bits of beef, 3 bits of vindication. Oh, and guess what? I've had some whispers in the warp. Some inside information plop into my lap from some trusted Inquisition sources. And I may have a little info on 11th edition 40k. Little inside track on what we can expect with 11th edition 40k. I might have some leaks. But they're not confirmed yet. So I don't have anything concrete yet. Just got a couple of rumblings. You know, got my ear to the ground. Got a couple of rumblings. So there we go. Spell that like the B2 wants to spill the 3 gorges down. The flying Dorito of death. How we all live under its great shadow. So yeah, I got a bit of info today, boys, but the leaks are not confirmed. So we'll see what happens. All right. But the main thing is the beef, because to give you an idea, like the leaks are very much like they're not really leaks. It's a bit of, like I said, very, very, very early days. So that's why I didn't have the title. It's quite thin information, I'll be honest with you. That's why the title of the stream isn't leaks. Because it's probably about 5 minutes worth of 5, 10, 20 minutes worth of sort of chatting. Right? So that's why if it was bigger info, if it was really meaty shit, I'd have the mainstream title about it. There you go. Another Titus in the 11th edition box. Thank God. No. There's not another Titus in the 11th edition box. There are some other things, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that looks like a contents list to me. Huh. Interesting. Oh my God. There we go. A ton of Robert, I'm confused. What's it meant to do with Conflict 47? Is this a conflict channel? Today it's a beef channel. Today it's a beef channel. But it's not really beef because you know what I'm going to say? This is unsalted beef. This is unsalted beef. Because there's no salt. There's no negativity here today. There's no negativity here today. There's just vindication. There's just vindication. There's just three things that I predicted have come true. There you go. Some of it's big, some of it's little. There you are. I tell you what is great to see. Do you know what's funny? I've had a lot of comments recently in and around the channel of people being like, "Oh, Mordi's becoming a slop tuber." Do you know what's great? I'm seeing a lot of OG names popping off in chat. I'm seeing a lot of people jumping in chat who I've not seen for a little while. All these people are like, "Oh, I don't like the drama." You're all here for the beef. You cannot deny your true selves any longer. This is what you live for. This is what you want to feast on. Remember who you are. That's it, man. That's it. You got to tenderize and marinate that beef. We try to be better. Emphasis on try. Exactly. Call me a rancher because I only care for the beef. Exactly, Emil. Exactly. The salty beef that sustained us all. All right, so we're going to get into the beef and the vindication and me being right and all that kind of good stuff. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't like being overly smug and all that kind of stuff, but I might be a little smug today. And I don't like that side of myself, but I might be a little smug today. You have been warned. There's no salt, but there is smug. All right. So with all of that said, let's get into the stream properly. Let's not blue ball you bastards too long. And let's start off with our traditions. Because traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separates us from the renegades, the traitors, the heretics, and what make us the Emperor's true finest. Astra Millie, what? You're in the guard, son. His Imperial Guard. The Emperor's true finest. Who is in the stream tonight? Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby. Oh, it's a busy one today. It is a busy one today. Oh my God. I think you guys have broken the chat. I've changed the on-screen chat, by the way. If it's a little small, let me know and I'll play around with it. Spriggs has actually managed to break the on-screen chat, though. Well done. The chat broke before the Spriggs did. We've got McCon, Eternal Rhombus, No PC, Airborne, A Gaming Suka, Denzel Wenzel, Jack Handsome, Zello, DeForge Studios, Squark, Lanishcat, Mark Coyle, Stevie Nick, CR Smith, Vladimir, Crimson Versus, Likewise Q, Ed Scar, Gaming Suka, 6 Foot Tall, Angry Dwarf, Spriggs, Mad and Dead, Random Idiot. Hey, not seen you well, man. Great to have you here. We've got Nick Haleytal. We've got Mark Morkai, Spriggs, Alexander Pippington, Mike P, Woot All Day, Florida Eccentric, Clanishcat, The Last Guardsman, Andrew T, Christine Camp, Squark, Bob the GTL, Godlike Poet, Orlando Rattis, Sabian Wilson, Mantel Marauders, Chris 596D. We've got Vladimir, Tank Charmer, It's a Me Rev, Gabby, J Bond, DeForge, Russell, Learn Train Play, Reagan 9000, Brady Roberts, Fox Knight 606, Warner Malarkey, Gals 05, Creeve on Vacation, Patrick H90, Casual Account. We have got Halst Salix, Zeb Taylor, Tacona Hannah, Private John, The Last Guardsman, Emil Davy, Still Unsure, Creed on Vacation, Small Hornet, Rudy, we have got NF6, we've got Loophole, Ed Scar, Chicken Detonator. 1 minute, lost my place. It's popping off a lot tonight, boys. Ridemaster, MP Bros, Shire Norms, Simox, Pigeon Tony, Wargaming for Fun, Patrick H90, Glenn Lee, Anthony. We've also got a few repeats here. Eric and Dan. And the Forge Studio, and Commander HHL, and Bimblewit, and Chansey, and the Blonde Demon, and Gorakor Band, and the Wasian, and Gordon, and Snoopy's Tea, and Warner Malarkey, and Swampy Turtle, and Mutt Dog, and That Rat Bastard, and Emperor Zanen, Sky Ranger, Traven, Inferno, Warpforge, Creed on Vacation, Reaver, and DD King, and Spaghettus, and Cyber Shorty, and Chris K, M4D, and Clove, and the new man, and it's popping off Storehouse, Matthew Edwards, I Am Freedom, Arkin the Slayer, and I think that's most of you guys now. We've got Jesus Dominguez, Ranger Will, and I think that's pretty much everyone. Let me just double check I don't want to miss anybody out. Rat Bastard said you, Clove, Bentley, and CR Smith, Average White Shark, and S1D3, SW1P3, Sideswipe. That's everyone. Welcome! Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining today's stream. Thank you for chatting away and roll calling and all that good stuff. Big thank you to everyone who's gone ahead and liked the stream and subscribed. If you've not done those things already, please consider doing so. Big help for the channel, all that good shit. And I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that got the stream popping up, baby! Let's smash through our super chats and then we can get to the beef and to the vindication and all of that good stuff. All right, so starting us off, we have got... 1 minute. We have got Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Mel. Don't worry, Cosmic, I've seen you. We've got Mel. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part, as always. Let me raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, and a kind sir. Maud 07, you magnificent bastard. All right. We've also just had pop off in the stream a very early Death Strike chat, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. It's popping tonight, boys. It's popping. Cosmic Drew, from the bottom of my heart, mate, from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you for the $100 super chat. Big fucking deal there, boys. Don't forget to go and smash that 07, say our thank you, show our appreciation to Cosmic. I think we can all agree that's a pretty big fucking deal, seeing a big super chat like that. Smash it down the stream, man. Cosmic, thank you so much for the epic support, man. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit, my God. My fucking God. It's finally time for the 8th Octopus song, and the complete Space Octopus song album is ready. It's time to give it a watch and a listen with full music video and a full K47 battle report, 3 blocks of pictures, and a typed up battle report for you to review. All right, let's take a look. Let's have a little gander here. So, Cosmic, it would be my pleasure. Such a big super chat. It would be absolutely my pleasure to see what we've got going on here. And let me see what you've done with the... 1 minute. I'm just checking the other bits that have been coming through as well. It's very busy in stream discussion tonight. My God. My God. Okay, so we'll watch the song first. 6 minutes! My God. All right, Cosmic. I'm locking in. Ugh. Let's have a look. What mad creation have you come up with now? All right. This is going to be very octopus themed, isn't it?
Before the first light dared to burn. Before time learned how to turn.
I love it.
There was the deep.
Already peak.
And there was will.
Already. Already ridiculous. Wait, are they even true octopuses? They only had... Wait. What kind of false prophet is this? There's only 6 legs on that octopus. It's a spider.
In the black between beginnings wide, where silence ruled and gods had died, a thought coiled vast, immense, so
Fucking squids. Goddamn squids.
no crown was forged, no throne.
Spiders make legs too, Tim. Oh, yeah. Me learn good. Me educated.
Not born of flesh, nor fear, nor flame, not bound by mercy, hate, or name. He rose as truth, as law.
This is why your energy bills are so high and why RAM costs $900 a stick. Worth it. Worth it. It's really good. Wait. I think Disney's gonna come for you, Cosmic. I think Disney's coming for you. Fucking hell. I tell you what, though. I'd watch this over the new Mandalorian movie. It's crazy, isn't it, what AI can do? I love the fingers like, yes. Praise the octopus. It's really good, isn't it? All like the shadows and everything. I wonder how much of the Amazon died for this. It's bad but true.
He does not rush. He does not rage. He waits. And epochs turn the page. Civilizations rise to screen, then vanish like forgotten dreams. The Emperor remains unchanged, unmoved, unbroken, unarranged. Praise the deep, praise the throne, praise the will that stands alone. Eight arms guide us. Eight arms bind to space atop us. Be sanctified.
It's amazing what AI can steal. I swear half of the Stellaris stuff in the background as well. Hey. I like the versus the dragon thing for the Cosmic versus Narrow beef. All this was spawned by a silly little octopus nursery rhyme that Cosmic made like 3 years ago. This has been 3 years in the making.
The will is spoken. The war begins.
That's cool.
When the last war even memory is lost to us, there will still be depth.
That's cool.
And within it, him. Wrap the stars in shadow and make the galaxy kneel. The space octopus descends.
That was cool. Cosmic. I can't believe it. 3 years in the making. And it all, for those of you who want to know where it started, very quickly, I won't play the whole thing because that was a big one, I know. This all started, sorry, 2 years, two and a half years ago. This all started 2 years, 8 months ago, so 3 years, with this song, which Cosmic made as a joke using AI.
Octopus, I want to be an octopus, dwelling deep beneath the sea, flexible and
This is where it all came from.
An underwater fantasy.
Ah.
I'm an octopus, octopus.
That's where it all began. And the crazy thing is, to bring this back round to 40k, we know more about the Octo Law than the Rogol Dawn Law. And they've both been out about the same amount of time. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Cosmic officially better law writer than GW. There we go. There we are. Holy shit, man. Well, let me just say, dude, thank you so much for the incredibly generous super chat. And thank you for the song request, man. Let's take a look at this battle report now, because I know you and Jenny had a big game over the weekend. So let's have a look at this. It looks like it should be pretty fun. Okay. A vicious battle unfolds as heroes of Commander Cosmic and the Fireflies lead an assault on the evil Dr. Foul's base. Attempt to disrupt his plans to secure the Rift Crystals. An airborne assault unit was deployed. The rules are simple. 6 turns to secure more crystals than your enemy. Axis forces could deploy in the middle of the board. All forces could deploy on any corners. Only infantry could capture the crystals. Battle report started with the Allied forces on the board and a chunk in reserve. Axis fire tanks using ambush would keep a team of Fireflies suppressed. A Jackal and Linebacker would attempt to flank. The Jackal went down and took 2 of the werewolves with them. The Linebacker withdrew, drew the fire tanks, allowing the Fireflies to break cover using their flamethrowers. They would dump fuel into it, blowing up the first fire tanks while regrouping in hell. Take the objective. The other Firefly would take the ambush from the remaining units and be down to a man to take another objective on their own. That's a cool board, that is. That is a cool board. 2 big armies as well. Holy shit, man. That's a cool board. Nice. The dinosaur versus Kong. I love it. It's great. You could just use any terrain you want, really, for conflict. Yeah. Nice. They got him, but you took a couple of wolves out with him. Nice. Battle report part 2. An enemy truck would advance into the ruins to secure the objective, whilst the Schreckwolfen would something. The Totem Core would and advance the Schreckwolfen and the Totem Core would advance the Fireflies by the generator that would land in, targeting the Nocturnal Ben and regroup on the objective. Enemy Style Trooper would advance. Fireflies would attempt to engage and able to punch through their arm with the Style Trooper with Vormarch. In the meantime, sorry, I'm struggling with it a little bit. The Style Trooper with Vormarch. In the meantime, the Totem Rex would spend 2 turns trying to come on the board and was unable to, while all core unit managed to lay in on. I'm sorry, I'm struggling a little bit with it. The first bit was pretty clear. The second bit's a bit more difficult. I'm just gonna go. To be honest, I'm just gonna go for the pictures. To be honest, man. That'll probably explain a bit better. Okay, so Fireflies come in and take out the spider tank. Kong has come in. Nice. Kong and the Star Trooper. Cool. That's interesting. Okay. So I'm guessing the spider tank came in and then the Fireflies dropped in behind. But the Star Trooper came out the truck and got your platoon commander.
When it comes to fighting crime,
Interesting.
only one man keep
Okay, okay. It looks pretty close so far. Linebacker was a totem core is kind of interesting.
Indeed.
The totem dino. I'd love to know what the totem dino is meant to be. Oh, it's looking like it's going to be a showdown. It looks like it's quite close. I feel like the Americans might be slightly ahead. But it's looking quite close. I wonder if I can glean. What the final score was. You have to tell me, Cosmic. Just tell me what the final result was, man. I got most of the back and forth in the pictures. Victory to the Axis. Oh, interesting. Okay. Considering Cosmic was talking a big game. He was talking a big game last week. He was talking a big game. He was giving it the big one. He was giving it the big one, he was. All right. The final result was the Axis managed to secure through crystals and wiped out my Fireflies with the Totem Core. I managed to secure most of the mech kills and withdraw most of my guys. Fair enough. Okay. So basically the Americans did more damage, but the Axis managed to secure more victory points. Fair enough. Fair enough. Sounds like a pretty equals match. That's kind of the problems with the Americans. They're very punchy, but they're very, very fragile. It is entirely, a couple of bad drops or a bit of bad luck or something, and or just sometimes you take a few casualties you don't want to take, and suddenly the game can start slipping away from you. Yeah. So very well done to both sides. Well done to Jenny. Well done to Cosmic. Looked like a great board, a great game. Absolutely loved it, boys. There we go. Absolutely loved it. I raise my glass to both of you. There we go. All right, what do we got next? Cosmic, thank you for that big super chat, man. Love the song and absolutely love the battle report, man. What do we got next? Okay, got a few more super chats here. I want to try and obviously get through these so we can get to the beef and all that kind of good stuff. So we've got That Right Bastard. Thank you for super chat, man. Picture and short video of progress in stream discussion. Our superiority is immutable. Yes, this is the old world moot army. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Where have you sent? Have you sent it to me directly? No? I miss it. I must be missing it, man. Unless you send it before the stream started. 1 second, maybe. That was it. Yes. Okay. There we go. Wait. Are these in the colours of Steerland? Right, that's it. Someone ban that guy. There we go. They look good, though. I'm joking aside. They look very, very cool. Let's take a look at the picture. The video. It's only a minute long. Let's have a look. What song is it?
No matter
The Moot.
Short and stout will face a charge with our saucepans out. So let's all go for a
That
walk
looks
about
great, man.
to see what we track down. Oh, Ned will raise the banner high and we'll all cheer as our runners.
Is that a
fly.
tiny Balthazar Gelt?
And never we'll back down. We're lumping groups of the fighting cocks.
You
Give
must
us the boot and we'll
be
fight it
very
out.
high
We'll
off
loot
the
and
super
we'll
glue
find the
fumes.
loot, the loot, the loot, the loot.
They look great, man. Oh, there's more! Cool. Halfazar Gelt. Brilliant, man. That's cool, man. That is very, very, very cool. I love it. I can't believe you got it all built in like one weekend. Holy shit, man. That's incredible. Very, 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 very good effort. Right, Bastard, thank you so much for the support. And I love the color scheme, and I can't wait to face it when it's all painted. Well, not even all painted. When you 500 points is painted up. My orcs and goblins are ready. They're ready for a beginning bash. There you are. What do we got next? Florida Eccentric. Thank you for super chat, man. New battle report in stream discussion. All right, let's have a quick look. I won't watch the whole thing because I know it'll be a longie, but we can have a quick overview of it. Oh, is it like a picture battle? This one. Let's have a look. Let me have a look here.
Fuck's sake, I didn't have the microphone on when I recorded earlier. So this is a second recording. This is just the
Let's have a look.
U.S., which, if you guys know me, you know the U.S. is crap, so whatever.
I will just say, man, like, I think you need to re-upload it because it's uploaded sideways. So you need to flip it because, no one is going to want to, like, because I bet it's a good game, but it's like going to be an hour of the footage just being the wrong orientation. So you're probably going to want to basically take it and then rotate it. It is possible. It is fairly easy to do inside like a video editor or something like that. So yeah, that's the thing I would say. I'm sure it's a good game, but it's just, literally having to watch it like that kind of thing. All right. Okay, where were we? Let's have a look. We've got Chris K. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part, man. We've got Last Draken, 500-point narrative and small sample of hobby paint in stream discussion. Let's have a look. 500-point narrative escalation event. Went my usual 2-on-1 streak. Great Wolf detachment. You had battle leader with foretelling, hammer, shield, and head takers. 5 interceptors, 3 inceptors, and 3 Thunderwolf cavalry. Game 1 was a victory against Gladius. He had lieutenant, 3 Blade Guard veterans, 5 intercessors, 3 eradicators, and STV. I'm guessing Stern Guard veterans. Good game, back and forth. Cav took hits and bought time for scoring. Player was a bit of a newbie, forgot his doctrines. Oh, fair enough. Game 2, Lord of Exaltation, 6 Noise Marines, 5 melee guys, 1 Rhino, 5 shooty guys that are sticky. Lost the battle lead turn 1, but the fight and death, dear God. Siege began to put my dice 1-1, 2-2, 3 on the hits. Luckily, there were my oath, but wound, dear God, 4 times 6s. I devved his bodyguard out. So wait, you rolled like shit, but then got the rerolls, and then you wounded like a beast. Cavalry mode, the Rhino in the middle at the end. Inceptors took her mode half of the Noise Dreams, buying 2 turns in deployment zone. Said he didn't play since 9th, out of date with the rules. Fair enough. I mean, this is the nature of it. If you're playing at 500 points, you're going to be having a lot of newer people getting back into the game. Newer people or people getting back into the game. Game 3, loss, horrible. Don't ask about the score. It was bad. Dark Angels, Company Hunters, Chaplain with Enhancement and 6 Outriders, Eradicators, Scouts, Intercessors. Zinch really messed with my dice. I've not seen so many 1s and 2s for my life. Opponent couldn't believe it. Overall, I did okay. I took 12th. But what holds me back is paint. I'm prime black only as I've yet to get my colours. Yet a plethora of 3D print bits and conversions. Need colours. Count the ambush fighters that hide among the trees thinking brown but need 2nd and 3rd colour. Thunderwolf Cavalry I'm still iffy on. My usual complaint is strength 5 weapons. I'm wounding on 4s or 5s. I guess 3 damage on the charge. Toughness 6, 4 wounds, 3+4+ makes up for it. Yeah, they're more of a tanky unit these days. Side note, the TO looked at me and asked if I felt vindicated that Hearthband vote attachment is the meta attachment. I struggled to play it for so long. I replied, it had good bones. It needed the rework it got with the rules change. It just had a bad pilot. Me. Next game will be the 20th of this month. King of the Colosseum. Wow. Holy shit, man. Banging out the games. That's how you get better, though. Just keep playing. Yeah. Yeah, you just need to get some paint on your models, man. Like, you've obviously got the vision, like, with the all the conversions and stuff. Like, that's really cool having the little doggos next to them and everything. Just need to get some fucking paint on them. Yeah. There you go. It's cool, though. I like the narrative style of boards. What have we got next? Fox Knight. Thank you for super chat, man. Since Lord Solar's orders only check for the Titanic keyword and not the Ashby Time keyword, does that mean he could order knights? Fox Knight, he absolutely can order knights, but it has absolutely zero effect because orders, whilst they can be put onto knights, for example, when you read the specific wording of them, it's only if you're an Ashby Time unit do you get the following benefit. So it can receive the order, but not receive the subsequent benefit. So he can order it, but it makes no difference. It's me, Rev. Wouldn't it be? Thank you for super chat, man. Wouldn't it be great if you could get Yarrick, Nork, Psycho Command Squad, 30 infantry, heavy weapon, 6 ball, gun artillery, all in one box with chimera options? Forget beef, affiliate hype. Wait. This feels like there is a box that does that. Have I missed something, Rev? Has GW showed off a new box? Is that an old one or something? Wargames Atlantic. Oh wait, have they got something new? Let's have a look. I know they had the damned stuff come out. I wasn't sure if they'd brought anything else out that was big and new. Is it the damned army? Is it? Wargames Atlantic single-handedly saving the guard. I will agree with that. Yeah. I saw this, but I haven't looked any further. But I bet it is this one though. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, does it come with the yeah, this is it. So Wargames Atlantic, because they had a pre-order a long time ago and a Kickstarter for The Damned, which is basically like Traitor Guard. And this is the box set that is going to come out with it. And you get basically like 6 Ogren and an Ogren Bodyguard, Commissar, like Preacher or Psyker. And then you get like 30 Infantry, an artillery piece, and a heavy weapon team, all in multi-part hard plastic. I mean, it's probably like, truth be told, it'll probably be about the price. I reckon it'll be about the price of a combat patrol, maybe a bit less. I'm not sure if they've said how much it's going to be, but on top of that, they're also showing off their new. They're going into vehicles now, so they only did infantry for a little while, but now they're showing off vehicles. So this is obviously a pretty good, like, Taurox counts as. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty legit. I've no idea how much it's going to retail for, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's... I wouldn't be surprised if it's, like, if that's less than 100 quid. Or about 100 quid. Yeah. Yeah. Very, 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 very cool. Totally agree. Single-handedly saving the guard. Yeah. What do we got next? Ride Master, thank you for super chat, man. Hail to Mordia with foresight. Beef. Oh, 07. We'll get to the beef soon, guys. I'm getting to the super chats and we're getting to the beef. 07 hobby update stream discussion. You are a gentleman and a scholar. Dude, you are a gentleman and a scholar, sir. Let's have a look at what you've been working on. Hey, it's not so bad. Bro, I've said it once, I'll say it again. You need to start getting some paint on these bad boys, man. The conversions are too good to stay in grey plastic, my man. You've got to get them. You've got to get them that lovely, lovely paint scheme. Because it's going to look fucking sick. Oh, mate. This is proper Space Wolves. This is nice. Proper Space Wolves. Yeah. It's cool. It's very, very cool. This is like, the thing is, hobbyists have always picked up the slack from GW. This is something that I think is worth mentioning because a lot of people will say, oh, you shouldn't wait for GW to make your models. Like hobbyists should be, you know, putting the effort in and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, of course, that's how it always was. Like the basic Cadian squad back in the day, not the new one, but the one that lasted for like 30 years. It was a very basic kit, but the whole point is that hobbyists would take it from a, you know, basic 6 out of 10 kit, 7 out of 10 kit to a fucking 11 out of 10, because they would put all the effort into, you know, do the head swaps and all the kit bashing and all that kind of stuff. But the issue is that nowadays it's harder to do that. You know, obviously Ridemaster here has been, you know, it's obviously proven, you know, it's the exception that proves the rule here. But nowadays it's harder to do that. Well, as I say he is, but a lot of his bits are 3D printed, right? So it's one of those things where it's hard to do that if the kits aren't modular and interchangeable. Like the reason why guard players could interchange things so easily back in the day is because every single kit, you could mix and match parts in the guard range. Even you could take bits from the Chimera crew and put them onto the infantry squad. You could take bits from the Valkyrie door gunners and mix and match those parts with the infantry squad. They would work. Yeah, so the problem is not that hobbyists... The problem isn't that people are waiting for Daddy GW to give them everything they need. The problem is that Daddy GW is making it hard for them to do what they want. Yeah. That's the issue. Yeah. And that's why, like, you know, with Old World, for example, look, if I may have a prediction, one of the things that's going to happen with the Old World is as more and more kits get replaced, because eventually GW will realize it's worth replacing a lot of kits on it, you will start having the same complaints come to Old World. And the same people who clamored for new kits will eventually realize, wait, what do you mean I can't kit bash 7 different orc models together? What do you mean I can't kit bash 3 different goblin kits together? But why does that not work anymore? And it's like, because the kits because the bits are coming off, the arms are being separated at the elbows now and all that kind of shit. That's it, yeah. So, like, it's one of those things where, like, I'm not going to get into it now, but the black ships are calling to me, and I would say that as the more Old World gets updated, the more we'll start seeing some similar complaints come into it. And people maybe not been happy with it, but we'll see. What we got next? Clove, thank you for super chat, man. Hi, mate. I finally subbed to you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. I am no longer a pleb, Lamar. Dude, you never were a pleb, man. You never were. Don't forget to promote people from the Welcome Station on Discord. Don't worry, mate. I never do it over the weekend. I like to take a couple of days away. So I'll be letting any new members into the Discord after tonight's stream. There we go. Thank you, Clove, for the support. Appreciate the support, man. There we go. We've got Chansey, my boy. Chansey, thank you for the 38th member flex. Yes. Triple X Force, baby. Hazard Heretics in stream discussion. Have you bought yourself some Iron Warriors? I bet you have, haven't you? Here he is. Here we go. Are we on a Space Marine theme? Well then, from iron cometh strength, from strength cometh will, from will cometh faith, from faith cometh honor, from honor cometh iron. This is the unbreakable litany, may it forever be so. Short for some basic work, I've finished the painting of my 1,000-point Chaos Space Marine Iron Warriors army. That looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. I have a feeling that you are painting it in such a manner where it will be used in both 40k and 30k. It's crazy to think that's 1,000 points, though. It's crazy to think so. Like, but I can believe it. Like, that's probably about 200 points. That's going to be 150. 2 characters. Yeah. Yeah. It's cool, man. Looks good. And well done on you for finding... Oh, there's another photo, is there? Oh, fair enough. Okay, so it's not 1,000. Okay, so it's a bit more expensive than I thought. Not expensive, like, there's a bit more models involved than I thought. I just assumed that that was 1,000 points, but no. There you go. But, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Well done on you for finding use for all those Horus Heresy miniatures. Chad's like, stop ruining it, Morty, and stop ruining it. Sorry, man. Can't help myself. Oh my god. So I'm guessing a couple of Legionnaire squads, because the Bat Banner's right. A couple of Legionary squads, Devastator squad, Predator, Vindicator, and Terminator Squad, Warsmith, probably some kind of Lord of some sort. Oh no, he'll be the Lord here, won't he? These will be the 5 models here, and he'll be the Lord. Yeah, there you go. I don't know what you'll use these guys off. Maybe Chosen, 5 Chosen and a Lord, maybe something like that. There you go, dude. They look great, man. They look great. Very, very cool. Very, very, very cool. All right, I'm loving the New Year, New Army vibes, man. I've actually been painting up something myself, but it's not Warhammer related. Psst, I don't paint Warhammer these days. Now, it's not because I don't like Warhammer. It's just I kind of completed it. You know, when you're paying your 24th, 25th Lehman Russ, and you don't know exactly how many infantry you got, but you know you've got about 1,000 to call upon. You feel like you've probably completed your main army at that point. But I painted up this cute little fella, this cute little guy. There you go. It's a Hungarian tank. Hungarians in World War II famous for their incredibly good armor.
When it comes to fighting crime,
The might of the Toldi will sweep all before it. Will sweep all before it. This actually, I painted this fellow up at about. It's very basic paint scheme. I painted this fellow up at about an hour and a half. And it's all done in speed paint. So, and it's not very streaky. It's actually very, very smooth. So it turns out you can paint in speed paint. You just can't paint in contrast paint. Yeah. Hungarian Panther when? I'm not doing a Panther yet. I'm going to do a Tiger. Yeah. There you go. All right. But Chansey, I don't want to steal the limelight from you, man. Your Iron Warriors look fantastic, mate. Very, very good effort, especially on the Hazard Stripes, which I know can be, you know, a bit of a ball ache. Yeah. What have we got after this? Ridemaster! Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for the 10 extra blood claws to drop on the enemy to rip and tear. I mean, cleanse in the name of the Emperor. Definitely not chaos things. Thank you, bro. We've got Red Bastard. Thank you for renewing your membership, man. Fantastic. We've got Chicken Detonator. Thank you, Super Chat. So smug when he leaves his box for 3 weeks. I know. I was meant to go and get it, but I've just been really lazy. There's no excuse. I've just been really lazy. I'll have to get it this week. Yeah. I'll have to get it this week. Pigeon Toady, thank you for the 1 month member flex. Ugh. Thank you for supporting the channel, man. 1 month already. Time flies in a good community. Dude, I'll say that, man. Like, I couldn't believe it when I did the video that came out on Sunday about GW stock going down and everyone got very upset with me for it. I couldn't believe it had been a month because I said I'd make that video after a month and it was like, oh shit, this video is actually like basically a month later. Crazy. Yeah. Time flies, man. Time flies. Atropic Tiffany, thank you for super chat, bro. Old world, best world. Let's have a look. I just want to make sure I've not missed anything here. Atropic Tiffany, there we go. So I always wanted to check I hadn't missed anything. Where are you, you bastard? Oh, here we go. Played my second game of Old World. I was against a snotling horde. I shot them with crossbows. They charged everything into the spears, and it was brutal. All 25 spears, all fighting at once. More predicted. It's just a goddamn. It's not a wood. It's not a meat grinder. It's a wood chipper. Just like just like stabbing all these snotlings as they're coming in. More predictions for 11th edition. 2-year cycle. Release special dice, so you have to buy GW priority dice to play. Stratagem for melee arms, which guarantees their charges will be 12 inches. Only joking. I don't think these. I think this could happen, where you get a stratagem which gives you a certain degree of guaranteed charge. Maybe it's like 2d6 with a minimum value of like 5. So if you roll like or 6, so it's like if you roll a 1 and a 2, you still charge a minimum of 6 inches, something like that. So I could see something like that coming in, and I wouldn't even necessarily be against that. I don't really like random charges. And then the special dice, I don't think they'll do that. I think if they would do that, that would be in 12th edition. I don't think they do that in 11th. I'm not saying they would do it, but that kind of big shakeup would come with an index edition. I don't think 11th is going to be an index edition. 2-year edition, I think, is actually guaranteed, though. I think 2-year edition is definitely going to be guaranteed because I think that 11th edition, considering it's meant to be 10.5, I think that people will get burned out on it quite quickly. So I think they'll do a 2-year edition and they'll do a big reset in 12th and hopefully recapture a lot of people. That would be my predictions. Real predictions, they'll publish alternative datasheets for units. They did this in Sigma. It was a big hit. They sold lots of expensive models that were published with bad datasheets. GW loves money. I never have any issue with them republishing datasheets if they do it for free. I never have an issue with GW taking bad models and making them good. Yeah. Like I'd rather they made all the models they sold like fun and good to use. Yeah. Fucking snotling horn coming at you. Brilliant. It's I mean, I literally have no idea what this army is. Wait, and the snotlings, they're outflanking us, sir. They're outflanking. The last snotlings is getting mashed between the spearmen and the crossbows. Oh dear. Brilliant, man. Looks like a ton of fun. Looks like a ton of fun. And I have to say, I'm very much enjoying that you are enjoying a bit of Old World. Old World, best world. Cute up. Thank you to the super chat, man, for the 22 months, man. 22 months. Hobby update stream discussion. 07, good sir. 07, man. Let's have a look. Cute up. I can't even see. Ah, there we go. Slightly different hobby update today. Spent some time on the weekend to magnetize my bases and put some of my guard on my night hall into storage box to save space. Also, slightly unfortunate update. My time off Tantos was denied, so I have to go reach out to Element Games to return my ticket. Will be with you in spirit, though. That is a shame. But at least you'll be able to get a refund because it's far enough out. Yeah. Yeah. Sucks, man. It's like 3 months. It's like 6 months in advance. 4 months? 4, 5 months? 6 months in advance? Bastards. What have we got here? Hey, it looks all right, though. Having a good storage system is very important for miniatures. Yeah. Like with my Tyranids, I just chuck them into a bucket and close the lid on it. Yeah. But I think your system might be better than mine. I will have to give you the heads up, Cuter. I will be beefing with Age of Sigmar today. I apologize. Not necessarily, actually, you know what? Not necessarily beefing with Age of Sigmar, but kind of being vindicated on some of the issues that I pointed out about Sigmar. Yeah. All right. I want to say a big thank you to, what have we got here? Still unsure. Thank you for the 43 months, man. 43 months. Triple X Force, baby. One off Scorpion Tank Commander sound off. That sentence makes no sense. Want off Scorpion Tank Commander sound off. Nope, still okay. Still unsure. You're going to have to explain it to me, man. I'm not getting it. Trench Rat Shovel, thank you for the super chat, man. Project complete in stream discussion. Still unsure. No, is it was still unsure? I feel like I'm on a different one now. 1 minute. No, Trench Rat Shovel. Here we go. Sigmar's dogs are ready to make their way through the streets of Mordheim. I had a ton of fun painting these up. As always, I'm really thankful for the community you have built here. You should be proud. Look at all your support. I think that says a lot for your character. Mate, I cannot handle this level of wanking off, this level of glazing, at the same time as being vindicated on a 3-pronged front. My head's not going to fit through the door, man. It's not going to fit through the door. No, I appreciate the kind words, though, man. Witch Hunter Captain with Lantern. Warrior Priest, Witch Hunter. Zealot, 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 Flagellant, 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 Dogs. Nice. Lastly, you definitely have the models to fill 7 warbands. I think you should. Volon tells Simon that he needs to try it with you. Oh, I mean, look at it. It looks great, man. Holy shit, bro. I can't believe how quickly you brought it all together as well. I love that crossbow guy. The winding crossbow. Very, very, very cool. Nice mixture of... One of the great things about sort of witch hunter bands is it's kind of like inquisitorial war bands in 40k, which, well, the way they used to be, where you can basically mix and match models and make all your own sort of custom acolytes and stuff like that. Like each one of those models is its own character. That's why you've like named them like Bernard Jonk and Herbert Lowe and Dieter Schultz and all that kind of stuff. You've named the dogs like Buttercup, Agnes, Arletta, and Rotraud. Yeah, that's cool, man. Really, really, really cool. That is a full warband of your dudes. Love it, man. Love it. Cool to see the project come together as well. Yeah. Rex here. Thank you for super chat, man. If Movement wins games, when will we see MG run Oops or Scouts Army at RT/GT? Would you use Mechanized Assault or Grizzle Company for it? I mean, I do pretty much run all Scouts. Because I tend to take 5 to 6 Chimeras. When I run Met Guard, I take 5 to 6 Chimeras and then put a unit of Catachans at each one. And I've done that for about 2 or 3 years now. Basically done it for all of 10th. And a lot of... To be honest, I've done... Not obviously with the scouting element of it, but I've run that style of army through 8th, 9th, and 10th. And in 10th, I've massively taken advantage of Catachans with Scout inside transports. And I love it. It's really, really powerful. Yeah. It's really, really powerful. So I would definitely say check out some of the taunt reports that I've done. Because I think when running an army like Oops or Scouts, you actually need to not go all Scouts. You need to go a lot of Scouts and then the fire support to make those scouting units work. Because otherwise all you end up with is a lot of movement and then everyone dies. Movement wins games. But movement tends to facilitate other things like firepower. Or objective power. But if your movement isn't facilitating something, then, or isn't facilitating everything you need, then it's not necessarily enough on its own. It's what movement works with, which what makes movement win games. Bob the Cheese Dealer, 43-month member flex, Triple X Sports, baby! Thank you, man. I'm still around. Glory to the Four-Armed Emperor. Glory to the Four-Armed Emperor. The Bob provides. There we go, man. Amazing. Flodo Eccentric, thank you for super chat, man. I was drunk filming it and uploading uploading it. Mistake made. It's all right, man. It's all right. Like, just literally take it down. Make sure you flip it. Re-upload it. Bosh. Good to go. Look, everyone makes mistakes with, like, editing and stuff and filming and whatnot. All the time. All the time. Cosmic, thank you for super chat, man. I'm not taking this loss lying down in stream discussion. Mini haul. Let's have a look. To sum up, what I learned is that while Fireflies are awesome, they do have some major weaknesses, especially when dice don't roll your way. While I love linebackers, light Tentacle leaves a lot to be desired sometimes. Also, having a giant monkey fight an undead robot T-Rex is peak wargaming. Yes. Because it's cool. And we were right about that kind of stuff when we were kids. It was cool then, and it's cool now. Yes, Cosmic. Yes. It's what I've been banging on about, man. I know you say that I repeat myself, but I've been banging on about this for a reason. Also, the fact that the Kong vs. T-Rex literally went through 2 rounds of combat and tied 3 out of 4 times was awesome. Now, that is organic hype. Yes. Cosmic, we're on the same page, baby. We're on the same fucking page. There we are. And since the air assault failed, I need some heavier firepower. So now I have a Kodiak and a Tesla Sherman. Yeah! This is what's so good. This is how you know you've had like a good war game. And this is what I love about like Conflict is you come away from each game with more information, more lessons learned. Because the thing is like no one really knows what the fuck they're doing in Conflict. You can't go online and go competitive Imperial Guard army list like you can in 40k and it come up with like 1,000 different latest meta army lists. You go online and go competitive Conflict army. People go, search result 0. We found something similar. So yeah, so basically you have to play your games and then you have to learn from your games and then you get to implement changes and stuff. And it's that voyage for me. So I've always said the best bit about wargaming, the best bit about wargaming is the voyage of discovery, is working out what works and what doesn't work. And not just like having someone tell you it, but you being able to like have ideas. And, you know, obviously having ideas, like bouncing ideas with people is great. Awesome. You know, I love that. But, you know, just being able to like take an idea and run with it. That's the best bit. That is the best bit. And if I may just gently for a second criticize 40K, I said this 6 months ago. A lot of people have started saying it now. It makes sense they've started saying it now because 6 months later on, more people will have got burned out on the edition. So this is not like some great psychic point that I had. It's just a very like, obviously, as I played 40K a lot, I'm probably going to burn out a bit quicker than some other people would do, right? That just makes sense. But one of the things that I said is a big problem with 40K right now is that it's too damn solvable. There's no discussion on what's the best option. You can just go online and someone will just tell you Melter and Plasma Gun in every single squads. Yeah. So, and the thing with 40K is, but if I may go one step further, one of the things with 40K is that it's really difficult to go on the voyage of discovery now because it's so expensive. If, you know, with something like Conflict, for example, you might be like, I wonder if basic infantry what if I spam a bunch of basic infantry, if I can like actually make some results come from that? Everyone's, the general chatter online, but no one knows what they're talking about. The general chatter online is, I don't know if basic infantry is worth it. Well, fuck it. What if I just try? What if I get a box of 30 basic infantry? And it's like, okay, yeah, sick. How much is that going to cost me? Well, if you get it from like discount retailer, even if you get it from Warlord Games, it's £37. If you get it from discount retailer, it's like less than 30, like 28, something like that. And it's like 28 for 30 infantry, and I'm only going to need 30 infantry for this experiment. Boom. If you do the same thing in 40K, where it's like, oh, I wonder if I want to spam lots of guardsmen. It's like, okay, well, it's £32. Okay, fair enough, 20% discount. You're looking at about £25, maybe. £26. It's like, and I need 10 of those boxes before I start really getting an effect. Well, one of them, it's an experiment that you can do and you can go on that voyage of discovery and it costs you 25, 30 quid. One of them, if you want to go on that voyage of discovery, is going to cost you 250 to 300 quid. And then if you're talking in American prices, where they basically pay double, it's insane. So that's one of the things I've been banging on about, where like, the best thing about wargaming is the voyage of discovery, and the problem that 40K has right now is that it's too expensive for a lot of people to go on that voyage, and also there's a lot of time there's no point in going on that voyage, or you get kind of told off for going on that voyage. Because if you say I want to spam 120 guardsmen, the first thing that people are going to say to you online is that's a waste of time. Don't do that. That's not meta. Because we're in a competitive edition. So you've got people telling you not to do it. The price is a massive wall. And then the amount of, and then if you do it and it's shit, you're fucked. So that's why something like, this is why, Cosmic's battle report here is so good. It's so important. Hey, I played this game and I learned lots of things from it. And you know what? I want to see if these new models that I bought will fix this problem for me. Well, you know what? Instead of having to go and spend $500 to figure it out, I'll go and buy literally $500, and it's going to take me like a month, 2 months, 3 months to build and put all this together. I'm going to spend probably under $100 and get it built and painted straight away. Yeah. Yeah. It's so cool. So Cosmic, I want to say, I love it, man. This is exactly what makes Getting into conflict on the ground floor is what I keep telling people. Getting in a war game at the ground floor is amazing because this is like the peak moment when no one knows what works, no one knows what's good. You've got to figure things out for yourself, and the enjoyment and the satisfaction that comes from that is what separates us as war gamers from so many other hobbies. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Little beef appetizer for you guys there. This goes back, just to pause, go back to the comment you made a while ago about 10th edition being the edition for people with big existing collections. Yep. And it's because the people who are piloting the edition are competitive players. And competitive play, like this, I had a really big, I don't want to fall too far behind, but I think this is relevant to the conversation, right? I had a really big light bulb moment a few months ago. This is what Dustin Polos is talking about, because I was doing a bunch of videos like, hey, this is a great like beginner army, like 500 points, like 1,000 points, 1,500, 2,000 points, all this kind of stuff. And someone said in the comments, like, this is a really cool army, but I wouldn't say it's a beginner army, because to get this army by the time you're done is going to cost you like over $1,000. And I was like, my reaction was like, no way. And then I went and priced it up, and I realized, holy shit, it is over $1,000 for one 2,000 point army. And then I did a video recently with when I took my 120 infantry, like 120 infantry, 4 tanks, 2 basilisk list, my classic guard army in Grizzle Company. And one of the comments on there was, would you tell me where your infantry are from? Did you get, are they the plastic infantry from like War Games Atlantic? It's great how, you can get so many infantry from there. And I had to be like, no, these are original Cadians. They've just had the head swap done. And it was because someone couldn't believe that many infantry being used in the list would all be official GW. Because there's no way you'd buy 12 boxes of official GW infantry these days, right? There's no way you'd do it. And so, yeah, it's the big light bulb moment I had was that actually so many players, I am so fortunate that I got into wargaming when I did, because if I hadn't got into wargaming when I had, because every model you basically see here has been the product of 20 years of collecting the same faction. I haven't bought anything new from GW in about 3 years. Think about that. There's been a few exceptions, but typically I haven't bought anything new from GW in about 3 years. So every single like model that I've had has been something that I already existed. And that has been hugely beneficial to me, because when I bought my Steel Legion army, it was £20 per Chimera new in box from GW. That's crazy. That's crazy. New, and I got them, and I'd get them somewhere like Element for 20 for the 20. They used to do 20% off. Now they do 15% off. Yeah. So I used to get my Lehman Russet, my Chimeras for £16 each. It's crazy. Yeah. And you just can't do that now. Not new in box from GW, or not new in box in general. Yeah. And that's why, quick side note, this is why the second-hand, what I have noticed is the second-hand market for 40k is now not that cheap. There are always exceptions that prove the rule, but the second-hand market is actually, like, we've seen a huge, I've seen a huge increase in the prices that people are asking for second-hand models. Especially on eBay. I don't know about Facebook trading groups and stuff, but especially on eBay, because for 40k. But when you go to I had a moment, and it'll be coming out as a video at some point, where I had a moment where it was like Age of Sigmar is so much cheaper to collect. Age of Sigmar is like traveling back. If you want to buy Age of Sigmar secondhand, it's like going back 10 years. Especially if you go for something like Stormcast. Because there's just so much. There's just so much available. Yeah. And people will sell you 5 Nuance Brew Liberators for £7 free postage. You go and you go and look for 5 Intercessors, you're looking at like £20 with free postage. Maybe £16-17. It's more than double. Crazy. Yeah. It's fucking mental. Yeah. So yeah, this is I can't remember. Yeah, this is why like it's just come back to what Dustin Polos was saying. Yeah. Crazy. It's made me sell a couple of armies so I can just go deep on 3 to 4s. I know I can't keep all of them even vaguely relevant through the endless changes. Exactly. And this is something, this is that. We'll circle back round. We'll circle back round this because this is one of the bits of beef. This is one of the bits of beef. Yeah. All right. One of the bits of vindication, I should say. What do we got next? We've got Simple Logic. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Whispering Monk, thank you for the gifted membership. As always, sir, thank you for keeping our hearts pure and our ears clean. Blah, blah, blah. Every time. We've got Chris K. Thank you for Super Chat, man. Hail Mordian, Weekend Project in Discord. All right. Let's have a look. Baby. This looks sick, man. For the approval and consideration of the chat, my weekend project, a Sherman Easy 8, and finally got around to finishing the Tesla Sherman I've had sitting around. Current project is a Churchill Meteor and a bottle of Monkey Shoulder. Hey! Next project, the Chaffee. On a side note, I've had a hell of a time getting my hands on a brewing. Ordered that thing weeks ago, and it still hasn't arrived. Did you order it from Warlord? I would reach out. There may be a reason why it's not. It should. I mean, the brewing is made out of resin. It may simply be that demand is very high at the moment, but they did do a web bundle including the brewing recently, so it might be worth just reaching out and checking to see if something's got stuck in the pipes or something. Yeah. Look at this though, beautiful, man. BEA beautiful. The Sherman Easy A it's a sexy looking tank. It's the best looking Sherman. I have the M4, but I really do need to get some Easy 8s for sure, man. Yeah, look at those. Those beasts side by side. Nice. Very, very, very cool. Yeah. I've painted loads of M4s in my time, but I definitely need to get myself. I might just get a platoon of Easy 8s at some point. I don't need a platoon of them, but why not? You know? Yeah. Looking good, man. Looking good. And like I said, reach out to Warlord if you've been a bit delayed on getting one of your packages. Might be worth just checking to see where it is. What have we got next? Joe! Thank you for the super chat, man. Lances down and shields up high for the lady, live or die. Old World Platoon update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. I've finished a couple more Peg Knights and a Bombard Cannon. I can now field a somewhat functional 1,000-point Platoon Exiles list. Making my way up slowly, but surely. Next up is the Green Knight, and I won't lie, I'm so scared to paint it. Been staring at the Prime model on my desk for a couple of days without picking up the brush. What? Why? He's literally green, bro. Primer, shade, done. Don't see what the problem is, man. Literally, the only model you can legitimately paint in one color and get away with. I suspect that, considering your paint job is paint jobs are very good, that probably the Mordian method of hobbying will not apply here. Yeah. It's even easier for you to the prime. Exactly. Just slap that shade straight on the plastic. There you go. These look beautiful though, man. I actually got some cool I got the hobbying supplies I need for my own Bretonians. I bought the speed pens off Army Painter. I bought 3 of them because my plan is I want to do like the different nightly orders, like Crusader nightly orders, because I'm going to be running an inventory crusade. And so I bought a red one and a black one and a green one. And the idea is I'm going to do the first 3. I'm going to do like, I'm going to kind of still mania it. And the idea is I'm going to try and basically have like different knights, different orders. So one lance will be white with like red crosses, and that'll be the Templars. One will be white with black crosses, and that will be the Teutonic Knights. And one will be white with green, and that'll be the Knights of Lazarus. And then I'll probably do the Knights Hospitaller, which will be black with white crosses. And then the Knights of St. John, which are like red with white cross, I think it is. Yeah. But I haven't quite decided like if I'm gonna have different nightly orders or stick with one nightly order. So I'm kind of gonna paint up like 3 knights, one in each color, and see what I prefer. Yeah. Because I would quite like to have like a uniform army, but also at the same time, it would be kind of cool to do the different heraldry, but in a different way. Yeah. Could do white and gold, Kingdom of Jerusalem. I'll probably do that for the Grail Knights, something like that. Yeah. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do different knightly orders to represent the different kinds of knights. So I need 4 different knightly orders. And it would be like the Templars would be like Knight Errant, Teutonic could be Knights of the Realm, Lazarus could be Questing Knights, and someone else, maybe Kingdom of Jerusalem, white and gold, and do that as Grail Knights. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that or if I literally just want to go all Teutonics. Yeah. That's fair enough, Rat Bastard. I'm doing it because I'm going to... My Bretonians... I was going to do a Bretonian peasant horde. That might happen one day. But I think I want to go completely the other way. And I want to do a errantry crusade. And so it feels kind of like right, if I'm going to do an errantry crusade, to sort of mix the idea of the different heraldries with the different knightly orders that took part in the Crusades. Yeah. Need some Crusade models, huh? Well, wouldn't. The idea is when the Martyrdom models come out, I'd probably use the Martyrdom models for my Mounted Yeomen. Because they are... those knights look a bit different to the GW ones. Yeah. White and red did win the poll. That is true. But I kind of... Then I started looking at the different knightly orders, and it got me thinking. Yeah, it got me thinking. I don't know if... or I don't know if I just mix them... Or just I just have... If I just... Because they're all pretty similarly... They're all white with like one other colour, right? So I don't know if it's worth... I don't know if it's worth... just mixing and matching. So, like down here, these are all different heraldries, but they kind of work well together. I don't know if it's worth mixing and matching. Mixing and matching them. High Body Hospitaller and Knights St. John are the same. However, they adopted red when they became Knights of Malta, which were more seafaring. Fair enough. What are the blue ones? Because there's blue. I remember the blue ones in Kingdom of Heaven. It's like Jeremy Irons plays one. He's like blue with like a black cross. Yeah. Maybe that. Blue of Jerusalem? Yeah, painting knights are difficult, so having them match while looking quite good is hard. Ask me. Yeah, I know. But I haven't quite decided how I'm going to do it yet. I haven't quite decided. But yeah, getting back on topic, these look great. These look great, Joe. And yeah, I think that's a pretty functional 1,000 point army. Units of men at arms to be a bit of a tar pit. Couple of cheeky bowman squad. A big brick of peg knights, knights of the realm, and a bombard. Can't complain, mate. Can't complain at all. Looking good. What have we got next? John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat, man. Picture discussion of my latest project. Okay, starting the project. I'm busy painting a 10mm Burgundian Ordnance Army for DBA. It shouldn't take me long as the army has only 12 bases in it, and each base is 40 mil wide and 40 times 20 with basic infantry with 8 on each base. Wow, these are like the little, really little sort of Dark Age kind of forces. Yeah, cavalry and knights, 3 on each base. Tight infantry has 8 figures. Artillery, 1 gun. 3 other armies to paint as well: an English, a French, a Swiss army. So I'm a third of the way through the Burgundian army. I mean, it's kind of crazy how tiny the models are and how like tiny the armies are, but it's probably fairly indicative of the time. Yeah, probably. John, looking good, man. It's good to see you mixing up. I know you've been on the bot action train for a little bit, so good to see you mixing it up, man. Black Lord Dragon. Let's have a look. Thank you for 28 months, man. Thoughts on the rumor by Valrak on a guard half track? I have heard some things.
When it comes to fighting crime,
Let's have a look.
one man keeping the streets safe.
I
Keeping it real.
guess the question is, what have you heard? What have you heard? Maybe you could tell me what you've heard, and then I could tell you what I've heard. You know? Half tracking a scout tank, he said, is something. That rumor may have some weight to it. It may have. Maybe a little bit. I can't say too much because I haven't heard too much. But what I have heard is that there will be I think it's like 4 new things coming for the guard. 4 or 5. Yeah. It seems that GW has finally clocked that it is possible to milk the guard community as much as the Space Marine community. And so Games Workshop, there's a reason why guard get if you look at what we get in comparison to like even Death Guard, you know, what did the guard get in 10th edition versus Death Guard? Death Guard got 1 character. 1 character. Guard got Aquilans, and then we got Aquilans, multiple limited releases like Hell's Last and the new like Castellan model that's been coming out, and we got all of the new Krieg stuff, and we got a Krieg Combat Patrol. Yeah, we lost a lot of stuff, but everyone lost a lot of stuff. And we got new Rattling models, and we got limited edition Rattling thing with the supply, the 2 Rattlings eating the sausages and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So my understanding is that Games Workshop has there's a reason why look, I always say this. You should vote with your wallet positively and negatively. And there's a because voting with your wallet means you buy stuff you want to support. You don't buy stuff you don't need and don't actually want. You don't give in to the FOMO, right? And there's a reason why for what will be the 3rd edition in a row now, 9th, 10th, and going into 11th, that Guard will be eating good. Because Guard players support their faction. And Guard players love their faction. Yeah. They absolutely do. Most people who play Guard, it's not a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Yeah. Too big to rig. There you go. Like, and there's a reason why, GW is releasing, 2 new Guard vehicles. That's the scuttlebutt, right? I don't know if it's true. But that's the scuttlebutt. Because they know Guard players love tanks. So, give them tanks. Yeah, even if they're little. Well, Guard players have all sorts of vehicles. Treadheads, give us vehicles. Yeah. So apparently, I've heard the same things as you. Apparently, I don't know. I've heard the same things as you in regards to Guard, which is the same things that Valrak is saying, which is half-track and scout tank. Yeah. No idea if it's true, but that's what I've heard. I have heard one thing as well, and I've no idea if there's any weight to this whatsoever. Yarrick is coming back, but which I think a lot of people have kind of heard coming for a little while. But GW will not bring back Steel Legion. Like, I don't know if that's true. This could be a lot of bollocks. But basically, GW sees Steel Legion as too problematic. Because if you look at the design of their uniforms, they are inspired by the Fallschirmjäger of World War II, the German paratroopers, with their distinctive bowl helmets and their sort of MP40 looking las rifles. And GW won't basically touch anything in terms of like historical references. They won't touch anything from World War II forward. Like, apparently they've been sitting on a Kislev release for Old World for the last 3 or 4 years. 4 years now, I think, because of the war in Ukraine. They're like, Kislev is too close to like Eastern Europe and Russian stuff, so they're not releasing it. Until the war is over, they're basically not releasing it. Yeah. That's, again, could be bollocks. Could be utter bollocks. But apparently that's why you've not seen Kislev yet. Even though there was a lot of stuff talked about Kislev when Old World was first getting, like, hyped up years ago. Yeah. Yeah. So it's basically... And so the reason why you get Krieg is because Krieg is World War One. So that's why Krieg are okay. But that's why you won't see like new Vestorians and stuff as well. Not Vestorians, Valhallans. You won't see new Valhallans because Valhallans are like Soviet Union in space and very close to Russia. Yeah. And that's why the rumor is that they are bringing, and I no idea this is true. The rumor is that's why they have done Vestroyans as the Guard regiment that they're going to bring back next. Because Vestroya is like sort of Central Europe, and it's a lot less like, I think it's like Hungarian kind of stuff. Hungarian, Bulgarian, can't quite remember. So yeah, it feels, and they're much more like they're older. They're they're all wearing like chainmail and shit. Yeah. And Mordian Guard, where they fit in then? I don't know about Mordians. I have no idea. Yeah. I've no idea. Mordians are Napoleonic. They're obviously inspired by Prussia. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But that's why you've not seen Armageddon Steel Legion turn up in the Armageddon campaign book, for example. Yeah. Yeah. Godlike Bert, GW, we're too scared to make anything that looks slightly like nasty from history. Warlord Games. So here are the Italian black shirts, the Watford SS. It's true. It's true. Warlord Games' approach is we make historical miniatures and we can't change history. So look, all we can do is make our game, and history is history at the end of the day. Yeah. Which is the right approach to have it. Yeah. It's the right approach to have it. Rorke's Drift was donkeys ago. Does this mean we can get Praetorian Guard? I don't think they'll ever do Praetorians again. I think they won't do Praetorians because there'll be too many people. Let us talk honestly, and not. I don't want to upset anyone by saying this, but I don't think they'll do Praetorians because you don't want people to start drawing. Even if you just don't want people to start drawing like comparisons between like Orcs and Zulus, because that is, I've already seen the Tau community try that with Zulus and Crew, right? If you know the story, right? If you know the story, yeah. So, so I don't think that's why they'll touch it with the barge pole. Would be my understanding, which is which is fair enough, I suppose. But then again, Warlord Games makes a Rorke's Drift box set where you can buy Redcoats versus Zulus. Yeah. So, or maybe it's because they represent colonialism. Yeah, perhaps. But the problem is, if I could, I'll give you my opinion on it. Obviously, I'm someone who enjoys historical war games. I think the issue is when you start drawing the line, you almost start saying this is okay, this isn't, this is okay, this isn't. The problem is that other people may draw the line differently, and so you end up constantly like purity testing yourself, or being at risk of people purity testing you, and then you're never going to pass that. So I think the way that Warlord Games approaches it is like probably the better way, frankly, which is like, look, we're just going to make the models. We're not going to get involved. We're not going to get in the weeds. We're not going to draw any lines. We're just going to make the models. And if people want to buy them, they can buy them. If they don't, they don't. Yeah. I think that's kind of the difference. That's kind of my opinion on it. It's kind of like the whole either it's all okay or none of it's okay, right? And I don't know, or either the vast majority of it's okay or none of it's okay. Yeah. The Conorium makes a good point. I think there's a big difference between making things that are historical and making things for your made-up universe. That's true. That's true. If Games Workshop, it's a little different. I guess if you are making actual historicals, it's different because you can just be like, this is historical. But if you're Games Workshop, you're not actually making a historical model, are you? You're making something inspired by historicals. And so there's probably a little bit more care and consideration that needs to be taken into account. But again, I think, I don't know, man. I suspect they're probably worrying about it more than they need to. But it's GW's prerogative at the end of the day. Yeah. 40k now. I don't think 40k is satire anymore. I don't think it was. I think it once was, but I think 40k now has grown out of satire into its own entity. Yeah. That's a good point, that rat bastard. You can't do a historical World War II game without Nazis. Putting them into a sci-fi game is a choice. That's fair enough. But then again, there are ways of doing it properly. For example, Killzone. Obviously, the Helghast are basically space Nazis, right? Obviously, Vasari is basically space Hitler. And yet, you know, Killzone is still, you know, obviously it had a few bad games by the end of it, but, you know, the first 2 games especially is still considered to be peak. Yeah. So I don't know. I think you can't. I don't know. I think it is possible to do it and do it right. Yeah. Yeah, Marvel has Red Skull and Hydra, yeah. It's not always a bad choice, but it's a choice a company gets to make. Oh, no, 100%. It is a choice a company gets to make. And obviously Games Workshop is making their choice. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. The Imperium, I think there's a strong disconnect from GW's marketing team and the law actually is. The Imperium is not something to aspire to. That's true. I think in a weird sort of way, GW has been this is kind of a result of GW continually like softening the setting has led to these like strange like gray areas, right? So this is just coming to me now. I'm doing it off my head. If I get this a bit wrong, don't lambast me too much. Like trying to go with like what I'm trying to say, not necessarily exactly what I say. All right, but back when 40k was maximum grimness, maximum turbo, like everything is as bad as it could possibly be, there probably was no like question or issues of like let's have you know like the Imperium being like ultra space fascists, right? Because it's meant to be like this is as bad as it can be. There are no good guys. This is as bad as it can be. But Games Workshop has definitely moved away from that. Not completely. Maybe it's just a couple of baby steps, but they've definitely softened the edges of 40k. You know, now the Imperium isn't dying and decrepit and everyone's just waiting for the end. Now it's got hope and they can invent things and all these new things are springing out the ground. And, you know, the Imperium will work with people like the Eldar, like, and work with people like the Tau and stuff and all this kind of shit. Like, and because they've like made it more, or they've made it less extreme. The problem is now these questions come up like, well, if they put like space Nazis in the game, then it's that's a more difficult choice for them to make. Whereas before, if they were like, fuck it, 40k is full of all of the worst things dialed up to 11 and satirized. So here you go. Let's go full Iron Sky on this. No one would bat an eyelid. But now people will bat an eyelid. Yeah. Yeah. Like Space Marines are monsters. The Salamanders are notable because they actually treat humans with some value. They shouldn't be portrayed as poster boy heroes, but they are because of marketing. Yeah. Yeah, like, it's like the Space Marines are the angels of death. But, you know, typically people are told, like, better go to sleep. Or, you know, if you're like a little kid, it's like, you better eat all your greens or Space Marine's going to come down and get you. It's like, woo, I'm going to eat all my peas. Whereas now it's like, and if you're really good, you know, pray to the Emperor and his Space Marines will come and look after you. Yeah. I think probably loophole. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. They did put Space Knights in the game. They're called Black Templars. You know, if the Black Templar community could read, they'd be very upset about that. Yeah, the biggest problem is that too many people can't tell the difference between fantasy and reality. An orc player is not a psycho. A Tyranid player is not a cannibal. Yeah. They're a bastard. Would they? They at least pretend to be. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, we're sort of off topic here a little bit. It's not the main topic, but yeah, I think that's what. Yeah, I think that's one of the. I think one of the sort of long-term effects of GW's softening of Warhammer 40k is they've actually made it. They've put more restrictions on themselves than they probably need to. But I'll say this: Games Workshop does this all the time. They take stances they don't necessarily need to. They put, which ends up having longer term effects. For a company that's meant to think very long term, they sure do make some short term decisions. Yeah. The thing is with Steel Legion, I can't see why they can't just change the helmets and weapons. Sure, they won't be the old Steel Legion, but the coats and gas masks are equally iconic. I know. I agree. But it's the whole, like, the whole, like, blitzkrieg, like, because they all mechanized up and all this kind of stuff. And if they retcon them, then people will complain. And there'll be a bunch of people, and also, it's kind of like the Streisand effect almost, where, like, if they don't talk about it or don't do it, then there's no issue. But if they come out with new Steel Legion models and they've changed the helmet design, they've changed the coat design, and they've changed the weapon design, and they're no longer all mechanized up, and they don't use these blitzkrieg mech tactics and all that kind of stuff, then at that point you're not even really playing Steel Legion. At that point, they might as well just release a new regiment. Yeah. So it's like, okay, well, either they redesign them to the point where they might as well have made a new regiment and fuck off all the original Steel Legion fans, or they bring them out remastered as is, and they're worried it might cause the reputational damage. GW releases space Nazi models, all over Blue Sky. God, I had to make the joke. Don't take me too seriously. Also, GW, here's Chaos Lord, kill fuck soul shitter. He's murdered 14 billion people. Yeah, but he's made up. So Games Workshop, if I may, I'm going to go one step further, but then we do need to catch up on some support and bits and bobs here. I don't want to fall too far behind, right? Games Workshop has what was I going to say? GW, here's Chaos Lord's kill fuck soul shit. He's murdered 40 million people. Yeah, so I can't remember what I was going to say. It was a really, really good point. It's gone out of my head now. Damn it. But yeah, let me see if I can sort of backtrace my thoughts. I think it was basically along the line. It was basically what I said before, but it was a new point, but I can't remember it. Yeah. Not going to worry about it. It was basically, Games Workshop has basically painted themselves into... Oh, that was it. So, GW has a problem at the moment. Not a big one. I don't know if it's a big one or not. I'll let you guys decide. And I want to make something clear. This is my theory. This is not fact. I have no proof. But this is my theory on one of the conundrums that Games Workshop kind of faces. Which is, they don't really like making a lot of new stuff anymore. They occasionally release something that's totally new, like the new AdMech stuff, which is great. But I think those models existed in resin as like a Forge World specialist unit, and they brought them back as plastic now, but slightly redesigned. But correct me if I'm wrong there. But Games Workshop doesn't really like making new stuff anymore. Games Workshop likes remastering existing things because they've because if you make something that's totally new, you don't know if there's an audience for it. Whereas if you remaster something that exists, you know there's an audience for it because it's already exists. You've already released it. So Games Workshop doesn't like making new things anymore. They only remaster existing things. I think this is probably a lesson they've kind of learned from the Primaris stuff. Interesting. I think the Primaris experiment is probably over to some degree. But But this is why, because they released all these new Marines, and the reaction was, man, don't like change, and also Primaris were a bit shit. But anyway, so now they just go, well, there's no point in releasing new stuff because people just keep shitting on us. So why don't we just remaster the things they already have because people like that? And so the problem that Games Workshop has is that they don't want to make new stuff because it's risky from like they don't know if it'll pay off point of view. But then there's some things which they can't remaster because of their newer values or newer, like, again, risk aversion. Okay, we can't remake the Steel Legion, even though the launch box, even though we've had a campaign book about Armageddon, the launch box for 11th edition is probably going to be Armageddon themed. You know, that's the rumors, right? It's redoing the old sort of 2nd edition one. We want to bring Yarick back, okay, but we can't bring the Steel Legion back because that's problematic. So they are, in many ways, creating a lot of restrictions for themselves. And so, again, this is all based off the rumor, by the way. That's what I said. It's based off a rumor that they're not ever going to bring Steel Legion back and they're not going to bring the Kislev stuff out, for example. So the problem is that basically they can't make new stuff because that's seen as risky because they don't know if it'll pay off. And they can't remake some of their old stuff because they might be seen as problematic. So they're stuck they're stuck with a very sort of limited list of new things that they can remaster and remake. And one of the rumors that I've heard is that I think Valrak said this, is that they're now going back over Primaris stuff. So, you know, one of the things that I think is going to be with 11th edition, I don't know if it'll be at launch, but with 11th edition is going to be new intercessors. And also, there's a whole bunch of Primaris stuff which I believe is going to be going to Legends. Because they fucking love Legends. Yeah. So people joked about we're going to get Primaris, but they absolutely will do. And as Rat Bass has said, they did that to Stormcast already. Yeah. Age of Sigmar is the mining canary for 40k. That's why they use it. So they redid all the Stormcast, and the general consensus was, oh, this is great, they look better. So they're like, oh, well, we can do that with 40k now. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think so on Intercessors, unless they add more Firstborn details to them. GW is going away from Primaris in general. They have been for the last 3 years. They've been combining Firstborn. Yes, no, I agree. I think they will be Intercessors, but they will have new armor or mixed armor. But what I've heard is mixed armor Intercessors. So it's kind of like a squad that you can it's going to be like basically Primaris scale Marines, but you can maybe stick some Firstborn heads on them. Yeah. Stern Guard basically with Intercessors, Firstborn helmets, beaky helmets. Yeah, that's what I think is the that's what it's going to be. I think the Primaris experiment is over, but they're going to slowly, very, very slowly dial it back. I think you will basically see over the next 2 or 3 editions, you'll see the vast majority of the existing Primaris range get a makeover, and they will continue to merge in Firstborn elements to the Primaris. Yeah. Just like the new wolf kits mixed in armor marks. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see the reaction on that one, truth be told. I think the Rhino's going away in 11th edition, Robert Surtees. I wouldn't expect that to stick around. Yeah. Not away for everyone. I think it's going away for Space Marines. They want, because again, GW, they don't really want factions sharing units. So they don't want, you know, when they sell like a Rhino, they want to know where it's going. Yeah. Because if you buy a Rhino for your Space Marines, if you buy a Rhino, that goes in the column Space Marine sale, but you might use it for Imperial Agents. You might use it for Sister Battle, because it's basically the same kit. You might use it for Chaos Space Marines, whatever. So they need to. So they're obsessed. They're absolute. I have this. This I have on. This is not a rumor. This I have on very good authority from former GW employees, which is that the higher ups at Games Workshop, specifically like, well, I won't say who specifically actually, but the highest of the higher ups, shall we say, the higher ups of GW are obsessed with tracking the numbers, obsessed with it. Like, they do not want the idea of you buy. Let's say you bought like a 30k like Lehman Russ and then used it in 40k. They do not want that. They want to know if this sale is for this game, so they know where they can put the funding. Now that to me is very worrying, because that to me is the Lehman Russ going away from the Guard. That to me is very worrying. But we won't know. That is. I don't know if the Lehman Russ is going away, but that's obviously complete speculation. But the idea of them being utterly obsessed with making sure like this sale only equates to data for this faction is and this game system, very, very. That's not a rumor. I've had that confirmed now. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same reason kit bashing is harder to do. Exactly. Yeah. You'll take your Rogal door with no law and you'll like it. The thing that I was going to say, what would be an interesting reaction, would be to... I'd be curious to see if a bunch of Primaris stuff starts getting remastered. I'd be curious to see what the reaction from the community will be. Because there was a certain element of smugness from all the people that jumped on the Primaris train. There was a certain element of smugness when the Firstborn stuff started getting legends and taken away. Because even though, like, because GW, when they first introduced Primaris, were like, these are not replacements, they're reinforcements. They have since buried that particular bit of marketing. But there was a certain smugness from those people that were like, well, I've got my Primaris, so I'm good. But yeah, cause that was based off, you know, the tactical squad lasted, well, the assault squad lasted like 30 years before they got rid of it. The kit got updated, but the unit itself got, you know, lasted 30 years before they got rid of it. And I think people assumed that the intercessors they were buying and the jump pack intercessors they were buying and all this kind of stuff were on the same timeline. And I think it'll be interesting to see if people are like, well, wait, I only bought these intercessors like 5 years ago. You know, they came out like 8 years ago, but you know what I mean? I only bought these a few years ago, and now they've been remastered. But I thought my intercessors, I thought these were like the future. But I don't think people will complain. I think people will go, sweet, better looking models. Because Games Workshop has actually, I think now, clocked onto the fact that people don't mind them remaking models if the new version looks better. Like, nobody really minds the like, a good example is the Tactical Marines for Horus Heresy. Yeah, Horus Heresy is the proof that the Primaris, in my mind, Horus Heresy is the proof that the Primaris experiment was never needed, because they just remastered the Tactical Marines and everyone went, these are sick, I'll buy these. And I think if they'd done the same thing for 40k, they could have saved themselves a lot of R&D. Yeah. Anyway, shall we catch up on the super chats? And we haven't got to the beef yet. But I think we had a good, that's like a semi-beefy discussion there. So I think that'll tide you over. A little beef starter. All right, what have we got here? Bimblewit, thank you for the 18 months, man. X-Force, want to try Old World, but need to finish my guard first. So you're never going to try Old World then. That's not me shitting on you, but a guard army is never finished, and there's a new edition round the corner. So in 10 years' time, you'll be saying the same thing to yourself, mate. Ask me how I know. How many projects do you think I've not started? Because I thought I'd finish something else instead. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Woodimp. Thank you for super chat, man. French commission progress plus question in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. That looks cool, man. Are they the Senegalese with the Lebel rifles? Because I don't know, did the Senegalese get the Berthier, or did they still have the Lebel in World War II? I can't quite remember, to be honest. Because obviously the Lebel was from World War One. Yeah. They have the Lebel. Yeah, because the Lebel was from World War One, and the Berthier was for World War II, but obviously the French prioritized themselves over their colonial troops. As it was back in the day. Yeah. Yeah. Cool, man. P.S. What kind of Catan are you talking about specifically in that thing we're doing? I feel like I've missed a bit. 1 minute. I have a bad memory. Are we doing a Catan thing? I feel like I've forgotten something, Woodham. Or is this like your way of inviting me to something? I've forgotten! You have to remind me. I'm sorry. If it's not something you can remind me in public, put it in DMs, man. I'm sorry. I've been too busy painting Hungarians, man. I'm sorry. Oh, man. But the model looks great, by the way. The model looks really, really good. Yeah, love that. Yeah. What have we got next? Bobby3000. Thank you for the 14 months, man. Ugh, X-Force. Love AOS and buying 2k points of Lumineth this week. Nice. I don't mean to upset you, Bobby3000, but I will be beefing on AOS later. But I suspect it will be beef you agree with, even as an AOS player. Let's have a look with him. Oh, right. Yes. Sorry, man. Yeah. Cool. Bobby3000 very upset. No, I think you'll be all right, Bobby3000. So I'll just get him back to Woodimp on something. Yeah. All right. The legend. Thank you for super chat, man. Thought I'd miss some of the beef. Good thing Morning likes to waffle for hours on end. Lol. I don't mean to. There's a lot of super chats coming. I should have known not to do a vindication stream on a Monday. Monday is a stream where people like to talk about what they've been up to on the weekend. So I do apologize. The legend. I'm trying to get through them. I'm trying to make sure I'm behind, but I'm trying to catch up on my super chats ASAP. ASAP. Yeah. What have we got here? So Newbie, what's the beef? Also, Bretonia meme in stream discussion. We'll get to the beef soon. Basically, there's 3 things I've been proven correct on. One of them's only little. 2 of them are kind of big. Here we go. One, questing knights need to be in every Bretonian list. 2, whenever questing knights are not on a list, all the army builders should be asking, where's the questing knights? 3, towards Bretonian players, as one myself. Well, you'll be pleased to know, sir, that I am the proud owner of 10 questing knights. That's right. That is right. I absolutely fucking love them. So there you go. Don't you fucking worry, sunshine. What have we got next? Russell W. Does Mrs. Mordian know? Check stream discussion. Is that someone that looks like me? I don't know if I can show this off on stream, man. Is that someone that looks a bit like me with fucking Lola Bunny or whatever it is on like snuggled up to them? Jesus, man. Oh. No, not for me. Not for me. There we go. Patrick H. I love the questing nights, but just can't justify the price. You see, Patrick H., the thing is, you should have bought your questing nights 10 years ago, like I did. You were foolish. Why? You were foolish. You didn't invest in questing nights 10 years ago, like I did. When they were like, when I got 2 boxes of them secondhand for 20 quid. If that. Maybe less. Because they were very, 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 very bad. They were very, very, very bad, so no one played them, so that they would basically give them away. Yeah. Lola Bunny, Judy Hopps. I'm sorry to disappoint you all, but I'm not a furry. So, I don't know the difference between the 2 different kinds of animated bunny you guys are wanking off to. Alright? I'm sorry that my knowledge is wanting. Sorry, not sorry though, to be honest. Alright. What do we got next? Space Wolf players detected in the chat. Yeah, there you go. What have we got next? The Whispering Monk, thank you for super chat, man. Say no to half tracks. Motive system of heresy. You know, it is kind of funny if GW releases a half track. Because you know what would be the perfect unit to go inside a half track? Some Steel Legion. You know what? I really, really, really hope that I'm wrong on this whole they won't ever release Steel Legion, or the rumor is they won't release Steel Legion because of the whole like Fallschirmjäger thing. I really, really hope I'm wrong, because nothing would genuinely nothing would restore my faith in GW as being would restore faith in GW is the wrong word, but nothing I think would blow away the cobwebs and the accusations of the being pussyo and all this kind of stuff. Them being like, yeah, Steel Legion with a new dedicated transport, fucking half track. Do you know what I mean? People will be like, oh, sick. Like, GW, they still have balls, and they still know that it's all just a game, and they need to stop worrying about this kind of shit. Yeah. Like, that would be great. You know, it wouldn't be any glorification. It wouldn't be any anything inappropriate in my mind. It would just be GW. It would be kind of them being like, you know, we're just not going to worry about that shit, and we're just going to focus on what is the best thing for the game. Yeah. Yeah. A Girlcore band, I think they can launch indirectly, yes. Yeah. Yeah. If they were a half track would go hard, yeah. I have heard it. I have heard, yeah. Could be the Salamander. Ooh. It could be the Salamander returning. That's interesting, isn't it? They could bring the Salamander back, because the Salamander, you had the Command Salamander and you had the Scout Salamander. Or it could be... Oh, but that's not a half track, though, is it? It must be something new. It must be something new. It depends on, you know, the rumor is from Varak saying it's like a half track or something. So I guess the question is, like, are we looking too literally into what Varak is saying, or could he have like used the term half track a little flippantly, as in it's, you know, like an open topped chimera, because that's kind of like a half track, isn't it? It's like the Scout Salamander, the Centaur. It would be interesting because the Centaur is obviously very Krieg related. Yeah, it could have been using half track as in open topped. We will have to find out. I would. It would make more sense if they brought a plastic Centaur back, though. Wheels on the left side, tracks on the right. Yeah. Are you throwing shade at Varak's historical wargame credentials? Not at all. He actually likes a bit of ball action. Don't you think it made us be that Steel Legion just too close to Krieg? I'm not defending GW, trust me, but why release the regiment in coats with gas masks when you could release Restorians? It's a good point. Could be. Yeah. But I think I wouldn't think of it like that, because the more gas mask trench coat people they make, the better, right? But then maybe they don't want that. Maybe they're like, we don't want a bunch of people buying the trench coat guys for the wrong trench coat army. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah. I have heard... I don't know. You could be right. Too similar. Could be this case it's too similar. Yeah. What have we got next? Ryan Hancock, thank you for renewing your channel membership, man. Appreciate it. And Zetro, thank you for becoming a channel member. Hey, amazing, man. Ryan Hancock, thank you for 36 months. Triple X Force. Where do I sign on for another year? Right on the dotted line, son. Good for you, son. Symonics Fire, thank you for renewing your channel membership, man. Amazing. Average White Shark, do Armageddon like old Cadian versus new Cadian models? That's true. But then again, at that point, there's an element of why not? I don't know. Like I said, it could be utter bollocks. It could be utter bollocks that they're not doing Steel Legion. Steel Legion, maybe they come back. Maybe. But the rumors that I have heard and some of the tidbits of information which have actually been thrown my way have indicated that they're not bringing Steel Legion back and they never will. But I don't know. It's very, very thin information. Yeah. CJ, thank you for super chat, man. GW Mad is covering their behind, but releasing the Rogol Dawn without one. Hey, love it, CJ, man. Yes, very, very, very clever, very droll. The Legend, thank you for super chat, man. The people who laugh and sneer when things you like get ruined or taken away deserve the same. If my Mars go away, I'll cheer. You know what? Do you know what, man? I think we need... I've said it once and I've said it again. I really, really think at this point we need a Warhammer Classic. I really think we need a 40k Classic. One of the things that led to a lot of beef for AOS going away, and when I say beef, I mean like genuine, acidic, vitriolic bile and hatred for Age of Sigmar, was Old World coming out. When Old World came out, suddenly myself, who used to really hate Sigmar, and so many others, basically all of that hate drained away because we realized we didn't actually hate AOS. We actually just wanted Old World back. And so I think the same thing would happen with 40k. Like, if Games Workshop brought out a classic edition of Warhammer and they treat, like it was the old world of 40k. I think basically I think so many complaints about 40k would die away. So many. Because the thing is, 40k, it's, you know, a game for everyone's a game for no one. And at the moment, 40k it's a different game. And there's a significant portion of wargames who just do not feel like they're being served. The people that want a bit more narrative, a bit of war gear costs, all that kind of shit. Yeah. It's not Horus Heresy, though, Joe. The problem is it's not Horus Heresy because Horus Heresy doesn't have aliens. And also, they fucked it with the 3rd edition rules. Yeah. And weirdly, classic 40k would probably cannibalize players from Heresy as much as it cannibalized players from 40k. Because there's probably quite a lot of people that got into Heresy because it felt like Oldhammer. And so you'd probably bring a lot of those people back. Yeah. Yeah, they went the wrong way with Horus Heresy. They 40k-ified it. Not completely, but they mixed in some 40k. They seasoned it with 40k style things like the missions and so on and so forth. And that was entirely the wrong way of doing it. It showed to me, it showed a complete lack of understanding what the point of that product was. Horus Heresy was there to stop people like me from wanting to leave. Think about what I remember a year ago when I was so excited for Horus Heresy. So excited. This channel probably would have become almost a Horus Heresy channel over the last 18 months. I wouldn't have probably even looked at conflict. Sounds crazy. Just because I wouldn't have been looking for it. Maybe I would have done, but I just probably would have been looking for it. Because I probably would have been like, well, this is my old hammer back and it's Horus Heresy, you know? And by going the wrong way with the product, they completely, to me, it feels like it looks like they completely failed to understand what the point of Heresy was. Heresy was there for obviously people who love the Heresy, but a huge part of it was there to stop people like me from complaining. And then now it's not. Yeah. I'm not even saying Horus Heresy 3.0. I'm perfectly willing to believe there are lots of people that enjoy Horus Heresy 3.0. I'm perfectly willing to believe it. But the problem Horus Heresy has, and it will kind of lead us in a moment into the problem AOS has, is 3.0 fucked it on the optics and introduced a bunch of things which are huge psychological barriers to the game. Like 4 turns. It's like when people try and argue, and as we'll see in a moment, people try and argue the double turn in Heresy double turn AOS isn't a problem. You very well might be right. If I play enough AOS, maybe I'll come to love the double turn. But the problem is you're asking me to have to play enough turns of AOS, enough games of AOS. It's a big investment from money and from time. It's a big investment to maybe find out that I am okay with the double turn. Same thing with Horus Heresy. It's a big thing to ask me to do that. I know I like 6 turns. I don't know if I'm going to like 4 turns. I don't know if I'm going to like the way the scoring works. I know I liked it the old way. I know I liked it when it was like Oldhammer. I like that bit. And you're going to have a whole bunch of people that are going to be the same thing where, oh, Heresy looks cool. Yeah, and there's only 4 turns in the game. Oh, I'm out. Yeah. Yeah. But we'll come back to it in a moment. Yeah. That's again, it's a good case for not playing K47. It's true. In some ways, you know, for some people, you'll never get them past the dice bag. The thing is, though, and I may be being biased here, of course. I feel like getting okay with the AOS double turn takes a lot of time. Like, the idea is, like, you need to play enough AOS to start appreciating, like, the tactics around the double turn and all that shit, right? With the dice bag, instantly it clicks with people. Or it doesn't, obviously, but instantly. There's not a... It's not a, oh, once you've played like 20 games and you've got into it, you start realizing I quite like the double turn. It's just like you will know literally in the first couple of activations, first 2 or 3 activations of the dice bag system, if you love it or not. Yeah. Which I think that's a big difference. It's not that you don't come to love the dice bag. You either instantly love it or you don't. And in my experience, although this could be colored by the fact that there are people that are looking to try a new game, right? So they're looking for something different. In my experience, the vast majority of people who are unsure about the dice bag love it straight away. Yeah. I mean, Salty Simon, who we all know is a big salty boy, he, and I quote, thinks the dice bag is a stroke of genius. And that motherfucker could find anything to complain about. Yeah. But no, I understand there's potentially an optics thing there, Matthew Sinclair. So I sort of agree with you, but I think it's slightly different. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, as I said, no point in repeating myself. What have we got? Frankazoid, thank you for the super chat, man. Been watching your guide videos after 15 or so years since I last played. It's helping me for a crusade I'm part of with my guard. Hey! Amazing, man. Well, dude, thank you so much for the support. Have fun with your crusade, and great to have you back in active service after 15 years. You thought you'd done your time. You thought the Emperor didn't need any more of you, but everyone gets called back up. Yeah. And then we've got Sparrow. Thank you for the super chat, man. GW may keep teasing me with the idea of Kislev, but that won't stop me from running my models as Empire and Renegade Crowns. At least when I take breaks from assembling my Commonwealth automatons. Yes. All right. I think Games Workshop basically, I think the day that the peace treaty is signed in Ukraine, the next day GW will announce Kislev. That sounds crazy, but it'll be like that quick. It'll be that quick. Yeah. In the meantime, you can get a bunch of Kislev models and use them as Renegade Crowns. Yeah. Frank, for the things I'm active. Hey, what? Someone who's in the military playing the guard? I'm shocked. Shocked, I say. Just teasing you a little bit, man. All right, now, I want to say big thank you. We've caught up on all the super chats, man. Amazing. I'm desperate for a wee. So we're going to have a quick wee, and then we're going to get into the beef. All right. I think we should go for the big beef first. The AOS beef first. All right. And we're back in a second. There we go. It was only a quick wee. Oh, here's the beef starch chat stream. Okay. Quick member flex from High Marshal Bungle. 28 months. Double X Force, baby. I won my game. Opponent shook my hand on turn 3. Hey! Well done, man. That's awesome. Victory is assured. There you are. Turn 3 as well. Bit of a smasheroo, that one. Spicy. Okay. Okay. I need to... Here we go. All of you AOS fans, it's time to lock in. Because here comes some beef. Now, not really though. You see, I have done a couple of videos recently where I've been talking about AOS. And one of the videos I talked about how AOS is dying. And one of the videos I talked about how there are some things which just work and some things which don't. Some of these are like cosmetic things, like a knight. It's easy to look at a knight and go, yes, knight, cool. Or a vampire and go, yes, cool. But then some things which you can sometimes struggle to connect with because they require you. You can't just instantly look at it and go, yes. You have to be like, what is it? And then someone can start explaining it to you, and sometimes there's almost like too many made up words for it to really land. So these are the two videos that I made, and whilst they seem like quite spicy topics, I tried my very best to be somewhat reasonable in the videos and be like, look, AOS, doesn't seem to be doing very well, but that's actually not something that I'm celebrating or something that I'm like really happy about. I've said numerous times on this channel that I am a reformed AOS hater. So much so that actually if I got an army for a half decent price and they fucked off the double turn, I'd probably actually be alright giving the game a go. Especially considering you can get it so cheap second hand. But I said the reason I'm a reformed AOS hater is because I used to hate it. But then when they brought Old World back, I stopped hating it instantly, pretty much overnight, because I realized I didn't actually hate AOS. I was just really sad and bitter that Old World / Warhammer Fantasy had gone away. And now that AOS and Old World exist together, I'm actually really happy. And I want AOS to do well because I want those people that enjoy that game to enjoy it. And I want Old World to do really well because I play Old World and I enjoy it. So I'm not actually an AOS hater, which people would fucking know if they actually watched the fucking videos. So many people reacted to the title of those videos. And so many people clearly didn't watch it. Didn't watch my videos. Because if they had watched it, the comments they were leaving wouldn't have made any sense. Right? Right. Because, in fact, not only did people clearly not watch the videos, but then people clearly started spreading false information based off the videos. Someone actually took one of my videos and posted it to Reddit, to Grimdank, which, by the way, if you want an example of how far a subreddit has fallen, check out Grimdank Soz. Used to be great. Now it's just... it's crazy. Anyway. And it blew up on Grimdank. And it was basically people being like, oh, look at this idiot saying Sigmar's dying and Sigmar's not dying. And look, he said everyone's quitting 40k. When actually I said people are quitting 40k. And all the people go like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And then literally, the more you followed it, the more you realize that if you actually followed the threads of answers, the number one thing that came out was, oh, I've never actually watched his videos, but based off that title, I can deduce X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. And it's just like, if you just watch the video. Stop reading the headlines and watch the video. Right? So, basically a bunch of people started saying, like, two things. By the way, I want to make something clear. I actually have no issue with people criticizing videos. I've no issue with people not watching the videos. Everyone can do what they want. And I've always maintained this stance, whilst we're having a bit of a laugh about it, I've always actually maintained the stance that as someone who puts content out on the internet, once it is out there, it is there for people to criticize. That's the whole point of the internet. You can't put something on the internet and then be like, oh no, people don't agree with me. People are being mean or anything like that. Like no. Like, once it's out there, post it to wherever you want and all that kind of stuff. Like, sure, okay. I mean, I'd rather you were watching the video and critiquing it properly, but I'm not your boss. I don't fucking tell you what to do. So there you go. So anyway, moving on from that. Firstly, I had a bunch of people who clearly hadn't watched the videos and were getting very upset. The second thing that happened, though, is where the beef really is. Because I don't really beef with Reddit. It's not fair on them. So, but the second thing that happened, this is where not the beef per se, but the vindication comes in. Because I had a lot of people leaving comments along the lines of, this guy clearly doesn't like play Age of Sigmar. This guy, he doesn't understand it. Like, and one of the, the big comments was, the double turn isn't unbalanced. If you play enough of it, like, you realize that it's actually like really good and adds all sort of like tactical depth and all this kind of stuff. And I thing is, I've heard this comment said a lot. I have heard it said a lot. But what people may not realize, although I have mentioned it in passing once or twice, what people may not realize is I actually know a lot of Age of Sigmar players. In fact, several of the Age of Sigmar players that I know play it very competitively. And in fact, one of those, I not only know him, he's a very good friend. I have known him for years, played games against him for years. And he said to me, and he's very, very, very competitive. He loves really janky shit. This guy was running Harlequins in 7th edition when they only had like a White Dwarf Codex, and he would like win like the equivalent of what would be a major, like 6-round event, 80 or so people. This was which was basically the biggest event you got back in like 7th edition outside of like LVO, right? And he actually played Sigmar, and he plays a lot of Lumineth in Sigmar as well. But he'll play whatever's the most powerful thing because he's a power gamer. And I said to him, the double turn is broken, isn't it? He was like, nah. And he went, blah, 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 all these kind of things. And I said, come on, though. It's like, it is really broken, isn't it? And he got this like glint in his eye. And he went, it's totally fucked. Like, it's... I was like, because he was like, you can basically like table people in like 2 turns. It's like, he said, the way I build my armies is the moment I get a back-to-back, the moment I get a double turn, I table someone. I just wait for that to come up. Yeah. Now, so I knew this. I chatted to literally a international team, a competitive, international competitive team playing Age of Sigmar player about this, right? And so I knew this. And this is why I kept saying, like, the double turn, it's a bit of a problem, so on and so forth. And I said the problem is you won't be able. They won't ever be able to balance Sigma, and also they won't ever be able to fix the optics of Sigma until the double turn goes away. Because even if you have a bunch of people which are like, oh no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. People have instinct, especially 40k players, okay, who are going to be like, well, I already play one GW game and everyone gets flattened in 2 or 3 turns. You know, the go turn, right? If I was playing against like Blood Angels, for example, and they got 2 turns back to back on me, I would be fucked. So even if it works in Sigmar, I just can't get my fucking head around it. Right? I just can't get my head around it. And this is what I said. I said even though I know it's not true, I'm willing to say that it's a big optics problem. Well, you know what? You know what? It turns out that not only is it a huge fucking optics problem, but it's also a huge fucking balance problem. Because I know I've lambasted Reddit, but there are actually a few subreddits which are really, really good. And one of those subreddits is actually Warhammer Competitive. I lurk in Warhammer Competitive a lot. I occasionally post in there when I've done like a tournament report, but not always. I am aware that I don't want to be like using Reddit. I'm aware that I don't want to be seen as like using Reddit to like promote myself. Okay, like I will post a tournament report there if I think it's like worthy. But if it's just a standard, another day on the dollar kind of tournament report, I probably won't bother. Okay. Now, in the Warhammer competitive subreddit, Elden Lean's already seen it. In the Warhammer competitive subreddit, there was actually a post today. Or maybe, was it today or was it a couple of, let's have a look. It was today, 6 hours ago. And we're going to take a look at this post. And it's going to be very vindicating. It's going to be very, very vindicating. Because it says, I am frustrated with the current state of competitive AOS. And it's a decision to make points high and battle tactics hard was a mistake. And it also goes on to some stuff about the double turn, how this feeds into the double turn. But I want to make something really clear here. I want to make something really, really clear. If you are a frequent visitor of our Warhammer Competitive, you will be aware that AOS, it does cover AOS, but AOS related posts don't often get much traction. Like there will be like a 40k meta Monday style post, and it'll get dozens, if not hundreds of comments, loads of upvotes. And someone will do one for AOS, and it might get like 4 comments, maybe a dozen, and it'll get a handful of upvotes. So when I say that this is the top post on Warhammer Competitive, and that this thing got 90 upvotes and 70 comments, that is a huge, 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 huge amount of relative interactivity for Age of Sigmar. Huge. Because normally, like I said, this is probably, I would say probably 10 times the interactivity that it normally gets. Okay, so it's not like, oh, I'm just cherry picking something out here. Maybe I am a little bit, okay, but it's like, this is not just a post with like written by one guy with no interactivity on it. This is a post which is done very well in a situation normally wouldn't. So I think that's what I wouldn't, if it was like a random post, but that's someone bitch about it, I wouldn't even be talking about it. But the fact that it's blown up is why I have drawn, why I'm looking at it basically. Yeah. So let's have a look at what it says here. I am frustrated with the current state of competitive AOS. The decision to make points high and battle tactics hard was a mistake. Hello, I'm usually an AOS optimist. I want everyone to play the game I love, but lately I'm quite frustrated by the state of the game. AOS used to be the technical points game. Use intricate movement to score, block, and challenge your opponent's game plan. Games were more about scoring, positioning, and movement than trying to table your opponent. It made the game fun and interesting at a high level. Now, I don't know this guy's credentials. He might be right, but my understanding is that it is not, that is not necessarily true. I think there's always been an element of people getting tabled back-to-back turns. But anyway, now the game's completely changed. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I think it comes down to two things. The points increases make it so very few armies can afford to take expendable chaff, and scoring its result, they all in on damage. I think that I actually agree with Elden Lean here, which is if you made units cheaper, they just spam more of the OP unit. I actually agree. Elden Lean, I actually agree with you on that one. I think that one of the issues that plagues AOS is a similar issue that plagues 40k, which is that no one takes enough shit munchers, and everyone is building around fast pressure go turns. Where obviously in AOS it's a little different. They're building around double turns rather than go turns, but I imagine there's a bit of an element similarity to it. People take very few shit munchers in the list, if any. And even if you gave them more points, they wouldn't take any more shit munchers in the list. Yeah. I think that's because I imagine it comes down to army building. Although I don't know much about AOS army building, but I imagine if you gave people 2,500 points in 40k, they would just take more of the most. They take another Catan, right? Right? Yeah. Yeah. That's a good way of putting it, Canorian. Everyone wants their Marvel moment. No one wants to do All Quiet on the Western Front moments. That's a really good point. That's a good point. I like that, Canorian. Very, very well put. Yeah. So, battle tactics are way too hard to score compared to 3rd edition. They've crossed a point where people do not actively go for battle tactics anymore. It is a preferred strategy to attempt to table your opponent in turn 2 because that's the only way you can score some of these tactics. That's obviously there. I mean, AOS players, correct me if I'm wrong here. That feels like they've made secondaries too hard to go for, a bit like in 40k. That is obviously not. There's no parallel there. There's no parallel there to 40k, but obviously if you made secondaries really hard to score, then obviously people are going to default towards smashing each other. Yeah. Because these things put together with the dreaded turn is now stronger. The dreaded double turn is now stronger than ever. How many times have I said the double turn is a big problem? How many times have I said that people just table each other? If you get a back-to-back turn, you get a double turn, you just smash people. Well, here we are. Vindication, right? I'm not even happy. I want to make something clear. Whilst I'm happy that some of the things that I said are clearly being vindicated here, I'm happy on the vindication. I'm not happy that Sigmar is like this. I will reiterate this again and again and again. This isn't cope. This isn't me playing both sides. This isn't me trying to placate the AOS fans in here. I've been very open for a long time about my reformed attitude to Age of Sigmar. I don't want this to be the case. If Sigmar fucking slapped, I would get into it because I'm a war gamer who likes war games, who likes good games.
When it comes to fighting crime,
The moment that they solve some of these things with AOS, I'll probably play it. Law be damned, I'll probably play it. You know? As someone who's actively played AOS for years, the double turn has never been a big deal and is rarely game winning for experienced players. Again, I don't think that is the case. I think there's a little bit of cope going on there. Again, because I've spoken to several people who play AOS competitively. Yeah. Used to be able to probably set up screens are really new to what a double turn can do. It was not uncommon for most players to pass on taking a double, but now double turn is heavily de-incentivized and nerfed, and it's always optimal to take double, and it's game winning because armies are tech to table you and you can't afford screens to mitigate its impact. The nerf to the double turn is you can't score a battle tactic that turn, but who cares? I couldn't score anyway, it's too damn hard. So what Games Workshop, so what I understand basically this guy's complaining about is that before you wouldn't take the double turn because you could screen it. But as we know, people just wouldn't. They just take more of the best shit, right? But interestingly, the nerf that Games Workshop brought in to try and de-incentivize the double turn has actually boomeranged and made it so people are more likely to take a double turn. That's crazy. It's an example of you releasing an update thinking it is going to have one effect, and it actually has the complete opposite effect of what you intended. Maybe an issue with playtesting there. Yeah. The nerfs to double turn. The game has become, I push my high damage unit into center board, you push your high damage unit into center board. If neither of us doubles, we play to round 3 and see who wins. And maybe I'm just nostalgic for the old days of AOS, but this is really uninteresting to play compared to 40k. Okay, firstly, if you're saying your game is less interesting than 40k in terms of gameplay, that's pretty fucking damning. Secondly, I think 40k has exactly the same problem. I do, man. I think 40k has exactly the same problem. 40k is I'm going to stay. Every 40k game is I'm going to stage turn 1, go turn 2. Every 40k game. On both sides. And then I suppose where it gets interesting is if you've got two armies that are doing that, there's a little bit of a how can we trade? But it's basically a series of stagings and goings. Yeah. Yeah. Feel free to tell me I'm way off sentiment here, or if you think I'm wrong, I'm sorry for typos, I'm on mobile. So firstly, I want to say, whilst I don't agree with everything in this post, I think it's a pretty decent post. It's, complaining. It's obviously from someone who enjoys the game, someone who is sharing their frustrations, and, this person should not be vilified or should not be lambasted for this take. I think this is someone who is sharing some frustrations. I actually sympathize greatly with this person. I really do, because I've got a lot of frustration with 40k at the moment. And I'm fucking nostalgic for the old days. Yeah. I think this is potentially a really, really big take. Probably full of a lot of holes. Probably it could be picked apart with all sorts of logic, but fuck it, it's a vibe take. I'm just not convinced of this in this new game design GW goes for. I'm just not convinced of it. I'm just not convinced that a lack of force org is the right way to go. I'm not saying you have to bring the old stuff back. We don't have to. I'm not saying going back is necessarily the answer, but I'm not sure going forward is the answer either. On multiple levels, I'm not sure it's right. I mean, this is something. This is a game which I don't even play, and yet I can see quite a few parallels to 40k. Age of Sigmar and 40k are somewhat intrinsically linked in terms of their game design in many ways, and you're getting the same fucking problems in both games. Yeah. I don't know, man. I think Games Workshop, the IP is Warhammer the IP is never been stronger. But I don't know if Warhammer the game design is particularly good right now. Across any of their game systems. Yeah. It's I think I said this nearly 3 years ago. You can go back and find the receipts, so you know I'm not just like chatting shit. I said that 3 years ago, Games Workshop shed the final vestiges of old Warhammer. This was with the launch of 10th edition, and obviously, in this case, 18 months ago with the launch of AOS. I said with their new, as we're no longer playing old Hammer, we're playing new Hammer. They've shed the final vestiges, everything from Force Org to mission design, model design, everything. They've shed the final vestiges of what came before, and we are now in. We're not, we're playing the first edition of New Hammer. And I said 3 years ago, time will tell whether this was the right move or not. And as more time is going on, I'm not totally convinced. I'm not saying every decision they've made is terrible. I think that would be exaggerating it. I think some things they've done is really good. I think there's a lot of positives, but if we look at on the whole, purely from like game design, gameplay, not talking models or anything like that. They make beautiful models. I'm talking purely, I'm not talking the IP or anything like that. Warhammer's great. I'm not even talking lore. Some people like the new lore, some people won't. Okay, I'm not talking about any of that. I'm just talking from a game design point of view. I'm just not convinced the direction they're going in is the right direction. I think there are bits of it that I like, but on the whole, I'm just, the more time goes on, the more I wait and see, the more I become uncertain about this direction they're taking the game in. It's and what I think is scary for me, what I think is scary is this direction of game design. I'm not even talking about updates, by the way. Even though they update the game probably a bit too much. I'm not talking about that. Updates are good. Because people often go, but they update the game loads, and back in the day they never update it. That's good. I'm not talking about that. That's like patching. We're talking game design. What concerns me greatly, concerns me for 40k, for AOS, for Old World, and for all the games, Necromunda, is they seem to be rolling out this new way of, this new design, game style across a lot of game systems. Not exactly the same way everywhere, but with similar philosophies baked in. There's, look at, AOS, 40k, and Horus Heresy, and Old World. So I'm chucking my beloved Old World in there, so I'm not being biased. All have cumulative scoring now. As an example of 4 different GW systems that all use a similar game design mechanic, all have a similar gameplay mechanic. Every single one of them has a concept of standing on circles. Yeah. I'm just not sure it's the right direction to go in. I'm not saying it's going to kill every game. Not CW is going to die or anything like that. I'm saying personally, and if I may throw a little credential out there, because I had someone leave a comment that was like, who do you think you are to comment on such a complex topic? And it's like, well, bro, I don't need qualifications to comment on something. Everyone's allowed an opinion, even if it's wrong, okay? But if I may throw a credential out there, I have played war games for nearly 30 years. Since I gained sentience when I was a child, gained consciousness as a child, I've played war games, all right? So if I could throw that out there just a little bit, I'm not I'm not saying this is going to kill GW or anything like that. I'm just saying I don't think this is the right direction. And the concern is that I see them rolling it out everywhere. And I think there's the old causation does not equal, or correlation does not equal causation. Line going up, GW becoming ever more profitable, the IP becoming ever stronger. That does not mean that the decisions they're making in the game are the right ones. They can be two totally separate things. Often, correlation doesn't equal causation is used to demonstrate like negative things. Like, oh, if you have a graph which shows like number of people, like number of people who enjoy ice cream and the number of people who are like, you know, like dying or something, it'll go like it'll go up. But that means people are like, oh, if you eat ice cream, you die, kind of thing. It's like, well, no, they're just unrelated. It's just the two things aren't related. It's just people who are dying also happen to be enjoying ice cream. It doesn't mean that they are actually dying from ice cream. Maybe they are. You got to look into it. Maybe it's a dodgy batch of ice cream. But correlation does not always equal causation. Exactly. But you can also use it on a positive thing. GW could be going up and up and up in terms of profitability and in terms of stock price and all that great stuff, all right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that what's driving that is coming from all of the right decisions they're making from a game design point of view. Let's dive into some of the comments here, because I think some of these are really, really interesting. As a competitive 40k player who has played and owns some AOS, I was willing to take competitive AOS players' word for it when the double turn takes getting used to, but it's actually fine competitively. However, I agree with OP. I notice much of the time, even seasoned players will start their turn and just say, well, I'm not going to be able to do any of these battle tactics this turn, so let's move on. Yeah. I think people who say the double turn is fine, it's probably cope. Let's not... I think it's time to stop mincing our words. I think it's time for us all to speak honestly. I think the double turn is a bad mechanic. I think it's cope. If you play enough of it, you come to enjoy it. I think that's like when people say, hey, this video game seems bad, but once you've played 30, 40 hours of it, maybe 100 hours of it, it gets good. That's not a selling point. It's not a selling point. It's like when people say about Horus Heresy, well, the games are over in 2 turns, so you don't even need 4 turns. That's not a selling point. That's cope. I think the double turn is bad. I think everybody knows it's bad. Some people cope around it. And I think I think Games Workshop knows it, because I have been led to believe that every subsequent edition of AOS that has come out has nerfed it, or tried to nerf it, or tried to rein it in. But the one thing stopping GW from removing it is pride. They don't want to admit it's bad. It's there as a USP. Well, it's not a unique selling point, because it's not fucking selling the game. I just don't. I think it's cope. And I just wish everyone would be honest about it. And maybe they are. Maybe I'm wrong, and it does take 20 games of AOS to come to love it. But if that's true, that's still bad. I don't need to take 20 turns to know that. It doesn't take me 20 games to know that I love the dice bag and bot action. I know it after my first turn. Or if I hate it. Yeah. And I think at this point, it's been nearly a decade. GW needs to sack off the double turn. I think they do. As someone who also likes 40k, it's one of the biggest reasons I've only been playing 40k for the last 6 months. It was hard enough picking my battle tactics, never mind trying to do them when my opponent gets the turn 2-3 double turn. Battle tactics are out the window for me anyway. And never mind whether double turns balance or not, never mind it affects battle tactics or it can get you tabled turn 3. At the most basic level, the problem of aggregate systems versus alternate activations is that turns take a really long time. It can get really boring during your opponent's turns. They did okay with adding enough reactive actions that you can take in your opponent's turn to make it less boring when it's their turn. Then they turn around and give you a chance for a whole second turn. That means that given a game could be you going first, moving stuff up a bit, preparing to score, the opponent gets to play 2 back-to-back 20 to 40-minute turns, which can easily cost you the game right there. This is absolute insanity. That this exists in an Aigo-Yugo game is completely bonkers. It's literally taking the weakness of your game and making it as bad as it can get. It'd be like making cross-team voice chat mandatory in League of Legends. AOS is even worse than 40k in that sense because they keep their psychic phase, so magic-heavy armies that take a double turn just take forever. That's such a good point. I hadn't even considered that. That you could sit there for 40 minutes just, oh, I might get a turn now. No. Aigo-Yugo systems aren't a problem. Old World does them very well. But if you've got a 40k-like game, which then has double turns, yeah. 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 Unfortunately, there's some of the comments here. I think they're a little bit more specific, though. But I don't think they're particularly bad comments, or I don't want people thinking I'm skipping them. They seem a little specific. Unfortunately, I totally agree with you. The double turn currently has no actual healthy game benefit. I will also add that all of the problems aside, list building is needlessly restrictive and punishing. I think most changes that have been made in 4th edition have largely hurt the game and removed the flavor from most factions, which was AOS's big selling point for previous editions. Yeah, the AOS's big selling point was the lore is really, really expansive, and then they've made the game really restrictive. I didn't know they'd made it restrictive. I just know they'd made the army building a bit weird. Yeah. Yeah. I am very, very hopeful that 40k 11th will not move towards restrictive list building like AOS. The crazy thing is, one of the biggest things I hear in the online chatter, could be a vocal minority, is people want restrictive list building. People keep going, you shouldn't be able to take 3 Victrix Guard. It should be 0 to 1. Now, I think when they say restrictive list building, it could be very different here. Like 40k, I think, could do with some additional 0 to the rule. I think 40k needs the rule of 1, the rule of 2, the rule of 3, the rule of 4, the rule of 5, the rule of 6. You know what I mean? I think you need different rules for each one. I don't think rule of 3 works for every unit. I think you don't need Force Org, but you can't be like, you could take, I think percentage base would be the way to do it, but yeah. I think I agree with you. List building, I think I agree with you. List building is needlessly restrictive. Regimental options are overall a silly requirement that dampens creativity, and battle tactics are prohibitively hard for more elite armies. They're also not fun and often ignored because we know we can't get them all. I play Slaves to Darkness. If I build to score points, I'm 100% restricting my heavy hitting and tough units. If I take the good stuff, I cannot score, and why would I bother? I'll just get smashed by 5 Bloodthirstless anyway. They can't be that restrictive on list building then. They aren't trying to score all, and I'll be tabled end of turn 3 at most, so I'll be outscored anyway. Yeah. On paper, the AOS list building is very cool. Your army is divided into a set of routines with thematically appropriate hero leading each, and who usually has suitable ability like the standard my buddies get to fight immediately after me with an extra buff rule. So this is very interesting. It's like there is a theory at the moment that 40k is going to go towards mandatory heroes. Yeah. VM, I think that's we've great minds think alike. That's just jumped out to me as well. AOS list building is more like 3rd edition list building. It's not very good. List building in 3rd edition is bad for Horus Heresy. Again, you have a lot of people that are like, oh, once you get used to it, once you've played 20 games, it's all right. It's not a selling point. It's not that every time someone says once you're used to it, it's okay. No. There's always times when that's acceptable. It's how much you have to get used to it, how long it takes to get used to it. Yeah. It's basically that it still doesn't restrict what needs to be restricted, aka the Bloodthirsters. Yeah. The fact that people say it's restrictive and then people can bring 5 Bloodthirsters doesn't sound restrictive to me. Yeah. Issue 2 is because AOS are so units of AOS are so expensive. Unit 10 Chaos Chosen costs 480 points. Crazy. You can't really stroll up with an array of retinues like that because you'll just run out of points too quickly. So AOS, again, that already loves its Death Star, Mega Hammers, and God models, is pushed even more into those things, which didn't really need to happen. That's crazy, man. Yeah. And this guy makes a good point. I never really got into AOS because I didn't like the double turn mechanic. Such simple optics. I'd never got into it because I heard about double turns. Yeah. Full agree. Most games are now just brawl in the middle, slugfest. Every deployment is Dawn of War. Shooting is bad, so everyone just jams the most efficient melee stats they have. I like the structure of 4th edition, but I agree the flavor nuance is all gone. It's a very boring game now. Just like 40k. Just like 40k. 40k is everyone stages, everyone goes. Everyone stages, everyone goes. Everyone stages, everyone goes. Yeah. God like Parrot. I think I told you the story when Horse Host 13 came out. I was at my local hobby night at my... I was at the hobby night at my local store, and the Horse Host card was in to build lists. All were veteran. After 4 hours, none of them had succeeded. Yeah. It's not that they hadn't succeeded in building a list. It's that they just hadn't succeeded in building a list that they were happy with. Yeah. I remember you saying that. Yeah. You can ignore me since I've barely played any competitive AOS and nothing recently, but the double turn has bounced me and a lot of my friends off a game with such good, gorgeous models. I want to play so bad that I remember the double turn. I really do wish they'd take it out and find a more interesting and less one-sided mechanic to balance melee around. I hate how often it leads to board wipes or approximate board wipes. Yeah. Yeah. I'm willing to believe competitive AOS players say it adds some interesting decisions once you're experienced with the game, but it's a miserable mechanic when you're new and just ruins the game. It's a huge barrier. It's a huge barrier. And then what we're seeing now is the competitive players admitting, at least right now, maybe not always, but at least right now, it's bad. It always has been. Not always, that's not true. They're saying it's bad competitively as well. Yeah. The store I play at the double turn has absolutely killed the game. We all have armies, but you can get almost no one to play it. People love painting the beautiful models, but most of us were introduced to AOS this edition, and it feels like a waste of time. None of us had a game where the double turn didn't outright win the game. We know there's a chance for no double turn, but nothing feels worse than playing a fun competitive first turn and seeing a single dice roll for turn 2 end the game, no matter how well you played. Yeah. Had a game at a recent tournament where I came down with my long strikes near my storm drakes and shot a screen in front of 10 blood knights. My plan was if he comes at them, I could shoot on his turn and attempt to countercharge with storm drakes. This happened exactly as I planned, and I killed most of them while losing only half the long strikes. It would be trivial to clean up my turn, and my opponent was lamenting he probably lost the game. Then he just doubles me, and Prince, Vordry, and another unit make it into my drakes, and he kills them and the long strikes. I maybe could have made a comeback if I got a double turn, but I lost every priority roll on every match at the tournament. That feels really bad. So this guy basically sets up a legitimate tactic, does his legitimate tactic, does his strategy, and is punished. There's nothing worse than setting everything up in a game and then for something you cannot control, having it taken away from you. It's one of the big problems with invulnerable saves. Because you can set up everything and then your opponent just spikes invuns and you're like, oh. I can't do anything about that. I've said that for years. Like literally, I've been saying that since like 8th edition. Because in 8th edition, you had 3 up invulnerable saves. You could have 2 up invulnerable saves re-rollable. Well, that was more like 7th edition. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, AOS is a problem right now, but I'll take it over Catan, Death Guard, Night Issues I've seen in 40k this past year. Brother, the meme of 40k being less balanced at AOS has been dead and gone since late 3rd. AOS has had a big chunk of huge win rate outlier pretty much since then. Way worse than 40k all edition. Yeah. 40k does have balance problems. And I do shit on 40k balance quite a bit, but it's mostly internal balance. And honestly, one of the big things I complain about with 40k is factions are so thin that they can't ever get proper balance, and it's becoming rock, paper, scissors. Like, I have no issue with the balance. I even with the I have a little issue with how frequently they're updating the game. Even I, but generally speaking, I'm still like 60% okay with it. I'm not, I'm teetering on it. Them updating the game too much, right? Teetering. But generally speaking, I think 40k struggles. The only two areas that 40k struggles in balance, and the big areas, is thin factions mean it's rock, paper, scissors, and internal balance is poo. Which is why you see everyone running the same shit all the time. That's the, if they can fatten up the factions a bit, and I think, for example, like if you've only got if you make it so that, Chaos Space Marines and all the other, broken off legions just get merged back together. Big, fat, thick codexes. There is no such thing as datasheet bloat. No such thing. That is a myth. Anyone who complains about datasheet bloat is complaining that their steak is too juicy and their lobster too buttery. There's nothing wrong with having an abundance of units to choose from. Nothing. Why would you complain that you have too much stuff to pick from? Oh, what if I pick the wrong thing? Well, we've never had less units, and you still might pick the wrong thing. Thinning the units out, even the thinnest of factions has units you'll never take. So, you know what? Why don't we have a big bunch of fat fucking armies that have got everything they could that have got more than enough? Yeah. Syriade, I disagree. There are a ton of datasheets, we still haven't used them. But Syriade, there are now factions with barely 2 datasheets to rub together, and there could be a faction with 2 datasheets, and there'd still be one of them no one ever take. Thinning down codexes has not resulted in better internal balance. Think about that. This is not just you, Syriade, but everyone. No matter how much they've thinned down codexes, no matter how much they've thinned down factions, no matter how much datasheet bloat they've removed, it still hasn't fixed internal balance. So fuck it. Big fat fucking datasheets. That's what I say. Big fat fucking... Bring back the datasheet bloat. Bring back everything. If you took everything from Legends and brought it back into the game, would it change internal balance? Yeah. I'm talking about Emperor's Children, and I'm talking about World Eaters, and I'm talking about Thousand Suns, and I'm talking about, or should I say Codex Magnus, and I'm talking about Votan, who've got a bit better, but still, and I'm talking about Drukhari, who now have less datasheets than Votan. Fuck, man. So many. And that's just the top of my head. Yeah. Has the double turn ever been a good thing, or just a workaround for other design decisions? It's always felt like something they jammed in there as a USP for the game, but have basically spent every edition since second bolting on more and more band-aids onto it in order to not make it break the game. And yet it still does break the game, and so they just need to remove it. GW needs to swallow its pride, because pride cometh before the fall. And bear in mind, guys, I think there's a few other good comments in here, and I'll link this Reddit thread, because I actually think, and I said, like I said, I often do shit on Reddit, but I actually think this is a really good thread with a lot of people who aren't just BMWing. They're not just bitching, moaning, and whining. They're not just getting the bile out there. So a lot of really, really valid complaints that are well presented in this thread. So I'm going to link it down below. Big shout out to all the ARS. I told you, I've started to become more and more respecting the ARS community more and more. They are, they take a lot of shit, and they're still pretty cheerful blokes, and they're still pretty level-headed. You got to give that to them, right? But yeah. But coming back to it, one of the big things that you have to bear in mind, and I think we need to shout out Lords of War here, the guys that have the 2 store owners at the YouTube channel. They raised this point, which was AOS has been out 18 months. Or has it been out a year? We'll say 18 months. AOS has burned through has been burned. AOS 4.0 is burned out in 18 months. Funnily enough, I actually think the same thing happened to 40k 10th edition. I might be projecting here a little bit. I certainly burned out on 10th edition after 18 months. I got the Guard Codex, played half a dozen games there, and went, yeah. We'll play a dozen games of it, I should say. Yeah. 40k games just... They're just too... not just 40k. Games Workshop games are too damn solvable. Too damn thin. And I think you could apply this to all of the games that they have released in the last 18 months. 40k and Heresy and AOS. You can't apply it to Old World. You actually can apply it to Match Play Old World. But anyway, I know a lot of people are like, no, don't complain about Old World. I'm not. Old World is great, but the problem with with Games Workshop's game design is things are too damn solvable too damn quickly. Like, a good example of this is, let's use Heresy, for example. People have worked out, well, not with every Heresy game, don't get me wrong, but people very quickly started working out what the new meta of Heresy was, which is basically, because there's only 4 turns, as long as you can just get like, as long as you can just dominate on primary in the first 2 turns, you'll basically win. So one of the things that very quickly came out of Heresy 3.0 was take blocks of tactical marines, throw them onto objectives. Just keep doing that. And you send them in as waves. And that's basically, my understanding is what a lot of Heresy games come down to now. Take your good scoring units and just chuck them onto objectives. Get an insurmountable lead, win. It took people like a matter of weeks, a few months, if that, to really work that out. Yeah. Yeah. And then you've got, obviously, what we've seen here with AOS, which is people have just worked out that if you flatten people, you win. And I'm not even going to... I'm going to take them at their words when they say that it was much more deep in 3.0. I believe you. Second, third, I believe you. I'm willing to believe it. Because I think this is a problem which plagues the last 18 months of GW's game releases. And 40k is... You know, obviously it's been out 3 years. Don't get me wrong. But 40k, we're coming up to 11th edition, which is why it kind of worries me. I'm genuinely worried about 11th edition. I don't want to be. I'm not farming drama. I want to be making videos about how fucking great 11th edition is going to be. I want to be making videos about how we're in a golden age of GW. How they've smashed it with every game they've brought out. How they are the undisputed kings. I want to wank GW off. And they don't give me anything. You know? I'm worried about 11th edition because I haven't seen GW release a slam dunk game system in 18 months. AOS is dying. And that is bad. Horus Heresy is dying. And that is bad. We've seen Lord of the Rings. I mean, probably is dead.
comes to fighting crime,
If I'm Chow's, I'll say it's dying. There's probably some people still playing it.
while keeping it real.
But it's probably dead. I see so many people in my local area playing Lord of the Rings. None of them now. It was never the strongest game, but it had a very, very hardcore fan base that kept it going. I'm hearing rumblings in Blood Bowl. Rumblings and grumblings. And so, I mean, Darkwater, I'm told Warhammer Quest Darkwater, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, was not, I'm not even talking about the price of it, there was no character customization. In a game about questing, there was no character customization. Yeah. And then, even my beloved Old World, even the biggest Old World fans here will admit the match play guide and Cathay coming out at the same time has not been good for the game. When Old World came out 2 years ago, the core of the game was great. So Old World core, great. But Old World match play, the match play guide is bad. I know, and slowly but surely people are starting to agree with me on this one. Like, people kind of pick and choose with the match play guide, but you're meant to play with the secret missions. You're meant to play with that shit, and no one does. Yeah, even the Mountain Matrix guys at the new Arcane Journal step back. Yeah. So, it's not that I want any of these games to be bad. It's not that I want to make negative content. I really, really fucking don't. Nothing would make me happier to being able to go back to being able to just talk about the Guard. You know the video I put out today about let's get into all the different sponsors? I loved making that video. I loved it. That is the content that got me into making... That's the kind of topics that got me into making content. Getting like super duper niche on shit, you know? Get down to the nitty gritties and all that kind of stuff. And the problem is that modern GW games just really aren't that conducive to that. Because everything's solved very quickly. The games aren't that deep. They're very shallow. And the only thing that you can really look forward to with 40k is like some cool, pretty models. And the models are beautiful. Yeah, Titan's had some mold lines, but I'm sure that's something that they'll fix in a second run. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm worried about 11th edition. I don't want to be. I'm not reveling in it. I'm not excited for it. I'm not there rubbing my hands together like, yes, more beefy content. I'm not happy about it. I'm not. Why the fuck do you think I'm so into K47 at the moment? Because I like making positive content. Because I like making happy content. Because I like making content that makes me happy. You know? That's why I like talking about K47. Because it's super niche. It's super deep. It's super happy. That's why I like making content about it. I'm not a negative person. I'm not a naturally salty person or a naturally beefy person or anything like that. And so even though there's an element of vindication, yes, send me to the black ships, everything I said about AOS was right. Everything I said about it was right. Okay, everything. Right? I'm not happy about it. I guess I'm a bit happy I'm right about it. But I'm not, I would have been happy if I was wrong. That's why that just clicked in my head. That why do I love talking about K47 so much? Because every time I talk about K47, I've got something exciting and new and happy, and it makes me happy. And why am I getting drawn towards it like a moth to a flame? It's almost nothing to do. This is the final revelation. I'm saying it now. It took me looking into Age of Sigmar to have the final revelation. Squires, scribes, men of the watch, prepare your parchment, your quills, your ink, for I have had the final revelation. The final revelation. It explains everything. The way I have been, the way I've been feeling, why I've been so drawn to the game systems, all this kind of stuff. It explains everything. I just like playing games and making content about things that make me happy. And you know what? I bet that actually is the same for everyone. Yeah. The 20th and final revelation. That's it. It explains everything. I just want to play games that make me happy. I just want to make content that makes me happy. And for some, at the moment, it just feels like a lot of what GW does isn't making me happy. Like, I'll give you an example. I really want to get excited for those new AdMech models. Really do. They look amazing. But I know I'll never buy them. Because they're going to want 40 fucking quid for them, aren't they? For 10 models. And I'm not going to buy a single box on its own. I want an army. So, sorry, but I really want to get those new AdMech models. I'd love to have an AdMech army. I'd love to. I'd love to. It'd be great. It'd be great to have an AdMech army. But I don't have a spare £1,500 lying around. And for an army which only has about 6 boxes, it's amazing how expensive it is. Yeah. Yeah. 5 man in a box. That's true. Yeah. So that's it. That's my big she's hinting in chat to buy him one. Not so subtle, my dude. I don't want the money for an AdMech army. Guys, like, please. Like, I'm not hitting for shit. I know what you guys are like. Yeah. But yeah, so that's my beef / vindication, which is that it turns out that everything I said about AOS was right. It turns out that once again I need to be sent to the black ships, but in a funny sort of way, it doesn't make me happy. So there you go. There you go. All right. Shall we have a look at what you guys have been saying? Let's have a look here. We've got some super chats. So, Sir Newbie, I don't mean to alarm anyone, but new AdMech in stream discussion. Yeah, the new AdMech look great, man. I am very excited for him. Yeah. New Tech Priest looks great. New Tech Priest looks exactly how a Tech Priest should look. Barely fucking human. Not even like humanoid, like million different arms and shit. Great. I do like how it's a female Tech Priest and they gave her an absolute fucking dump truck of a booty. That ain't a Tech Priest. That's a thick priest. I want that McCussy. That McCussy. She can make her cheeks clank. Oh, man. All right. What have we got next? Okay. These guys look great. These guys look like heavy Scutari, and that's a good thing. I like how one of the arms is just like a ball joint onto the gun. Yeah. Like it's fused with the weapon. It's kind of like Tyranid-esque, but obviously mechanical rather than organic, which has always been one of the things with the Adeptus Mechanicus. They stand as a bit of a mirror to the Tyranids. Yeah. That guy looks cool. Yeah. Yeah, they do look really good. And interestingly, I don't think they look over-designed, which is quite a feat for GW models these days. They look exactly the right amount of designed. Now, I'll be very interested to see the sprues for these guys. Because how they should be broken down is the legs are one bit, the body is, and the cloak is all one bit except for the breastplate, which will go on the front. And then you'll have arm connection point, head connection point, and gun connection point. That's how I feel it should be. I have a suspicion that is not how it's going to be. I have a suspicion that this foot is a connection piece. This knee is going to be a separate bit. This bit of the cloak is going to be different to this bit of the cloak because we can see they're separate. Yeah. These are 3D printed, by the way, I reckon. That's why you can't see any of the mold lines. It occurred to me that's GW does that a lot. They 3D print the display models because you can't see mold lines then. Which is oh, the backpack will be a separate piece for sure. How many separate pieces? I'm curious. Yeah. They're definitely 5 to a squad though, aren't they? Yeah, definitely. What do they charge for a 5-man squad for Admech these days? It'll be about 30 quid, won't it? You can predict the price. Easily predict the price. How much are the infiltrators? Infiltrators and rust stalkers and electro priests, they're all 5-man squads. The Taraxi are 5-man squads. So Taraxi are 40 quid for 5. Electro priests are £35.50 for 5. And infiltrators are £38 for 5. I reckon they'll be about £38. I think they'll be on infiltrator level. Yeah. Yeah, so they'll be between 35. They'll be between 35 and £40, with most likely being 38. And then there'll be a price increase at some point, probably with the launch of 11th edition. Yeah. But yeah, I think that probably 30. There'll be a minimum of £30.50, £35.50, and there'll be a maximum of 40, I suspect, for 5 blokes. So you're looking at between £7 and £8 per model. Yeah, that's what I think they'll do. They need to up their price though, struggling company. Not struggling yet. Maybe one day. So yeah, so Newbie, they look great. The models do look beautiful. I really cannot. There are a lot of models that GW puts out which I'm not totally convinced by, but I have to say, like, a lot of people have not been liking the new Defiler. I do like the new Defiler. And I'm someone who loves Dawn of War 1, and I love the old Defiler, but I do think the new Defiler is great. I think GW, basically ever since the Blood Angel debacle, I think Games Workshop has basically smashed at model design. Okay, so here's one thing I'll say for GW. They may not have released a good game in 18 months. Their game design is shocking, I think. But in the last 18 months, they have released... I can't think of a bad model they've released. Not one. From lone characters to squads, across every game system. I can't think of a bad model they've released. Even if I criticize their sprue ergonomics, even if I criticize their difficulty to build, I cannot actually fault a single... I can't think... I can't think of a bad model. 18 months, Die for Baby Inquisitor. I think that was over 18 months ago. 18 months will take us to like August 2024. Blood Angels, they were the last bad one. Since the Blood Angels, I don't think they've... I think Inquisitorial Agents came out Christmas. So we'll say 2025. 14 months then. Yeah. The guys doing it underwhelming. The bigger, but they don't look any better. I'm fine with the new Heresy ones, but it's a personal taste thing, yeah. Maloney, yes, it can do. I'm sorry to hear about your brother. But yes, K47 can be played at small table sizes. You can play at any table size, really. There's no... technically, there's no set table sizes, recommended table sizes, but if you just played smaller level games, like smaller point games, you'd be all right. Yeah. Yeah. Emperor's Children kits were dull. They were, I mean, a bit. But I don't know. It's you have to look few and far. You do have to look a bit hard, I think. I'm someone that found the Emperor Children kits. Okay. They're not massively over the top. I mean, this guy is a bit fucking cray-cray. But they're not bad models at all. I don't think I could look at those models and say they look shit. I'm someone that actually likes the flawless blades. I know they've got weird big cone heads, but I actually like them because they remind me of the Borg Queen from Star Trek First Contact. Yeah. If anything, these ones, I really like them because they do look more fucked up and barely human. No, I'm on the whole, I don't think you can say too much negative about them. Yeah, maybe a little dull in places. Maybe just, I suppose the problem is that they're just not quite excessive enough. They really needed to, but the army as a whole isn't excessive enough. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that's fair, Dustin Polo. Yeah. The Gene Stealer Bendicus was bad. What, the big brain guy? I love brain guy. I'm okay with the new Chaos Defiler. Truth be told, controversial point. I'm okay with it. I know everyone says, oh, look, it's got a fleshy tummy. You could just shoot that. And it's like, it's Chaos. Imagine there's a lot of very, very tough Chaos circuitry underneath there. Yeah. I don't really have much of a problem with Chaos having fleshy, like, fleshy vehicles. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, no, on the whole, I think GW has produced some fantastic models. I think we could nitpick. But On the whole, I don't think after the Blood Angels thing, I don't think we can say GW has released an ugly model. I don't think we can. So their model design is impeccable, frankly. Really, really good. Model design is impeccable. It's just the game design is shite. GW is producing some really, really decent models. Not every model is going to be to everyone's taste, but they produce some really, really decent models. But they need to sort this fucking game design out, man. Really need to fucking sort it out. Yeah. Blood Angels, yeah, they're bad. And the Secretary robots, I think they look good. I think they look good. They're a bit weird, but that's all right. Drakari character this summer. I've come to the conclusion that Lady Malice is actually a beautiful model with a terrible paint job. GW, if they'd given them the traditional sort of like grey look and a bit of a snarl, the face would have been fine. Just a bad paint job. Not bad as in not beautifully executed, but as in not the correct paint job for the army. Yeah. Someone clearly just wanted to paint that bird from Baldur's Gate, right? Yeah. Controversial. I did see someone paint the New Blood Angels with the little flappy wings, and they looked really nice. They painted them like Flesh Tearers or like Death Company. Maybe a bit of both. Like Death Company, but Sanguinary Guard. And I actually think they're all right. Yeah. 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 What have we got next? More Robot Wars content. Robot Wars are sick, mate. Double Turn isn't bad design. It's just a massive coincidence they've added new rules every edition that offset its impact. It's awful. Yeah. I mean, I think that sums it up, More Robot Wars. The Double Turn isn't bad design. It's just a massive coincidence they've added new rules every edition that offset its impact. Just get rid of it, man. Did they have the Double Turn in version 1 or was it only version 2? Yeah. Yeah. Totally agree, mate. Totally agree. I think it's time to just accept the fact that the Double Turn is bad and any sort of, oh, it's fine if you play enough of it, it's just cope. It's just cope. Yeah. The sooner they get rid of the Double Turn, the sooner they swallow their pride, the sooner that we can get more people into AOS. I've maintained this stance for a long time. I will continue to reaffirm this stance. If they get rid of the Double Turn, I will. And if they get rid of the Double Turn, and I can get an AOS army for a half decent price, basically a bunch of secondhand Stormcast or something, I'll play it. Now, what's interesting is I still have the intention to play Heresy 3.0. But unfortunately, I want to make this clear, okay? When Heresy 3.0 came out, and I said a lot of shit about it, I made a promise that I was going to play Heresy 3.0. Okay? I still intend to keep that promise. There's one slight problem. Everyone who said they would teach me the game has quit Heresy. So I don't have time to learn the game and do it justice. And the idea was that I would have someone who was a firm hand at the game, who could take me through it and do the best at like selling the game to me. And I don't have anyone who can do that with me now. So it's not that I don't want to keep my promise. It's that at the moment I can't. But I still intend to. It's not possible. Hopefully someone will get into it. Which game? Heresy 3.0. Like when if AOS gets to the Double Turn, I'll buy my army and then or I'll play a game with someone who can show it me. Yeah. So you are right and never going to play Horse Heresy. Got it. I mean, it is kind of bad when you had half a dozen people that were like, oh yeah, let me play a few games of Heresy 3.0 and then I'll show you. And then every single one of them has gone, I don't play anymore. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck Heresy 3.0. It's coming to 40k soon. 11th edition 4 turns, double turn roll off and less restrictions on units for cheaper points. Maybe a smaller board. Don't, Mad Larkin, because you'll fucking monkey paw it into existence, man. Yeah. Blake M. Horsehair is a lot of fun with third-party mission packs. I am 100% ready to agree with you. 100%. But I also feel like that is a bit of an admission that some of the criticisms that I had of the base game when it first came out were maybe well-founded. I'm not shitting on you, by the way. But I feel like I kind of need to play the base game before I play the mod. Yeah. Yeah. Mordian, search your corpo feelings. You know it to be true. I have heard some conflicting information on 11th edition, which has begun to make me worried about it again. So I said that I had heard a rumor they were going to redo flyers. And then Varak put a video, and Varak knows a lot more than he lets on, but he has to be very careful with how he shares the information to protect his sources, which is very admirable of him. But Varak did a video today saying that he thought certain units were going to go to Legends. Now, I would take that as fact, not rumor, because every time Varak says, it's just a rumor. Do you remember when Varak went, oh yeah, so this is a rumor, but this is the exact contents of the Horse Heresy 3.0 launch box, right? And so Varak did a video today about how he was like, I think the Space Marine flyers are going to Legends, and that has made me worried about 11th edition because it shows that they are going to keep chopping rather than fixing. No Centurions. I think that, yeah, if Varak has said he thinks it's going, I mean, it's not, I'm not putting words in his mouth here. He's not said anything to me or anything like that. I'm not giving you like the backdoor information or anything like that. But my experience is that Varak is actually, he's a pretty switched on bloke. And he knows a lot more than he gives on, and he shares what he can, you know, to protect, you know, he sort of drip feeds things out because he has to be careful he doesn't basically, you know, expose his CIs, as it were. And so if he starts saying, I think these could go to Legends, then I think that it's not guaranteed, but he's probably trying to begin the drip feed process on that particular front. And you shouldn't, by the way, you shouldn't lambast him for that. That's exactly the right approach. You don't want him fucking giving a bunch of shit away and then he ends up getting a bunch of people in trouble. That wouldn't be right, would it? Yeah. Yeah. That wouldn't be right. So he's doing it the right way. But I think Paul is bad at stuff is going to be terribly vexed by 11th edition. Yeah. Why has GW not changed the points on the Valkyrie since, I think, what, 3 years? Yeah. 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 Let's have a look. Tepris Gabriel. 18. Tepris Gabriel, great to see you, man. 18 month member flex. Xbox baby. Guess who's back in Discord stream discussion? Let's have a look, bro. Let's have a look. Oh my god, he's back. Hello there. Dude, it's been too long, man. It's been too long. I'm back once again. College life is slow and painful, but I'm still standing after all this time. Had to show my 40k armor most of the time, so no guard or admech to be had there. That said, I only shelved my 40k stuff, so now I have a bolt action update to share. Hey! Yella, 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 yella. The revolution spreads, boys. There we go. Bolt action. K47. This is where the hype is right now. Who knows what happened 11th, but right now, that's where the hype is. You might be thinking, didn't you say that your local bot action group went MIA? And they did, but now they have been found. Reason to continue forward found. Anyways, here's the progress I've been making on my troops. Note, the African troop bases aren't based yet. All are painted and ready for the table. Nice. Armor's Visibly book is round the corner, mate. So great getting into the Italians. And you've got the Bersaglieri, which are fantastic. Nice. I heard a rumor that Bersaglieri might be kind of OP in the new Italian book. So there you are. Love it. I love it, man. Really, 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 really cool. Really, really cool, bro. Excellent. I love it. Great to see you in the stream, man. And oh, minute, there's a storm in the east. Now, if I can make a request of you, Mr. Mordian, please return to what action. I need unit reviews on Army Analysis yesterday. And you won't stop wanking off K47, you stinky Tommy Muppet. So please, on Wednesday, please return to what action. That is all. Now go meet. I mean, I have been doing a lot of K47, but I have been feeling the pull of bot action. Hence why I have been painting up some Bulgarians, some Hungarians. And why on my desk right now, I have three squads and a platoon commander in various stages of built and painted for my Hungarian army. And I have a full squad of Hungarian mountain troops already painted. The Hungarians are coming, boys. The Hungarians are coming. I mean, maybe I could go up to 2 Warlord videos a week. You know, maybe I could have, or maybe Warlord Wednesday could be a double bill. 1K47, one bot action. You know, maybe something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, we'll see. What have we got next? Technics Gabriel though, great to have you back in the stream, man. Fantastic. Sindarius, thank you for the super chat, bro. 07 reporting producer, Aftermath report in stream discussion. Aftermath report of the game on Sunday. Played against demons using the Scintillating Legion. Unfortunate rolls and many reroll demons, demon invulnerable saves have bested me 34-77 by endgame. Got first turn, most of the demons were hiding, like cows to my right, just tanks and lasguns. Only landing one hunter killer and one vanguard shot for proper firepower. How the game was charging a nearby dead Lehman Rust into a near dead Lehman Rust into a demon bird, leaving on one wound for battle shot, gets melee to death, explodes, kills demon bird. Yes. Demon blows explodes, then kills one of executioners. Yes. This is the way. Chain explosions are the best. P.S. By some demonic witchcraft, my mortars were more effective than my artillery teams, which is funny and also sad. Should have brought the heavy mortars. If you're going to bring artillery teams with siege cannons, you need 3 of them. If you're going to only bring 2, you take the heavy mortars. Yeah. Hey, he's looking a bit better. But, you know, you've had... Yes, it's adding the brown. Yes. Okay. Yes, this is what I was talking about. I think you just had a bit too much grey last time. Adding this in is making a big, big difference. Yeah. I love it, man. Hey, that's cool. Look at that. Is that a Bradley? I need you to tell me where you got the Bradley model from, and I don't want to have to ask again, because you better believe I'll fucking add Space Bradleys to my army like tomorrow. I need to know where all these came from, and I'm not asking, I'm ordering. Nice. Look at this. This is a proper guard deployment. Infantry up front, tanks, artillery, no one hiding, everyone marching forward. Look at this wimpy ass, bitch ass fucking demon deployment. Yeah. Yeah, pop the link to stream discussion, mate. Cool, man. Very, very cool. And also updated version of the night raid scheme, which is working progress at the moment. Made a lot of progress while you were waffling. Currently highlighted the metal, boosted the contrast by making the darks darker, and the bright parts working to make them brighter. Excellent. Already looks 10 times better. Looks 10 times better. And adding the brown in, darkening the dark bits, lighting the light bits, 10 times better. Yeah. Now, if you rolled that color scheme out, obviously, you know, I don't know if it's quite finished, but if that's the direction you're going in, and you roll that color scheme out across the army, it would look peak. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look. We've got Monley. Thank you for becoming a channel member, man. Appreciate the support. We've got Cosmic Drew. Thank you for the 42 months, man. Xbox, baby. Dice Bag is peak K47. Best. Yeah, it is. It is. Octopus greater than Lizard. I agree. I mean, praise be to the flare. Yeah. But no, Dice Bag is great. It is a little bit like, I can understand from like an optics point of view, you could say it's a little bit like double turn, but I think the double turn is so obviously broken, whereas the dice bag looks, dice bag is a bit more like, but I could be biased. Average White Shark, thank you for super chat, man. Personal AOS anecdote in stream discussion. I can attest to the state of AOS, and at least in my area, and bad GW policy. I got into Lizardmen as a faction from Total War Warhammer 3, but it's difficult to find an AOS game, and Lizardmen are legacy in the old world, and I don't feel confident investigating an army that may not be supported in follow-on editions. So now I got into neither games as a result. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's bad, isn't it? It's bad. I don't have anything to add, just I feel very conflicted. Why do I feel very, very conflicted? Because Games Workshop makes so many obviously bad decisions, and yet they keep making a lot of money. Like, so I suppose the only there is basically two conclusions to draw, and both could be right. One, I am very wrong, and that's possible, by the way. I'm not dismissing that. Of course, everyone could be wrong, especially me. You know, I'm not an expert. I know I played a lot of war games, but I've never run a wargaming company, so I don't fucking know, right? The other option, and this is obviously where I think this is what I think. I don't obviously no one thinks they're wrong, and they can be, you know, sometimes you can realize you're wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong on this one. The other option is I think GW is making bad decisions, and at some point it will catch up with them. Like, I basically think GW is behind is basically a year or 2 years behind a lot of AAA video game studios. That's kind of where I think they are. It would not surprise me if GW Ubisoft, if they did a full Ubisoft. Wouldn't surprise me if that happened. That's like, I don't know if that is going to happen, but that's kind of, that's the direction I think they're going in. Could be wrong. Could be 10 years time, GW is making even more money than ever before, and they are amazing. It could be. And it could be that in 10 years time, they've made a lot of decisions that are different to the decisions they're making now. So all I can say is based on the decisions I've seen them do so far, it feels like they are going to Ubisoft themselves. But it's entirely possible that they make different decisions, or that I'm wrong. Both, that's entirely possible. Yeah. I mean, you just can't keep raising the prices. You just can't keep FOMO and shit. You just can't keep releasing bad games. You just can't. Like same with like, even though video games are different to like Magic the Gathering, video games are tabletop games. Like look at Magic the Gathering and Hasbro and all that kind of shit. I'm pretty sure that's going through a bit of a bad one. And D&D, you know. So I don't know. I don't know, but can't. The only, yeah, I guess the one of the reasons I could very well be wrong is it just turns out that people just aren't that bothered about a lot of what Games Workshop does. Could just be people just I don't mind the FOMO boxes. It's cool. Yeah. Could just be. I don't mind the price increases. Yeah. It could, like I said, it's 1,000% possible I could be wrong. Yeah. But who knows? It's not really. I worry, obviously, because I love Warhammer, but we'll see. I'm not going to worry about it too much. But I don't know why Games Workshop would be any different to... I don't see why game... There might be a lot of reasons. So it might just be that I'm not seeing them. But I don't see why GW would be any different to a bunch of other big companies that have made a bunch of shitty decisions and ended up failing, right? Yeah. What have we got next? Chicken Detonator, thank you for super chat, man. The Cloister Masters of Battle in stream discussion. Yes. Here we go. My lord, the final 12 pikemen of the infantry corps of the Cloister Chicken have been completed. These fresh penitents, combined with their predecessors, will form the centre of the Cloister's order militant. Picture below are 2 9x4 bricks of pikemen with full command, and the foremost formation is led by High Giblet. I love that. And Hound Master of the Order, Commander HHL. The rear formation is joined by the sanctified outcast wizard Damn Legion. Included is also a painting of the regiment marching in the calm before battle. Yes! I love it. That is cool as fuck. Yeah, man. It's all about Dem Landsknecht. Yeah, bro. 100%. They look great. Really, really cool colour scheme as well, man. The yellow and red works so nicely. Look at that. 2 big fucking bricks of pikemen. Nice. Yeah, I love that, man. Love that. Very, 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 very cool, man. Very, very, very cool. See, this is what keeps me really interested in tabletop wargaming these days. Seeing what you guys are up to. Like, GW will release some new, like, AdMech. And I'll be like, oh, that's kind of cool. But then there's always the back of my mind, like, nah, I'm not going to get them. They're too expensive. And then I'll see what you guys have been working on, whether it's Lord Drear being painted up like a night raid scheme, or whether it's like the pikemen of the cloister. And I'm like, this is it. This is it. This is where the good vibes are. This is where the positivity is. This is where I want to focus. Yeah. I love it, man. Deus Cluck. In Cluck we trust. Cosmic Drew, thank you so much for the super chat. Stop playing Old World. Old World become 40k-ified. Play K47. Okay, I'm not going to stop playing Old World. Because I fucking love Old World. Okay, no, that's not entirely true. If GW 40k-ified Old World, I would stop playing it. But then I'd immediately go and play Fantasy 6th Edition. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to stop playing. I'm just going to play 6th Edition instead. Yeah. You know, it's kind of funny. Do you know, it's actually really kind of funny. Because the 2 people I play the most Old World with, Simon and that rat bastard, would probably both prefer going back to 6th Edition. Because High Elves were, like, decent in 6th Edition. And Skaven were decent in 6th edition. Yeah. There you go. What do we got next? Cosmic Drew, reminder, we have completed the Space Octa album. I know, man. I know. It's amazing. 3 years in the making, man, and it's it was well worth the wait. Amazing, bro. Probably play it as an outro song for the stream, man. Next we've got CB Cooper. CB Cooper, I know it took me a little while to get to you, man. Thank you for your patience, especially considering it's such a big one. CB Cooper, I just didn't want to lose where I was up to because I was a bit behind on the super chats, man. But CB Cooper, thank you so much for not 1, not 2, but 50 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Cooper's Company is here. Rocking and cocking. 50, that's 50 new conscripts. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. Absolute big dick swinging maneuver. Dude, from the bottom of my heart, from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you. Thank you 1,000 times. Thank you. Come on, boys. We've got like 300 people in the stream tonight. It's amazing. So, 400 people in the stream. My God, sir. So, can we all get a big, big, big fucking 07 down in the chat? Can we all show 07's salute emoji? In case you're wondering, what does 07 mean? Salute. Get a big 07 down the chat. Let's show our gratitude and our appreciation to CBQ because I think we can all agree that 50 memberships is a pretty big fucking deal. It's a very, very, very big amount of support. So massive, massive shout out to, and the crazy thing is he does it so often, he has a theme song. Like, the community made a theme song about him. In fact, I'm going to show you it. It's worth it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh. There you go. Let me... Cooper's Company. 50 gifted memberships. 50 new members of Cooper's Company. Here we go, boys. Incredible. Again, this is why your energy bills are going up so much and it costs $900 for some RAM. I love it, man. I know some people don't like AI. Personally, and I can say it's because obviously it doesn't affect me right now, and sure, I can see the criticisms, but this wouldn't exist without it, and that would be sad. My favorite bit is all the references to the community. He's close to a regimental leader. That's true. A lot of the troops are like clearly AI draw from like North Korea, because if you look at like a lot of the flags, it's all there's like there's all sorts of like interesting like North Korean, like Chinese and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. AI was like, we'll draw from this bit. It's too people to animate. Yeah, there's so many. The guns are like merging into each other. Doesn't matter. Still great. Still love it.
Tyrants survive. Who knew Chansey was still alive? I'm doing my part. Whispering monks declare Tuesday's adventure lost in 1,000-yard stare. Don't lose your head. Don't lose your nerve. Cooper shouted to
Sorry, guys.
us, remember why you serve. Oh, Cooper's company that never done. Stand up and be counted one by one. With the battle won, we stood our ground. To the company, I'm not forever bound. And army is free, standing by my side. Cooper's company, we fight or die.
There we go, boys.
Oh yeah, we fight or die.
Nice. That's really cool. So the community, it was Capic Eagle actually made that song in honor of Cooper, of CB Cooper, because he so regularly gifts like 50 memberships, which is fucking incredible. So I always like playing it because it's a nice sort of shout out to CB Cooper, of course, and it's also nice to sort of show like honestly some of like just how nice the community is, you know, just in general. Yeah. All right, CB Cooper. But once again, man, thank you for the absolute top level support, bro. Yeah. Incredible. Also, I'll say a big thank you to Cosmic, my boy. Cosmic, thank you, super chat, man. So I was a bit incoherent for the battle report. It was a bit of a rush job by Text to Talk, and it doesn't get everything right. But I hope you enjoyed the Opera song and battle report for Commodore 7. I can't wait to report the next one. Dude, I loved it. And don't worry about it, man. Like, it's not even a thing. The best bit of the pictures anyway. Like everyone, you know, the pictures are the best bit, right? So, and you know, like I said, it was more about I just get excited seeing like you and Jenny playing by action. Well, Conflict 47, I should say. So yeah, that was the best bit, man. So no need to apologize. You've done literally no reason to apologize. You're being silly. Not even once, man. All good. And I look forward to seeing the next one. Yeah, isn't Jenny like 2 games in a row beating you now, though? I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. You know. I'm giving you a bit of shit. But. It's 2-2. Okay. Well, I will say that. I'm giving you a little bit of shit. But I'll say this. It kind of reinforces something I've been saying a little bit in Conflict 47, which is that every time someone thinks something's broken, if you just play a few more games, you start to realize it's not broken. You just need a bit of experience. It's just everything is a learning curve. So, you know, people think Fireflies are a bit of a problem, but Jenny was able to manage your Firefly drops because she had some units on ambush and stuff like that. Yeah. And played the mission. Like, Firefly's really powerful, but super fragile. If you can't drop and pop with them, then yeah. So I think it's a great. You two have been a great example of 2 players who have been consistently like playing the game, learning, doing your research and everything, and consistently showing that everything has a counter, and it really just comes down to a bit of experience and learning the game. Yeah. So Cosmic, big shout out to you and Jenny, and big thank you for the support. Badger Bound, Totem Core need to be nerfed, right? Totem Core don't even slightly need to be nerfed. Which is the truth. They look very powerful on paper, but once you figure out their Achilles heels, they're totally manageable. Utterly, totally manageable. Yeah. Everyone who plays against them for the first couple of times kind of falls for their tricks. They kind of want you to fuck around, like trying to shoot them to death and stuff like that. Like, the funny thing is, last time I played against Mordy Bro is as an experienced war gamer, as experienced a war gamer as I am. and he fell for the Totem Core bait, and I fell for it the first couple of times I've played them as well. If you just fight them in close combat, they tend to die. I've beaten them with muscle mummies from the Russians. They're not that bad. The thing is, you try and shoot them to death, and they just don't die. Yeah, like they're slow as fuck. They've no pen whatsoever, and they can't regenerate in combat. So if you just fucking get into combat with them with an appropriate unit, like something that's designed, like if you get, they Totem Core punch down, but if you get into combat with them with something which is like a dedicated combat unit, then they just fall over. They're really not that scary. I've beaten Totem Core now with Americans and Soviets easily. And I have even started to find fairly consistent ways of dealing with Schreckwolfen as well. So the thing is, Totem Core, they are a real... It's interesting. I would say they're a really... every person that plays them for the first time thinks they're broken. And it's almost a rite of passage. And I actually really like this. It's kind of a rite of passage facing against Totem Core. They're a really like almost game play experience defining unit, because they teach you that while something may seem overpowered at first in conflict, if you take the time to learn how to beat them, you will be able to beat them. And that's a very, very important lesson that I think people need to learn at the beginning of conflict. This is not 40k. You can't swan in here, swinging your big 40k cock around and think that you can just basically pull your 40k tricks out here and think they're going to work in conflict. There are many transferable skills, don't get me wrong. Many, 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 many. But it's a game which genuinely rewards people who take the time to... it's a game that is easy to learn and a pleasure to master. That's what... And Totem Core are like the first experience people get of that in Conflict 47. It's easy to learn the game, but it's a pleasure to master it. And when you start beating Totem Core, it's like when you're doing like karate and you get like your different like belts. It's like when you learn how to beat the Totem Core, you get your first karate belt. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, Mad Larkin, yeah. Just if in doubt, I don't actually agree with HMGing. If you've got a problem with Schreckwolfen, you just need to the way you beat Schreckwolfen is you realize that they only charge 8 inches over terrain, and so you can basically make it hard for them to charge you. And they typically want to be out in the open when they're going for a charge, because that allows them to run 16 inches. And if they're not out in the open, then they're only moving 8 inches a turn. And 8 inches a turn is manageable. Yeah. Schreckwolfen are very powerful, but balanced. They are. Because they can't be fast and tough. They can only be fast or tough. They're either normal speed and tough, or they're fast and out in the open. Yeah. That's how you beat them. Yeah. Cosmic Truth, thank you for super chat, man. I forgot Fireflies one shot a Panzer Walker from Deep Strike. That's pretty good. Did you drop down from behind? So you're like pen 5 on the rear? Because you halve the pen when shoot. Well, not against the Panzer IV though. Actually, no, you're right. Yeah. Panzer IV is not technically a walker, so you get the full pen against them, and then you get the behind. Yeah, and rear armor. Yeah. ATRD's got lucky. It's not luck, man. It's how they're meant to be played. It's why people go on about American Fireflies. Oh, Americans are so broken. Americans are broken. Everyone, I think every single faction can take the equivalent of Fireflies. The Germans can take Falcon troops, give them Panzerfaust, drop down, unleash the ATRDs. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone can do it. Right. Only 2 shots, 1 made it and knocked it out. That's all it takes, man. That's all it takes. Yeah. No rerolls though, so I bet it was a little squeaky. Little squeaky bomb time. Right, I'm gonna grab a fresh drink. I might even have a bit of cake. And I might have a little bit more vindication. A little bit more. So if you guys want, it's not so much beef, but I have a little bit more vindication. All right. So I'll be back. I'm going to have a quick break, though. So I might be 2 or 3 minutes. Might even be 5 minutes. So I'm going to grab a quick drink, quick break, and then I'll be back. All right. Right, I'm back. Sorry, I was a little longer than expected. I have a little bit of beef for you, though. Ugh. Oh, I'll get to the beef in a second. We've just had Fun Jacob come in with 50 gifted beverages, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Holy shit, man. Holy fuck, bro. Baby. Oh, my days. Fun Jacob! You crazy, beautiful, crazy bastard. Oh, my days. What an absolute giga chad. What an absolute fucking hero. I don't know if those memberships were for me or for the chair. But either way, Fun Jacob, thank you so much, bro. From the tip of my toes, to the end of my big rubbery nose, and from the deepest, darkest bottom of my heart, bro. Fucking Element Fit. I sprinted up the stairs. Thank you, thank you, thank you 1,000 times. Thank you. Jacob's Jackals, baby! Yes, yes. Oh, my days, man. Oh, my fucking God. Did you know, Fun Jacob, that Warlord has released a bundle which involves a Jackal Walker, which is your favorite? For the glory of FDR, for the glory of FDR. It's only a little bundle. It's only a little one. I'll show you. It only has one Jackal in it, but the Jackal is part of the bundle. So, you know, maybe you'll be interested in it. So on Friday evening, Warlord shadow dropped, basically, a bunch of new Conflict 47 bundles, some of which are just insane, like insane deals. And they did the US Light Walker Platoon, which contains 2 Pond Skaters, which come with the bits to build, both variants. So you don't get one with 50 cals and one with the light tank gun. You get 2, and you could build one of each, or you could build 2 50 cals, or you could build 2 anti-tank guns. But it also comes with a Jackal and a Coyote. So it's a bundle which includes a Jackal, but it's not a Jackal bundle. Yeah. But the best one, honestly, is this one, man. Like, the fact that that's a full army. That's a full, genuinely competitive, as far as K-47 is competitive, like, Axis army right there. Imagine if in Warhammer you could buy an entire semi-competitive army for 152 quid. It's crazy, isn't it? Crazy. Nearly all plastic. These are metal. That turret is resin. Everything else is plastic. Yeah. It's great. So yeah, Fun Jacob. Clearly, Warlord knew that you needed a... Actually, do you want to know what's funny? I forgot to say this. I got an email from Warlord saying that they just said thank you for like covering the bundles. Obviously, they shadow drop them, so they want people to, you know, they appreciate it when people talk about them, right? And I talked to them on the day, and they said if you've got any suggestions for other bundles they could do. So maybe we should, maybe I could suggest to them a triple Jackal bundle. Or maybe some kind of Jackal Firefly drop. What do people think? What about two Jackals and a box of Fireflies? And you get one of the Jackals free, maybe? Or you get... How much would that be if you bought them individually? Let's have a look. £27.50 per Jackal. Fireflies are 37, right? Yeah. So if we did 27.50 times 2 plus 37, 92. I reckon we could get Warlord to maybe say drop that down to 75. That would be 17 quid off. Go for 2 jackals and a box of fireflies. What do you reckon? What do you reckon? Because that would be an assault platoon and enough walkers for... Well, you can have 1 walker and I would walk a platoon, to be fair. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. If you've got any suggestions, though, put them down in... I'd say once this video is not live, put them down in the comment section. Yeah. Mark 1 German power armor and 2 Hanamags. Good shout, Syriade. Very, very... Maybe box of Mark 1 German power armor. Couple of a Panzerschreck team, an two power, 1 box of German power armor, 1 Panzerschreck in power armor, double LMG in power armor, and a Hanamag. Because that's 12 blokes in a Hanamag. That could work. Or that. Another the power armored commander and another Hanamag or something. A Soviet box just conscripts. Squidfist, just buy the plastic Soviet infantry. That already exists. Do you want to know what it's called? It's called the Forward to Berlin box for bolt action. There's your bundle. Go and enjoy it. There you are, man. All right. Yeah. There you go. Axis Jump Company. I think, well, it depends. Do you guys want more metal or do you want more plastic in your... I think if you get a bit of plastic thrown... you know what? I'm not even going to give the Axis anything. The Axis have already got too many nice toys. We need to let other people have nice things now, chat. I'm sorry. Maybe you could have 24. Okay, what about this for a bundle? This is gonna get your juices flowing. What if we had a bundle which was the Soviet Armored Platoon Commander, 2 boxes of Mark 1 infantry, well, 2 squads of 5, and 24 conscripts. So you could maybe 2 boxes of Mark 1. Yeah, 2 boxes of Mark 1 infantry, Mark 2 commander, and 24 conscripts. And 2 trucks. The perfect assault platoon. Or 1 truck. 1 truck. Because you want one of the Mark 1 units to be heroes of the motherland for the conscripts. And you want 1 unit blasting forward in the truck. What do you think about that? And you could put the commander in the truck with them, probably. There you go. That would be quite cool. Yeah. So yeah, we've gone off for a little bit, but yeah, I'll put some ideas together, and then get chat to vet them. I can't promise Warlord will do any of them. I can't, but I can. You know, all we can do is send information. The fact that they're even asking is pretty fucking cool. Can you imagine like GW? I know it's awful. We keep I know, but GW are such shitheads. It's so easy to compare to them. Can you imagine if GW was like, hey, can you reach out to your community and see what they want in a combat patrol? It's crazy, isn't it? Hmm. Do you guys want a little bit of beef? Whilst I was having a big shit, I would like to check on some of the comments on the videos and stuff, see how things are going. And the test. You know the test. The comment test. Gentlemen,
Comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping it
we've got another
while keeping it real.
I used to respect this channel kind of comment. We got another one. Let's have a look. Let's show them off. Let's have a look. Okay. Okay, so this is the spicy video I put out on Sunday, which actually, if you watch it, people, a lot of the people will realize I wasn't saying it was all because of bloody female custodies. I was saying like that might have been a factor, but it's probably just a normal correction, but it's something to keep an eye on, right? But someone left this comment. Shame to see you jumping on the Doomer clickbait circle jerk recently. Easy unsub. Oh yeah, mate. Yeah. We really fucking subbed when you've only left 2 comments on the channel, and one of them was Bro's channel is dying if he's resorting to X thing is dying slot. So you've never been subbed. You've never been subbed. These fucking remedials don't realize that you could just click on them and it tells you how many comments they've left. The test never fails. It never fucking fails, boys. Every single fucking time. Every single time. Easy unsub. Fucking hell. Every time. And it's so easy to spot them. Because you know what someone does if they unsub? They just unsubscribe. They don't need to fucking signal it to the world. Yeah. Jokes of a nose channel. That's better. You know what? I actually respect people who just don't like me. And who are just like, not for me. That's fine. That's fine. It's the people who have this need to be like, to grandstand. Yeah. That's the problem. Anyway, I find it funny. I actually find it funny. Yeah. Like, because how many times this must be, it must be like the dozenth time we've shown one of these comments off now, and the test never fails. Every fucking time. Anyway. It's basically the equivalent of like pulling someone up in chat, isn't it? Is Morning Glory channel dying? Easy unsub, click subscribe button twice. Actually, I'll tell you what. The channel's been doing quite well recently, actually. I was a little worried towards the end of last year because, not worried, but So I don't really follow these things all that closely. But we had to work very hard to get our... As a streamer, I'm not used to working hard. So we had to work very hard to get our 80,000 subscribers by the end of last year. And then this... it turns out it's just Christmas. Because this beginning of this year, it's all been back up. How many troopers do we have now? About 82,500. So it's not like... It's my channel has basically had the same level of subscribers. Not level of subscribers, like same subscriber rate forever. Since I went full time, basically. It's basically maintained between 1,200 and 2,000 subscribers a month, every month. It's basically, I started with, I've had just over 20,000 subscribers every year since I went full time. I started full time with about 10,000, give or take a little bit. And then we're on 80,000 now, 3.5 years later. So it's been a very, very steady growth. I've not exploded in growth at all, but I never expect to, and I have never expected to, and I never expect to, because it's even though we've broadened quite a lot of topics now, we cover different game systems. It's still basically a channel that talks about the Guard, and only really about the Guard. Do you know what I mean? It's still very, very, very fucking niche. Now, actually, no, we cover two things now: Guard and beef. No. We don't. It's more like Guard, K47. Yeah. But K47s, well, at the moment, it's. I always just talk about what I'm interested in. And because it probably hasn't escaped anyone's notice that the kind of content that goes out on the channel is a bit random. Like, it's always like wargaming related, but sometimes it'll be like a tactics video. Sometimes it'll be like a beef video. Sometimes it'll be like a Conflict 47 video, and so on and so forth, right? There's no, like, apart from Warlord Wednesday, there's not really any sort of set day. I just kind of just put out. The only thing I try and do is I try and not have too much beef in 1 week. So I try and limit. So if I'm gonna have like a beefy topic, I'll try and limit it to maybe 1 or 2 beef videos in a week. That's what I try and limit it to, because I don't want the channel to just be day after day after day after day of like beef content. I kind of just want to have, because I kind of want to have like, okay, 1 or 2 beef videos, and then the rest of it's like tactics and positive content and stuff like that. I should spin the wheel of topics though. I mean, not even that. It's literally just what am I interested in. That's it. Am I interested in, like, I mean, I've been very, very restrained. I don't think you guys said I've been very restrained. If I had really just talked about what I wanted to talk about for the last 3 months, it would have been conflict every day. It would have been conflict every day, yeah. So I've been making sure that I haven't. Yeah, I'm pretty. I talk about what I'm interested in, but I appreciate that in life, balance and moderation is key. Yeah. No to beef rationing. See, some people enjoy never-ending beef, but I think, you know, all things in moderation. It's good for me as well, because I don't want to become like a beef tuber. I don't mind talking about beef, but I don't want it to be the only thing I do. Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. Yeah. Don't threaten me with a good time. Yeah. I think you're in a good place. You built a community, not just an audience. I mean, that was all. Yeah, to Krampus. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I've never really had a plan. I've always just said I'll just do what I'm interested in, and then if people like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. But yeah, I think the thing that I am so happy with is seeing the community that we've built. and I say we because, like, there's so many people in this community that are, like, as responsible for making it as awesome as it is. They're more responsible than I am. Yeah. Like, you know, we saw, like, Cooper's Company, the Octopus video, all that kind of shit. Like, Fun Jacob and his Mad Jackal obsession. I think, yeah, that's... It really... I said this I actually said this a couple of years ago. I said, I'm starting to suspect that Mordian Glory is less me. Like, the channel isn't really me at this point. Like, people call me MG or people call me Mordian, but I think that's more out of convenience. The channel really is, Mordian Glory isn't actually just me anymore. It's the whole community. Yeah. Which sounds kind of wanky, but I sort of said it a couple of years ago, it's going that way. And it's turned out it's, send me to the flagships. It's turned out it's kind of gone that way, but yeah. But I've never had a plan for that. Yeah. Truthfully, I didn't expect to be doing this at this point. And obviously, touch wood, we still do. But, we do it for a bit longer. But I never thought I'd be doing this 3.5 years later. No way, man. Not in my wildest dreams. Never thought I'd be staring down the barrel of 4 years. I'm only about 3 months away from 4 years now, actually. Yeah. Plans require thinking. Thinking is hard. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm Mordian Glory. I'm Mordian Glory. Exactly, man. Exactly. You're just our fearless leader. The chair is really in charge. He is quite literally the seat of power. Mordian Glory is an idea. I am just the puppet. Cosmic is the real, is puppet master. Yeah, yeah. There you go. No, I'm Mordian Glory. Fucking everyone in chat saying it now. Yeah. Maybe the real Mordian Glory is the friends we made along the way. I think very true. Crucible. Yeah. That's just the, yeah. I think sometimes the key is to just go with it. When it comes to content creation, just go with it. Yeah, don't think about it too much. No, I'm Mordian Glory, for fuck's sake. Oh my days. All right, we've got a couple of bits of support here. We got Cosmic coming in. Thank you for super chat, man. Buster Rift. I'm busted, bro. I am so busted. I'm busting all the time. Fuck's sake! Now everyone's doing it. Everyone got no I'm Mordian Glory. My God, no I'm Mordian Glory. Come on, no I'm Mordian Glory. Fucking hell. Maybe we need a Spartacus emoji. I'll tell you one thing, which is I feel like, chat, give me your honest opinion on this. Is it time to update the Stargate sound alerts? Because I made all of them. Because they used to be Dawn of War ones. Dawn of War 1. And then I mentioned, like, not in passing, I mentioned it, like, I really like Stargate. And then, as a bit of a meme, we started making all of the Stargate, like, sound alerts. And now I've just got so used to them, but no one really knows what... No one really knows. Yeah, but God, I've never watched anyone, so they're lost on me. Exactly. I bet, like, out of the fucking 300 plus people in the stream right now, I bet there's about a dozen of us that get the Stargate references. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I don't think anyone else knows the whole... Well, I don't think anyone knows why it's so good. You heard me? I said Cree. If you know the scene, it's amazing. But if you don't, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, there you go. It's a very random, eclectic, very random, eclectic sort of sound alerts. I see other people's and they're so much better than mine. I just don't worry about those things though. Don't worry about it at all. Yeah. Maybe maybe they'll make a comeback when the new Stargate comes out, which is kind of cool. Yeah. I did watch Stargate because of MG. You know what, man? Morty bro. So many people have said that. I feel like at some point I should get like a little shout out for directing probably several dozen people to Stargate since I started this channel, right? But it's funny, Morty Bro got into... Morty Bro and I always used to watch Stargate together, but I I really, really liked it. But Morty Bro this year, for Christmas, asked for the Stargate SG-1 mega box set. It's like it's this huge, thick-ass thing. It's over 100 quid. And it has every single SG-1 episode and movie in it. And it's dozens and dozens of DVDs, because each DVD only has like 4 episodes on it. You know, it's crazy. And he got it because I kept saying it. He kept seeing mine. Well, when he comes over to do battle reports, he gets seeing mine, and he's like, "I've got to get that. I've got to get that. Got it." So we finally got it, and he literally said, like a couple of weeks ago, well, probably about 3 weeks ago, he was like, "God, Stargate's so good, isn't it?" I went, "Bro, it's so good." He went, "You think it's just nostalgia, and you think it's just like it's good because back in the day when you were younger you watched it, but actually going back and watching it as an adult now, it is literally as good, and you realize that there's just like nothing good on TV anymore." And I was like, bro, if Stargate's not on TV, nothing is good on TV. Yeah. New Stargate, when, who's airing it? I'm not sure, JFK. It's very early days, but it's coming back. Yeah. Oh, big shout out, by the way. I think the whole first season of Babylon 5 is now available on YouTube for free. So, at the very least, it's the first 5 episodes. Ask me how I know. So definitely, if you like a bit of Babylon 5, you can find it now. Yeah, it's great. All right. Wesley, hi, Warden. I'm a huge fan, but sadly not a paid-up member as I'm so poor at the moment. There's no pressure to be a paid member, man. It's all good. Not sure how I get all the live stream access. Is this gifted memberships you can always call out? Wesley, just literally just stay in the live streams, and or join in the live streams every so often, and eventually you'll get a gifted membership. But none of the live streams or any of the videos are ever paywalled, because I don't really believe in paywalling content. Nothing. How I've always led this channel is how I consume content is how I want to produce content. And I'm like, whenever I go on a channel and half the videos are paywalled, I just go, no, I'm all right, and just leave the channel. Like, I just don't watch it. So that's why I don't paywall any of my content, because I think it's, yeah. My philosophy has always been, I'll make the content, put it out there. If people want to support the channel, they can do. If they don't, they don't. There you go. And I've been very fortunate that people have supported the content. So, yeah. What do we got next? A Silent Warrior. Thank you for the super chat, man. Evening, sir. Action Star to Army Progress on Discord. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, God. Someone said manhunt. Oh, Jesus Christ. I need a strap in, boys. Fucking hell. We'll see what happens. No pressure, obviously. Hey, these look all right, don't they? Fucking hell. Cool. Very, 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 very cool. I like it. Yes. Big fan of the big fan of the camo scheme there, man. Yeah, they're cool. And that Nactal Ben looks great. It looks like a Tiberian like a Tiberian mutant from like Command and Conquer, you know? Like the Tiberian crystals going through his skin. He looks cool, man. Yeah, that's very, very cool. Very cool, Silent Warrior. Very cool indeed, man. Nice. Excellent work, sir. Excellent work indeed. Squiggle Sean, thank you for super chat, man. Finished every mortal section with Platoon Commander. Join stream. Sent pictures. The leader sucks. Literally. Brilliant. Wait, did you convert? Wait. So firstly, I love the Vampire Platoon Commander. every Conflict 47 Axis player I know has bought that vampire weird World War II model, which is not technically a conflict model, but everyone I know has bought it, and it's great. I bought it. You bought it. I'm sure. I think Jenny bought it. I think loads of people have bought it. Yeah, I'm pretty certain. Godlike Poet bought it. Yeah, it's such a good platoon commander model. It's fantastic. And then I was just what made me go wait 1 second. You converted it. Is you converted this? He's meant to be a British guy, isn't he? And you've given him a different head, and now he's dual wielding. So he's got an assault rifle and he's got a captured Tesla Thompson. Very, very cool.
I only have
one. Very, very cool indeed.
Everyone fights. No one
Wow,
quits.
look at that heavy mortar
Do your
section,
job,
man.
I'll shoot you.
That's cool. I still love the Totem Core loader. Yeah, absolutely beautiful models, mate. Yeah. That's very, very cool. You should what you could do is you could say this guy's got the MP40 with pen and this guy's got an assault rifle, and you could just say that this guy the reason he's got 2 guns is because he's holding his commander's gun for him, and then when the commander needs to shoot, he passes it to him. Something like that. Yeah. Were those weird Warbot action models like pre-alpha K47 idea or something? It was just a fun expansion, I think Warlord did at one point. Yeah. Weird World War II. But I don't think it was anything too serious. I don't think it was even pre K47, because K47 was actually developed by a different company at first, Clockwork Goblin. Yeah. So I'm not actually sure on the history of it. Not even slightly sure, but either way, they all make for good models. I need to get that Sergeant Rock model at some point. He's ace. He's a good paragon. Yeah. Cool. Very cool, man. I like it. Excellent work, Sean. Excellent work indeed. We've got the Lower Decks. Lower Decks, thank you for super chat, man. Sir, the mines. There's no aircon. I sweat. Sweat, baby, sweat. Brilliant. Amazing, man. Thank you for your support. And hopefully, not only you are sweating, but all the other people in the mine are sweating, so you can breathe in the sweaty air. It's like a sauna in here. I love it. We've got Squidfist. Squidfist coming with the gifted membership, man. Arise! Thank you for the extra skeleton warrior. And then I think we've had a couple of people that are trying to recruit, trying to do a bit of a manhunt here and trying to recruit, I think it was Wesley. So I want to say a huge thank you to Helens Jedi for coming in with 20 gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! We are going in with the first wave. Means what bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You kill any more than 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. Helens Jedi, thank you for 20 more memberships. Thank you for trying to conscript Wesley. There we are. There we are, man. Have we hit manhunt status yet? I don't know. Let me have a look. If Wesley is here, if he could type, we'll find out. I haven't seen it, though. Truth be told, it normally takes a little... Normally takes a lot of memberships for a successful manhunt. I don't think we have. I don't think we have yet. What do we got next? But Helens Jedi, thank you for the 20, man. Amazing, bro. And thank you for your support. We'll see if the manhunt takes off. If it does, it does. Doesn't it? Doesn't. We'll see what happens. There we go. Also, by the way, it's kind of like, I'll say it's, because Wesley might not be here now, or he might not have his membership turned on, to be fair. But it's also, Mad Larkin is apparently unmembered as well. So both are valid targets. Yeah. We've got Chicken Detonator, Deus Clock. Deus Clock, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. The 20 extra acolytes for the cloister, for the golden yoke. Thank you so much, man, for the 20 gifted memberships. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn hero. There we go. There we are. Thank you so much. Double 20 memberships. My God, boys. My fucking God. Big shout out to Chicken Death. Big shout out to Halen Jedi. We've also got 308 Shooter. Thank you for the super chat, man. There's no message attached. I'll just double check. There's no message attached. If there was meant to be a message attached, put it in regular chat and I'll try and pick it up. But if it wasn't a message, you were just being nice, and thank you for the support. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Link the glory of the Octopus song for all to have. I'll tell you what I'll do, mate. Rather than just linking it randomly in stream now, when I play it as the outro song, I'll link it. And then when people hear it, they'll want to follow it to the source. Got you, mate. Don't worry. I want to say a big thank you to Jack Handsome. Thank you for super chat, bro. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Yes. Thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part, man. Amazing. A whole extra squad of Handsome's heroes. And also a super chat from Jack Handsome. 007, mate. Strange question. USA can use shotguns as assault. There's no question there. That's just a statement. And you are correct. Aimbot action, anyway. Aimbot action units get shotguns. I don't think... well, Americans get shotguns. I don't think in K-47 they currently have access to them. But you can always use a shotgun as an SMG. If you had the model, you could use it. Yeah. Aimbot action, they're kind of interesting because they're range 18. So an SMG is 2 shots at 12-inch range, no move and shoot penalty. And shotguns are 18-inch range, 1 shot, no move and shoot penalty. Yeah. Wesley, what do I have to press? I'm a tech moron. Dude, don't worry, me too, man. I'll show you now. You want to do this for basically, I think, any channel that you join, any channel that you want to become a member of. So what you do is, if you see someone has gifted some memberships, if you haven't got your memberships turned on, like someone with Jack Handsome here, I don't have it because I can't get memberships to my own channel. But you would get like another box, and it would be like, hey, turn this on to like receive gifts or something. If you don't see that box, or maybe I've described it badly so you can't find it, another way of doing it is click on join here. Don't click join here. Go up here to the 3 dots and go to gift membership settings, and then make sure it's toggled on. And if you do that, then you'll be able to receive gifts. But I think you have to do that for each channel you want to potentially get gifted memberships from. Yeah. So there you go. For Jacob, have you fought on Cyberstan? Yes, I have dropped on Cyberstan half a dozen times. I've not massively dropped on it, though. I played a lot of Helldivers, too. I just sort of join... I'll be honest, I sort of join, play some of the new shit, go, that's kind of interesting, and then end up going back to, like, doing other stuff. But I still enjoy Helldivers, but I don't know Life anymore. Yeah. I enjoy the new mission, though. I think it's good. But I basically just check out the new shit for a bit. Yeah. And I, occasionally what I tend to do is I'll log in, make sure I spend my medals, and then log out. And then once I've basically 100% completed all my current war bonds, I'll get another war bond and do that because I like to support it. Yeah. And I tend to use, like, I'm currently working through like the Python commando one because I want to get the minigun. Yeah. All right. 308 TR Shooter. You're welcome. Thank you for inspiring me to collect firstborn Space Marines. I'm busy playing Devastator, the Vanguard veterans. Nice. There you go, man. Cool. Cool. And dude, thank you for the kind words, man. I fucking love Firstborn. Yeah. I got a full Firstborn army myself, and they're great. All right. What have we got here? I've actually literally got a tactical marine right here. Old metally, this one. Yeah. And I've got my next Firstborn characters. I got one of these ones. This is before GW announced it was made to order. And then I've got this badass for a Psyker. Because I realised I've got Blood Ravens and I've got no fucking Psykers in them. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. Yeah. What do we got next? Michael Gibson. Thank you for super chat, man. Posted a painting update for a high elf army in stream discussion. I fucking love Old World, mate. Let's have a gander. Nice. Oh, I remember these guys. These were your Thracian
When it comes to
themed
crime, there's
wood
only
elves,
one
where
man
even the
who
Phoenix
can
Guard and
save
stuff had the big axes. Yes. Very, very, very cool. Man, you're doing a good job with these bad boys. Very, very cool. High elves are cool. Like, just genuinely fucking cool. Yeah. Old world, best world, boys. That's cool, man. I like that. Hey, White Lion Chariot. That's cool. Cool. I think you're doing a good job, man. I think you're doing a really good job. The unit's coming along. The dragon looks badass. Wait, 2 dragons. Wait, I actually didn't even register. It was double dragon. I just saw dragon pictures, but that one's blue and that one's fucking green. I didn't even click, man. Ah. Cool. I really like it. I really like it, bro. Excellent work, bro. Excellent, excellent, excellent work. Good sir, please use their proper name, the Pride of Lion. I feel like that's a Fallout reference. Yeah. What have we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you, Super Chat Man. You need to drop with me in your team, your Fire Krieger. I mean, I've only done like half a dozen games of it, Cosmic. So if I'm next on, and I see that you're on or something, I'll message you. I don't mind dropping. I'm not like avoiding anyone. I literally just logged on, joined randoms, tried a few different things, played a couple of games with Mrs. Mordy and done kind of thing. So I've only played like literally said like half a dozen missions. Yeah. But next time I am on, if you're on, we shall dive together. There we are. All right. I do have. Is it too beefy? Chat, are we beefed out? Are we beefed out? Because I have like 2 other bits of beef. I'm allowed to post my page against those 2. Of course you are, Michael. Of course you are. If you ask nicely, of course. There you go. I was promised a triple decker. I don't want to be too negative. I'll only beef if people really want it. How salty is the beef? I mean, it's 2 more helpings of shitting on 40k. Sold. Oh. It's 2 more vindication moments as well. It's 2 more vindication moments. One of them's only little though. One of them is only little, and I'm not going to blow it out of proportion. And one of them is kind of looking at a video, reacting and watching a video. Yeah. But both of which, it's not even necessarily like beef. It's like vindication moments. I'm starting to believe that last year I wasn't wrong. I was just a bit ahead of the curve. I was a little bit ahead of the curve, but I think more people are starting to basically go through the burnout that I went through last year. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. So, this is only a little one. Have a look here. Yeah, so this is only a little one. It's only a little one, but I think it's worth talking about. Let me have a quick drink. So a few weeks ago, Salty Simon and I, did a Saltcast. And we talked about how many armies is too many for Warhammer 40k. And one of the interesting things is that we had never asked ourselves that question before. In previous editions of 40k, we'd always just been like, oh, I'll just get more armies. Just go, Simon went from just having his guard to having Necrons and Grey Knights and regular Knights, and also we had he got his High Elves and he got some Emperor's Children, blah, 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 blah. So there was never this sort of issue of having too many armies. And I had always, when I first started, well, not first started, but for the longest time, I just had my Mordians. And then when 8th edition came out, I ended up getting Steel Legion and Black Templars. And then I ended up expanding to having Tyranids and Genestealer Cult and loads of different armies. But one of the funny things is, over the last few months, Simon and I have both sort of come to the conclusion independently, which is why it was kind of cool to make it as a video topic. We both independently came to the conclusion that we have too many 40k armies. And it's not that, but because we're hobbyists, we don't want to stop doing new projects. We just started doing projects in other game systems. That's when Simon got into his High Elves. That's when we started looking at Tomb Kings and stuff like that. And Simon actually, he pulled the trigger first over me. He's actually sold quite a bit of his 40k. He bought in a semi-big way into Emperor's Children, even started building and painting them, and then just went, I'm never going to keep up with this army, and just sold them. And he's got rid of a bunch of his Raven Guard as well. He's really trimmed down his Raven Guard, and which I haven't done yet. I'm a bit of a hoarder, so I haven't yet pulled the trigger on selling it. Well, actually, that's not true. Actually, I sold my Chaos Space Marines. But to be fair, I'd had them for a very long time, but never used them. So they just didn't really speak to me. I didn't really get them. So even I've sold a bit of Warhammer, and I've stopped expanding my Warhammer armies. In fact, not only have I stopped expanding Warhammer armies, but I've actually begun to contract my Warhammer armies. Like, when was the last time I actually used my Black Templars? I love my Black Templars. I absolutely love them. And I haven't used them in 2 or 3 years. I played them. In fact, I'll tell you how much I love Black Templars. They were the first passion project on this channel. I spent 45 minutes on each firstborn shoulder pad. I customized every single guy. Each one is a unique model in the army. And I did that for 100 models when I did my firstborn Crusade. Firstborn Black Tide. I used to have a painting blog on them, on Bolt and Chainsword, called the Lazarus Crusade. And I updated it very frequently. And I really enjoyed them. Yeah, I really, really enjoyed them. And now I'm looking to not sell the whole army, but basically just trim them down to just the firstborn bits, because I realized that I have I bought in 9th edition, I bought 100 Primaris Assault Intercessors, so I could run them as, and I rebased a lot of the scouts, so I could run them as a Primaris Black Tide. And I actually did that at Adepticon. I made a whole video about it. I ran it at 2 tournaments at Adepticon. Really enjoyed it, really fun. But then with 10th edition, I've not kept up with it. I haven't run them in 10th edition because of free war gear. Basically, it made me realize I need to buy a whole bunch more stuff to keep them going. Because I didn't have any power fists or anything in the squads, because I didn't want to pay for them back in 9th. And now in 10th, obviously they were free, but it was 40 extra Marines I'd have to add to my army if I wanted to have all the options for the flamers and the power fists. And so I was like, I just can't be bothered. So because of that, I'm like, it's made me realize I'm never going to. And every time I thought about updating them, basically they kind of got nerfed, and I went, I'm not going to worry about it. But really now I'm kind of looking at my Black Templars, and I'm thinking to myself, I should just get rid of the Primaris stuff, keep the Black Templars, and just use them in 4th edition. And just have them as a Midhammer army, which would be cool. And then they're time capsuled, and then even if I don't bust them out all the time, because the issue I've kind of got with them is that I feel kind of this weird negativity and this weird like hobby pressure, like, oh, like I've got an army. If right now it almost feels like the army is a waste of space, and it's like, hang on, weirdly getting rid of all the Primaris stuff might actually make it feel like less of a waste of space, because right now I'm feeling almost like bad, like I haven't got the army in a functional state, so I need to like do something with it. But if I basically sell it off and just keep it as that original passion project, then, and it just basically becomes a 4th edition army, then suddenly it doesn't matter if I don't use it or not, because there's no pressure for me to use it. It's just there. All the nice bits that got me into the army, which was an 8th edition, which what made the passion project, are preserved, and all the bits that I kind of felt pressured to get, which is the Primaris stuff, go away, and it removes the negativity, it removes the pressure from it. Yeah, I've got the old Helbrecht model, for example. Yeah, and I'd probably sell my new Helbrecht one and just keep my old one. Yeah, so yeah, there's just a bit of a like. So weirdly, I'm matched for the first time ever. I'm looking at trimming down a little bit. Same with my G-Stealer cult. Controversial. My G-Stealer cult army was once. I love Black Templar so much, by the way. I used to have a series on this channel called Black Templar Friday. Don't really do it anymore, but I did like a few dozen videos of that. Every Friday, Black Templar video. People loved it. And I have my G-Stealer cult army, which is an unbelievable passion project where I hand sculpt it. It's a Brotherhood of Nod themed army. And because this was a few years ago, before the hobby had really exploded, there was all this like accoutrement and all this kind of stuff that you could buy. There were no plastic crystals, like green crystals, to put on bases. The only ones that existed were like really like tacky. And so I hand sculpted hundreds of Tiberian crystals out of sprue. I can show you. Hundreds of them. Here you go. So the little crystals on this guy's sprue, they're actually the little crystals this guy's base, they're actually made out of bits of sprue that I chopped up and then sculpted into points, and then obviously painted them green, and then shaded them in pale tan, and then edge highlighted them. Did them on every guy's base. Everyone got at least one. And I even did a bit of pale tan around the crystal to show it leaching into the ground and all that kind of stuff. So obviously a huge passion project. Did it for the Ridge Runners as well. So you can see here, did it for the Ridge Runners as well. To represent them, like, and I used like a Grell on Earth to represent the Tiberian, like sucking all of the moisture and all the goodness out of the ground and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, and no speed paints either. No speed paints. All traditional paints. Yeah, it took me... I once took a week off and painted non-stop for a week just to paint 20 neophytes, because I free-handed onto every single model. You can't see it now because it's not very... My camera doesn't really pick it up. But I free-handed onto every single model, on every shoulder pad, scorpion tails from Brotherhood of Nod. Really got the technique nailed down. And I scraped off every Aquila as well. Every single Aquila. So, and again, I had a dozen pages on Bolter and Chainsword to this army. So I had these passion projects and I haven't used them in 10th edition. I've used my G to the cult once, but the army rule is so shit that like I just can't get into them. Same with my Black Templars. The army's been every time. You know, I like running Black Tide. Black Tide's not really been that viable. So the point is, what is the point? As 10th edition has gone on, I have basically stopped expanding my number of armies and have continuously contracted until I basically just focus on one army now, which is the Guard, which is, you know, obviously cool and everything. But as someone who does this full time for a job, it literally, even with how shallow like 40k is, it literally, in order to keep up with what's good and what's bad and all that kind of stuff, I basically had to come down to like one army. I don't have the time or the resources to like maintain a competitive level with all of my different armies. And what's interesting is I didn't in previous editions have the same. I had less time in previous editions. I didn't do it full time, but the difference was that in previous editions, even if you were a bit unoptimized, you know it was still fine. You could still get a fairly positive win rate. Whereas now, because 40k is so competitive, and even beginners, they get into the game and within the first few games they're figuring out they have to play competitively or they're just going to get smashed. These armies just aren't playable. Like, they're playable, but they're really not like competitively viable. And if they're not competitively viable, then they're not worth playing. And so Simon and I made this video about how many armies is too many. And we kind of came to the conclusion that, like, you know, 5 is the maximum you can really have. And even then, probably, like, that's including, like, various 5, but that includes, like, different game systems as well. And what's funny is this post popped up on Warhammer Competitive today. I told you, it's a good subreddit. You should check it out. And it says, 3 armies too much to handle. Dear all, I own 3 armies, Orcs, Death Guard, and Votan. I love all of them, but sometimes it feels a bit overwhelming to stay updated and playing at a good level with all of them. Do you think 3 armies are too much to handle competitively? Do you have any advice for me? Best and thank you. So what's interesting is he's got 3 armies, and I would say, you know, out of those, like, Votan is relatively simple because they've not got that many data sheets. He's got 2 deep armies and 1 shallow army, and Votan is still fairly shallow. They've only had like a second small wave. Yeah. And it's like, this guy's got basically 2.5 armies in terms of like roster size, potential roster size. And he's feeling like he just can't keep up with them. And then down here, we've got some of the replies. He says, you've got War Boss here says, you don't need to be competitive with all 3. It's okay to play armies for the lols. I mean, that is obviously, this guy's obviously an Orc player, but that's actually like, yeah, if you're playing casually, but not to be a little mean, but which subreddit are we in? Oh, Warhammer Competitive. So it's not a helpful answer in the nicest possible way. I have 5 armies. Craftworld, Yunari, Harlequins, Drukhari, Tal, Dark Angels, and Custodians. And I play very little, a few games a year. I just don't even try to keep up, and I only play Eldar since they've always been my favourite, and keeping up is the easiest since they're the most familiar to me. I know I'm in the wrong sub as I play casually, but my advice would still be to pick one at a time. You like to play and keep up with that, then rotate once in a while when you feel like it. Or if you're really competitive, you have to keep up with all the armies on some level, and it's just something you have to deal with. I own 5 armies, and I am a competitive player. I don't bother trying to play all 5 at a high level at any given time. I tend to play 2 regularly for a few months. When I get bored or a new slate comes out, I change it up. For me, having that many armies is mostly for painting. I hate sitting down and painting one army with the same scheme unit after unit, so I tend to build and paint a new unit for 3 or 4 armies before coming back around to another for an army. I've also been really loving team events this past year. Having several armies makes it easier for team play. Borrow an army for an event. Yeah. So basically, everyone is kind of replying like, you just don't keep 5 armies competitive. which basically means, obviously it's nice that they paint casually, of course, right? But it's basically got to the point where, even competitive players are basically saying, like, they only really maintain one army. They only really maintain one or two armies. And for me, this is very, very reassuring, because I was a little worried that maybe I'm just, I'm not built for 10th edition. But it turns out this is a very, very normal experience. Same, I'm a painter and collector more than I play these days. So what, it's like kind of like, what happened there? I like to see my armies grow and all my painted models arranged in a cabinet. I'm in the same boat that I like to mix it up unless I have a certain type of inspiration. For example, recently I just read The Path of the Eldar Omnibus, which made me want to paint a bunch of Eldar units in a row. Usually I'd paint one that's a different army. I've also branched out into almost all GW games just so I get to paint a squad in a new scheme. I get to pick a new palette for Necromunda, Blood Bowl, Underworlds, Gang Squad. If I paint 40k, I want to be for an army I already have and don't really have aspirations to start any new armies. So this guy's basically, he's stayed in the GW bubble, but subconsciously he's actually left the 40k bubble. Yeah. Yeah. Also, Kilty feels like a waste in a way, since I could be expanding an army I already have, and also because it'll get declassified, and then it'll basically be Legends. So you can see we're in a competitive sub here. And you've got even like competitive players, which, everyone's going through this process. Everyone's going through this process. I have 4 armies, and it can be a struggle. Usually one is less than stellar in the meta, sometimes more, which I bench for a season. I also collect orcs, and sadly they've been on the bench for a whole while, so my suggestion would be to choose what faction looks good when an update happens every 3 months, and focus on it for variety's sakes. Have an alt faction so you can focus more. I mean, yeah, basically, the point is you can read comment after comment here, but everyone's basically saying the same thing. Unless you have heaps of spare time in your hands, it's basically impossible. 40k armies have such massive rosters, which makes internal balance hard. Plus, the ever-changing meta that also comes with that. Getting rid of all my 40k armies except one was the biggest weight off my shoulders. If you want to have multiple armies to mix up playstyles and painting together, I suggest AOS. AOS is way easier to manage multiple armies, smaller and less wild meta changes. Yes, but we've been reading some issues with AOS recently. Yeah. Yep, it's too much unless you dedicate your whole life to the hobby. Trust me, owns 2 playable and 3 partisan armies, and deeply regrets decisions. Yeah. Yeah. And so this is something that this is sort of a bit of a vindication or confirmation moment. It's a bit of a confirmation moment, because for me, like, I've been saying this for a little while, and it's interesting to see it starting to, like, every single day that goes by, you see more posts like this. You see more videos, like, getting put up on channels, which basically, is saying the same stuff. And it's some of the things that I've been ringing the bell on and criticizing for a little while now. And some people think that I'm a bit of a doomer. That, I'm here like championing the downfall of GW, or I'm gleefully reveling in in some of the issues that like 40k is having. But the truth is I'm not doing any of those things. I'm not doing any of those things. The truth is I'm actually sort of trying to sound the alarm bell. Like, guys, I'm seeing some things here. Like, guys, like, I'm not trying to be negative. I'm really not. But there's a couple of warning signals going off here. It's a bit like, it's a little bit like the seismometer's going off, and I'm like, guys, I think we need to look at the seismometer. I think there's like maybe, an earthquake coming, and people are like, nah, it's fine. Do you feel that, Randy? The way the shit clings to the air? The shipperometer. It's off the scale. Do you know what this means? The shit winds are coming. Like, Yeah, there's no shit Kano. Oh, Cosmic, I'm a little worried there is a shit Kano coming. Yeah, the ship wins. The way the shit clinks to the air. Yeah. So it definitely it's interesting because I've been saying this for a little while, so much so that people, think I'm a salty slop tuber, and Cosmic threatens to give me a potassium injection every stream and all this kind of stuff. But it's not. I'm kind of I think I was just a bit early. It's like Michael Berry in The Big Short. He wasn't wrong. He was just a bit early. So, yeah. I will say one last point on this, and then we'll move on, because I think this is probably fairly self-evident. But obviously, all of this has the backdrop of GW making an infinite amount of money. Of course. Stock price, it's going down at the moment, but generally it's up, right? And the profits have never been larger and all this good stuff. Of course. Right, yeah, of course. I'm not saying GW is going to die or GW is going to fail or anything like that. I have to reiterate that a lot these days because people think that I'm like, GW is dying. GW isn't dying. I mean, not at least from what we can see from the numbers, right? There's a lot of things that are going on. There's a lot of fuckiness going on, but as far as it looks, GW is a very, very healthy company. Maybe they're not, but from what we can tell, they're doing very well, right? But one thing I will say from a consumer / wargamer perspective is it feels like Games Workshop is stifling creativity and stifling quite a lot of gamers' expansion in their collections. Not necessarily everyone, of course. You might be someone who's just bought into the hobby and you're buying of every box you can get your hands on. Obviously, everyone's perspective will be different. But it certainly seems like there are a lot of more experienced wargamers who are deciding to focus on one army, and they're not thinking of expanding their armies. They're not thinking of getting new armies. They're just like, hey, let's just, we don't, and I think there's several, we've always said that, so I think there's several reasons for this. One, I think the price. I think it is now frankly, it is too expensive to collect multiple armies. Well, not multiple armies, but like more than 2 or 3 armies. 2, I think sometimes it's too expensive to collect one army. 2, I think the game updates so often that people, even if they get an army in a good place, it then gets nerfed and then they don't want to use it anymore. 3, list building. If you get an army to 2,000 points and then GW changes one of your units and gives it a plus 10 points cost, you don't just like drop an upgrade and keep going with that army. You have to drop that entire unit and replace it with something else. So that's a ball ache. And then obviously, yeah. And all of this basically culminates in uncertainty. Uncertainty in what you should invest your hobby time and hobby money into. And it's Games Workshop and Warhammer 40k, they do very well, but I think there is I think there's a lot of creativity that is being stifled by these policies. Or another one, of course, is you don't know what's going to go to Legends. There's going to be a real watershed moment when the first Primaris unit goes to Legends, which it's not a maybe, is happening in 11th edition. Word on the street, suppressors, gone. Now, obviously, suppressors are not this hugely widespread unit, but so people will go, oh, it's fine, no one, who even uses suppressors anyway? You've heard it all before. But the first Primaris unit going to Legends will be a big moment. Bigger than a lot of people will cope. around it. They'll really, really cope about it. But yeah, I think the first unit, Primaris unit, going to Legends, and then really now, when that happens, it's going to be a huge, a really interesting moment, because people really just don't know. Warhammer's expensive, and people don't know where to spend their money if they're experienced, because they're like, oh, well, I might buy that Basilisk, but what if it goes to Legends? Oh, I might buy that. Well, there's certain things we know not to buy. Like, oh, don't buy those tactical units. Don't buy those Vanguard veterans. We know not to buy them because they're going to Legends. Unless you're a new player who doesn't know. But then once they're doing all the firstborn stuff and they start coming back around for some of the other bits, it's going to be like, well, we don't know where the axe is going to fall next. Blades, Hounds of Morkai. That's true. Hounds of Morkai. They went to Legends. Yeah. Can you imagine? I bet there was a lot of people that were like, that's a good point. We've already had the first Primaris unit go to Legends. But that was more of an upgrade sprue. But you see, the cope, it's they got rid of one, and everyone said it was okay. So now here comes the next one, and the next one, and the next one. This is the thing. There's a lot of uncertainty being created in the player base because you don't know what's going to go to Legends. You don't know if you don't know if it's going to Legends. You don't know if your army is going to get a points buff or a points nerf. You don't know when you don't know when the next change is going to be, because GW doesn't just update the game every 3 months. They update the game every couple of weeks now, randomly, on average. Sometimes it's every 2 weeks, sometimes it's a month. Vindicators are strong. Will they be in Legends? I heard a rumor on the street. Yeah. Doesn't matter if things are strong. There have been very, very, very powerful things that have been sent to Legends. It's not all just the shit stuff. So yeah, basically, the problem is uncertainty creates basically fear. And fear means people are less likely to want to invest their hobby time and stuff. And we're seeing the natural reaction of players feeling uncertain is to try and grasp a sense of control. When we as humans are in a place of uncertainty, we try and get control of things. That's how we reassure ourselves. That's a very natural human reaction. We reach for things that we can bring under our control and create a sense of certainty. So this is why you are beginning to see many, many more players go, I'm just going to stick to one army. I had 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 and it's getting too much, so we're just going to go to one. Because that is the subconscious human instinct saying, I'm uncertain. I'm in an uncertain environment. I need to get control. I need to bring order to chaos. I need to get certainty back in. Okay, well, focus on one. That we can control that. And I think we're seeing that happening more and more. So in summary, I think GW's and this is why I think so many people are going to Old Hammer. It's why so many people are going to Old World. And this is why so many people were going to Old World originally, and now there's a little bit of worry about Old World because GW has updated a bunch of stuff in the Old World, and people are like, oh shit, is GW going to Corpo Old World? And that's why you're seeing people starting to look at other game systems and be like, this has a reputation for certainty. This is a reputation of being stable, of being a safe investment. It's a bit like, traditionally when, and I'm quoting bollocks here, so it's not financial advice, But traditionally, people will invest in gold when the economy looks uncertain. Because gold is traditionally a very stable investment. Like it does well during times of uncertainty because it's a very stable investment. Yes, gold and commodities. Again, not financial advice here, guys. So don't take this as any kind of indication of what you should be doing. But got to cover your ass with that kind of stuff, right? But and this is where I think this is what's happening with Warhammer 40k, because they've made such an uncertain environment with 40k, with legends, points increases, all sorts of mad shit going on, that players are like looking to invest in a stable commodity, as it were. And that's why I think so many people have poured over to Old World, but now there's a little bit of risk there, and that's why I think so many people are starting to pour into other games. Yeah. And that's why I think it's been so, not to repeat myself again, but that's why I think, and I said this a little while ago, that's why, actually I said this fairly recently with the whole GW stock video, right? I said that's why GW is way more exposed than anybody realizes, because all of these other games that GW had in their ecosystem were really good places for people to go if 40k started getting a bit funny. So like when 7th edition happened and there was a bit of funniness going on, people went over to AOS. The time I saw AOS boom the most was end of 7th edition, because people were like, fuck playing 40k anymore, let's try some AOS out. And now, and that's kind of like where, this is why I said if GW hadn't touched Horus Heresy 2.0, they would be in such a good position right now, because even if they fucked up 11th edition, people would go over to Heresy. Even if people got burned out on 40k, they'd go over to Heresy. But the problem is, where is the stable commodity in GW's bubble? Where's the stable commodity? Where can you go and chill? Where can you go and seek refuge until the certainty of 11th edition is revealed? Whether it's good or bad, the certainty of 11th edition is revealed. Can you go to AOS? Can you go to Heresy? Can you go to Old World? 50-50. Maybe 75-25. Basically Old World. If you want a full-scale game. Now, maybe you'd go over to... I don't think you can count Legions. I don't think you can count Necromunda, because they're much more specialist. Much more specialist. Yeah. So, this is what I mean. Like, Games Workshop is very exposed. And they have, if 11th edition poos the bed, then where is the stable in commodity? Where is the gold that wargamers can invest in these uncertain times? And there isn't one. Tanner, that's exactly what I'm doing now. I was going to start a new chaos army. I'm just going to, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to another game system that will fill the need, a new 40k army and Old World. There you go. Yeah. That's exactly. Every time I've expanded my 40k armies in the past, it was at the end of edition. At the end of 9th edition, I bought into Tyranids because I was like, oh, I'll do these until 10th edition comes along, and then they that didn't go well for me. Yeah. Yeah. If something I've got goes Legends, I don't know if I'd stick in 40k. This is sharp. Something in your collection will go to Legends at some point. It might not be for 5-10 years, but something in your collection will go to Legends. I kid you not, I have had thousands of pounds of models be sent to Legends. I've had entire hobby project Centre Legends over the last 3 years. Yeah. CJ Gypsy, what will I lose in 11th edition is my main question about 11th. Yep. Yeah. It's not what will you gain, it's what will you lose. Yeah. Macon, I'll be honest, part of the reason why I've been so slow to get my foot in the door of the old world is because of GW's handling of things. Yeah. So, and that's annoying. Because I fucking love old world, man. And people should be confident investing in it. I'll be honest with you. I think old world will be fine. I think old world will be fine. Yeah. I think it will be. I think I'm overly worried about old world. It's such a local sort of meta game. It's such a vibes game. I think old world you'll be absolutely fine. Yeah. The great thing about old world, Macon, is that even if it went a bit squiffy, everyone would just go back to 6th edition fantasy and you would still have people to play. Like literally, if Games Workshop fucks up old world, the next day everyone would go, okay, 6th edition fantasy, no dramas. It's literally there. They can't, that's the lifeline. Yeah. So I think old world you're fine to get into. The only points of uncertainty that old world has ever introduced is the Cathay, which has been bad, and the match play guide. Other than that, and I think Games Workshop has learned from. I think they've learned from both of those. Yeah. And GW is barely involved in old world. It sounds crazy, but they're barely involved. I love old world, and I have to constantly remind myself that GW tried to fuck us. GW, it sounds awful. I can't say that. GW tried to kill old world at launch, and they failed, and the community went, "Don't worry, we got it." Yeah. So I'm not worried about old world actually. Old world is literally run by the community. If Games Workshop tries to corporate, the community will just be like, "No, go away." They won't give in to it. Yeah. Suri, do you think they're building to Kislev? So I have been somewhat reliably told that Kislev has been ready to go for 3 years. Like, not like go, but like they've basically had Kislev ready. They know they want to do it in old world. They've built up to it. Obviously, old world has only been out like 2 years, right? So it's been ready to like go. That's why Kislev was mentioned in so much like marketing stuff leading up to old world and all that kind of stuff. You go check the old articles and stuff. And then the war in Ukraine kicked off and they're like, we can't release it while that's going on. Yeah. Again, I find it interesting how old world players told GW to do one when they Legends armies, but 40k just seems to sit there and take it. Bro, I said this exact same thing, man. I literally said this. I said at the end of 8th edition, something happened. This weird thing that's happened to the 40k community. Didn't I fucking say it? I said, everyone's been sucking off the dick of Mathhammer, and everyone's been fucking listening to Daddy GW, and we never did that. Never, ever, ever, ever did that. And then something happened, and I fell for it. We all got psyoped, bro. It's crazy, man. We all got psyoped. We never used to listen to Daddy GW, ever. And then something happened in 9th edition. They put something in the water. You know, they fucking psyoped us. I don't know what it was. But they literally, suddenly everyone was like, we must worship Daddy GW. The only way to play is the way that they tell us to play. It's weird, man. Yeah. It's weird. They bought ITC, yeah. So ITC was what everyone was playing at the end of 8th edition. And GW bought it. And then basically 9th edition and 10th edition, everyone just sort of... Suddenly we were all just marching to GW's tune. Yeah. Yeah. So it's crazy. It's a huge shift that's happened in the community. We never ever, you know when the community told GW to do one and they just basically took control of Old World and let all the legacy factions in. That's what it used to be like. And the reason why the community in Old World did that is because who made up the initial batch of people in Old World? Who was it? All of the old fantasy players who had the old mindset. Better or for worse? Better and for worse. Not everything about the old mindset was better. Not everything. Yeah. Yeah. And now 40k just doesn't seem, 40k just everyone seems to just do as they're fucking told. And the thing is, I think there is a desire in the 40, there is very obviously a desire in the 40k community for something similar. But it's too fragmented. Dozens and dozens of content creators and other prominent figures in the community have gone out and written their own war games or made their own fan version of 40k or something like that. But they're all fragmented. They're all separate. Yeah. GW is driving playing habits. You're absolutely right, Reba. Yeah. My guess is everyone counting out Stockholm Syndrome by GW dragging 40k out of the dirt in 8th. I think they just boiled the frog, man. I think they just boiled the fucking frog. They tried to speedrun it. So GW went full corpo in 6th edition. People think GW went full corpo in 8th edition. No. GW's corpo life began in 6th. And they speedran it. That's why 6th and 7th was so widely rejected. Because 6th and 7th was a 2-year cycle. Crazy that. 6th and 7th both only lasted 2 years respectively. And they tried all of this shit that they tried so much of the shit that they do now, but it was just a different way of doing things. It was all like physical books. The digital aspect wasn't there yet. And they speedran it and basically drove the game into the ground. And Games Workshop realized, because people just rejected it. People just went, no, fuck this. Fuck formations. Yeah. And so what Games Workshop learned is they had to boil the frog. That's my conspiracy theory. Their goals never changed. You know what? I'm going to do it. It's like Hitler. We're on the internet. Every argument comes back to Hitler, right? Hitler tried to seize power with the beer hall putsch. He tried to speedrun it. And he lost. He got shot. And then had to go to jail for a bit of time. And when he was in jail and he wrote his book that no one's allowed to buy anymore, probably for good reason, he realized that he couldn't seize power by physical arms. He realized he couldn't do it so quickly. He had to do it slowly via political means, right? So that's why because the beer hall putsch was in like 1923, I think. Beer hall putsch. 1923. Hitler became Chancellor of Germany in 1933, I believe. 10 years later. So he literally, and people often don't realize it's such a long period of time. They think he went beer hall putsch, then Chancellor. Beer hall putsch, prison, Chancellor. But it actually went beer hall putsch, a little bit of jail, and then 10 years of slowly achieving his goals rather than speedrunning it. GW's doing the same thing, man. They tried to launch the Corpo Putsch. They tried to launch the Corpo Putsch in 6th and 7th edition, and it failed. And they had to go. They had to come and basically they had to go to jail for a little bit. But now their goals 10 years later. My God, they're on the same fucking timeline, boys. They're on the same timeline. They're on the same timeline. Now, 10 years later, their goals are nearly achieved. Think about it. The frog has been boiled. They nearly have supreme power. There you go. Think about that. Think about that. It's actually, memeing aside, it's actually hilarious that you can draw a timeline that's actually quite parallel between GW and Hitler. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So fucking stupid, but it is funny though. Looks at GW's logo, sees a strange mustache begin to grow. Oh man. Oh. Yeah. But no. After stream, Morty was never heard from again. Your name will go on the list. Yeah. But no, memeing aside, my personal conspiracy theory is that GW's goals from going corpo have never changed. But they have learned how to achieve those goals in a long-term fashion rather than a short-term fashion. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. That's the crackpot theory I like to hear. There you go, man. Fool's Fate. All right, I came in late. Why are we accusing GW of being Hitler? We're not accusing GW of being Hitler. I think the people at... I think accusing GW of being Hitler is highly ironic, considering the current stance GW seems to have. But what we're saying is 6th and 7th edition was like GW launching the Beer Hall Putsch. They tried to speed run going full corpo, and they failed like Hitler did. And what they've learned is that it takes a long time. So Hitler spent 10 years, because the Beer Hall Putsch was in 1923, and then in 1933 is when he actually became Chancellor. It took him 10 years to basically achieve his goals, because he realized you had to do it the slow way, not the fast way. And GW has done the same thing, and we're going into 11th edition 9-10 years later, and it's the same situation. GW's goal will be achieved in their full corpo-ness will be achieved in 11th edition. Yeah. The addition of the long knives. Dude, they're already doing it. Oh my God, they're doing it. All the copyright shit, man. Shutting people down. They're already doing it, boys. They're going after everyone. Anyone who fucking speaks out. Anyone who challenges their authority. Anyone who infringes on their domain. They're going after them with the lawfare. Where's my dimple? It's happening. It's happening. He's lost it, boys. My God. My God. Do you know what? Oh my God. Do you know what I'm going to have to do? John, 1 minute. They're gonna come. They're going to come for me. They're gonna. 1 minute. Actually, 1 second. They're going to come for me, right? Like this, the GW stormtroopers are gonna come for me. The Ultramarines, the Ultramar Auxilia, the UA, not the SA, the UA are gonna come for me, right? And they're gonna be like dragging me away. And I'm just as they're like trying to drag me away, I'm gonna like basically reach out, like run into my office, pull out my original Codex Armageddon and go, was all this for nothing? Was all this for nothing? And then they're going to like pull up short, look at the Codex and go, I'm sorry, Lord General. We forgive the intrusion. And leave. And they'll leave. That's what they'll do. And I'll be like, for those of you who don't get the reference, for those that don't get the reference, there was a person in Germany when the Germans were going around, when the Nazis were going around rounding people up and disappearing them. A bunch of obviously bad men knocked on this guy's door, but basically kicked his door in and all that kind of stuff, and we're going to like drag him away. And he went over to his desk and pulled out an iron cross, like I don't know what the exact level was, but like the top level, like iron cross from World War One. And he went, was all of this for nothing? Does this mean nothing? And the troops like stopped dead in their tracks, looked at it to check it was like genuine, and then like apologized and just left. And the guy couldn't believe it. Yeah. It's a real true story. I don't know exactly what the, you'll be able to find the name if you Google it, but it's a true story. Yeah. So, yeah, that's what happened to me, basically. Obviously in a very, unserious way. His situation was a lot more serious than mine. Yeah. The secret to watching Morning Glory is that you can quit the stream for the pub and have a few beers and come back, and suddenly Morgan is talking about GW and Nazis. He wasn't bluffing. It was a true. He was a World War One veteran who had served with great distinction and honor, and they. But obviously his name must have been like on. Maybe he was Jewish or something. I can't quite remember. But maybe he was. But his name was obviously on the list of people that needed to be disappeared. And basically I don't know if he then left Germany, like he basically, it's like, this is fucked, I better get out of here in time. But yeah, if you Google it, you can find it. Yeah. Yeah. It would be like a Medal of Honor kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So, they'll melt you down into sprue goo. I'll become a sprue. That's it. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, tinfoil hat to one side. GW is quashing creativity. How did we get from there's too many armies, you've got to focus on one? How did we get from that to, was all this for nothing? Oh, fucking hell. Jesus, man. All right. I think that's enough for one night. I had one more bit of beef, but I think that was a double bill, that one. Oh. Yeah. All right. That's where we started. Yeah. Right, got a few super chats and we'll round it up a bit. All right. Gandalf Smoke, thank you for the super chat, man. Can you show us your Black Templars? They're all down here, mate. Well, there's actually 2 rows of them. So this row down here is all infantry. And this is the... these are my favourite ones. So these are all my firstborn. So they're all tactical marines, which I painstakingly upgraded with the Black Templar upgrade, the old Black Templar upgrade sprue, which was way, way better than the new one. Yeah. The old Black Templar upgrade sprue came with 3 sprues, and I used 3 boxes of them to upgrade over 100 marines. And I still have basically half of one left over. So yeah, really, really, really good. So I have a whole bunch of these guys and everything. They're fantastic. Again, I mean, I can literally. The old kits being better than new kits. A Tales of 2016. It's crazy, guys. Like, look, people. I almost feel a moral obligation to keep pointing this out because new players do not realize they're getting fucked. All right, I'm going to keep this quick. I'm going to keep it quick. Cosmic, put the banana away. I'm going to keep it quick. Okay. Okay. Oh, no, it's not so bad. I think the current one is all right. No, I'm not sure, actually. No, I think the old one's way better. Okay, so this is the current one. And it comes with 10 heads, but most of those heads are actually for scouts. So the main thing is that you're basically getting a bunch of scout upgrade parts, so you can turn scouts into neophytes. And really, it's just basically having short sleeve scouts, from what I understand. And then you get a bunch of shoulder pads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 shoulder pads. Couldn't even give us a flat 20. And then you get a bunch of other little bits. The old one only came with 10 shoulder pads, to be fair. But the idea is you, pardon me, the idea is you, it came with the transfer sheet and all that kind of stuff. The idea is you put 1 shoulder pad on each guy, so you got 10. 10, it was enough for a tactical marine squad. And you got 5 Terminator shoulder pads. And you got 6 heads, but 5 of them were all Black Templar themed. You can't really see them, but they're all really cool. They've got like crosses on them and stuff. This guy was my favorite one. You got a little backpack, little back banners. You got 5 of, you got the tabards, which are kind of cool. You got a lot of different weapons and stuff, and you also got the vehicle bits, which are kind of cool. But I think this one. I think what's interesting is this one was more necessary at the time because of the fact that I don't think the new one it complements the existing kit. But then if you buy the Primaris kit, why do you need this? Like if you buy Primaris Crusaders, See, if you buy Primaris Crusaders, you don't need this. So why are you buying this? To upgrade intercessors. Why would you buy this one? To upgrade tactical marines. I don't know. Maybe they're okay. I don't know. This one's okay. This one's okay. You actually do get more shoulder pads in this one. But this one, you get a lot of upgrades for different weapons. But then again, I suppose the thinking is that intercessors don't need special weapons. They're probably, we might as well. No point in, being dishonest or anything. They're probably both good for the kits they're designed to serve. Yeah. Yeah. These ones are. This is a very, very good upgrade sprue for upgrading, especially old tactical marines. You have to remember the old tactical marines didn't even come with like plasma guns and melter guns and stuff. This upgrade sprue was from like 4th edition. It served all the way through until 9th edition. All right. So the old tactical marines didn't used to come with melter guns, plasma guns, and stuff like that. So it's really important that this kit came with them when it first came out. Likewise, you could use the bolt. You didn't get all the bolt pistols and the chainsaws and stuff that you do now and everything. So for the kit that this was designed to upgrade, it was very, very good. The kit that this was designed to upgrade, it's also pretty good. Yeah. They're probably this one. I'm not totally convinced. I think the big one for me is just you only get the 2 good heads. I'm not sure about the rest of these ones. That one's kind of cool with the the cross in the head, though. Cross in the forehead. Yep. Perhaps I judged this one too harshly. I think I was thinking of, truth be told, I think I was thinking of some of the other Space Marine upgrade sprues, which seem a bit poo. I think, is it the Imperial Fist one? Yeah, I think it was this one I was thinking of, man. Where it's just the shoulder pads. And basically the rest of this is a nothing burger. And it wasn't the black, to be fair, the Black Templar one was good. It's some of the other ones that have come out, which haven't been as good. I think the Ultramarine one is surprisingly poo. If they even have one. They may not even have one. I thought they did, though. It might be sold out. That looks alright, actually. No, it looks okay. I think it was just, I think the Ultramarine ones is decent. I think it was maybe, you know what it might have been? I know where I am going wrong. I know I'm going wrong. I am both right and wrong at the same time. I think there was a series of upgrade sprues that came out between the original Black Templar one and the current Space Marine ones. I think there was, and I think they were a single sprue of basically 10 shoulder pads and like a couple of other little bits they could cram on the sprue, and that was it. I feel like I wonder if they've still got some knocking around. They were like, this is it. This kind of stuff. They've definitely replaced a bunch of them. Yeah, a lot of them were like this. But shittier. Yeah. Now I wondered. I was like, no, I distinctly remember this. I distinctly remembered it. Yeah. Like, basically, that was the upgrade. Pardon me, fucking hell. That was the kind of upgrade sprue they were doing. I remember, because they basically, they were all like this. Yeah, you can see it with the Space Wolf one as well. So they were a bit cheaper. Don't get me wrong, they were a bit cheaper. Because I think when the Black Templar one went away, it was about £18.50, maybe 20 quid. And they basically like made them a tenner, but then there was fuck all in them but a bunch of shoulder pads, basically. Yes, there we go. I knew I had remembered the way it was. So actually, fair play to GW. They've started bringing back good upgrade sprues again, which is good. Credit where credit's due. I don't always shit on them. I don't always poo on them. Where credit is due, they deserve. They deserve it. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? We've got Trooper. Thank you for super chat, man. 07 sir, hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. What mad shit have you been up to now, man? Hey, there we go. 07 sir, now that it's a wash, onto decal work. Hey, he's coming along, man. Is that one of your rehomed, shall we say? Rehomed ones. Yeah. Cool. I like it, man. Nah? Was it one of your new in box ones? Because I know you said you had 2 that were new in box. Also, this math scares me. I have never done sums this complicated. And I never will. I've just had this on the shelf for months undone. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, this is the kind of maths that I don't think I would ever be able to do. I know my limitations. Very impressive. You're a smarter man than I, sir. All right, what do we got next? Differential equations. Yeah. I don't even have like a quippy remark. They just look. They look big. My brain is mushed. Oh, man. Yeah. Well, it's good to know that kind of stuff, man. Even if it's just like, you know, I don't know if you're going to use it in a future job or not. I have no idea. You very well may do, of course. But even if you don't, it's still very good to know that kind of stuff, just from a brain exercise point of view. You know, gotta keep the brain well wrinkled. Yeah. Have you ever done math without numbers? I have. It's possible. I hate it. Bro, I can barely do the math with numbers. Did Boy do engineering at university? No. But you would be right if you had assumed I had done, considering I got a job as an engineer eventually. No, I did geography. I did physical geography, which is basically there's 2 kinds of geography. There's human geography and there's physical geography. Human geography is where do people like live and doing the surveys. That's the one that's in the humanities, and you get your fucking Bachelor of Arts and all that kind of stuff. And I did physical geography, which is basically geology. I did core samples and everything, but it's geology for people that can't do chemistry. And I can't do chemistry because I can't do equations. I'm very, very bad at them. I'm very bad at learning other languages as well. Like, I just don't have the brain for it. So, yeah, like, because chemistry is basically like a foreign language. It sounds mental, but it is. You're learning. It's not in English. It's all the different equations and all that kind of stuff and so on and so forth. So, I couldn't do geology because I basically failed chemistry. So I did physical geography instead. And I instead of like the best way of describing physical geography versus geology is in geology, you like take the mud out the ground and then you put the mud under a microscope and you test it with all sorts of interesting chemicals and so on and so forth to determine what is in it. And in physical geography, you take the mud out the ground and then you eat a little bit of it and go, that's coarse. That means it's got sand in it. And that's the degree I did. I ate mud for a degree. Which I did okay in. I got a 2-1, which is all right. And then basically came out of university and was like, shit, I need a job. So I was like, fuck it. So what I did is I actually applied to 100 jobs in a month. I wrote. I just went. This is my. I got to do this full. I need a job. So I need to do this full. I need to basically treat like getting a job like a full-time job. So I signed on to the like. I basically I just had a bunch of. I basically wrote 100 specific CVs, not speculative. I tailored the CV for every single job. Sent out 100 applications. Got 10 interviews, 2 follow-up interviews, and 1 job offer. And then, well, technically 2 job offers. GW tried to offer me a job, but I'd already taken the other job by that point. And then the job I got was actually in a renewable energy company. Working basically in their operations team, which meant that technically I had engineer in my title. But I was as much an engineer as the sandwich engineers at Subway. But I had engineer in my title. I got the job, by the way, because the lady who was doing the interview thought that she really liked me. And she thought I was very clever because I could tell the interview was going reasonably well. And then she spotted at the bottom of my CV that I'd said I built my own computer. And she was a boomer, so to her this was like magic. And she went, "Oh, do you know a bit about computers then?" And I said, "Oh yeah, I've built loads of my own computers and stuff." And she went, "Wow, that must be really difficult." And I said, honestly, it's not as hard as you think. It's basically very expensive Lego. It's a Lego where each piece is like a couple £100, but it's basically very expensive Lego. As long as you put them in the right places and turn it on, and it all lights up, you'll be all right. And she thought this was very, very witty. She went, "Oh," and got the job, despite the fact that I'd never done anything to do with renewable energy. And then I had engineer in my title, so I stayed there for a bit. Got a couple of meaningless promotions that were just came with titles that didn't mean anything but made me feel better. And then decided. Then I had a terrible. My good manager left. And a terrible manager was brought in to replace him. So I was like, peace. And went and got another job. And went and got a job as an engineer. Because I already had engineer in my title. But then again, I was about as much an engineer in that job as I was an engineer in my last job. But technically, I was an engineer. And I got a job with that one because I sat down. I went in for I knew the manager that left. I rang him and said, "Yeah, the guy they brought in to replace you is a complete dickhead. Do you know anywhere that might hire me?" And we'd got on very well. We'd worked together very closely for 2 years. And he went, "I know exactly who to ring. You'll get a phone call from this bloke called Kev in half an hour or so. Keep your phone on you." So I chatted to Kev. Kev was sound as a pound. And he said, "Right, I'll put you forward for, I think you're legit. So, I think that you're someone I could work with. So you've got to go through the official process, but I'll put you forward for it." Put me forward. I had an interview with the CEO of the company, and it was a relatively big company. But basically, not big. It was like 100 or so people. It's like getting an interview with John Stallard, basically. And, before I had an interview with him, I had to have an interview with a South African. And he asked me lots of questions that I didn't know the answer to, but because I said I didn't really know the answer, he thought that was good. He said, "Well, you've not tried to bullshit me." And he was like, I can't do a South African accent, and it'd probably be woefully inappropriate for me to try. But he basically went, "Well, because I actually said I didn't expect to know the answer to any of these questions, but you didn't try and bullshit me. You just were honest. So that's big. These are all questions. These are all answers you can learn if you are on this job." And I was like, "Cool." Then I went, and then I had to go and have a chat. And the only person available to do my interview at the time was the CEO, because he was staying late in the office. So I just drove over there, had a chat with him, sat down, chatted to him for an hour, and he went, "Yep, got the job." And then I got the job. And then the story continues with 3 years later me getting another job after that. And then 3 years after that, I decided to go full time here. I left the last company, not the last company. I left the one before the last one because the boss put everything into a crypto coin rug pull and then lost it all. And I was like, well, this company's going down the shitter, isn't it? So whilst everyone else was like, well, I better not leave it. It doesn't sound as bad as all that. I was like, peace. That company's now fucked, obviously. Yeah. And then I could see basically the same thing was happening. Not quite, but basically the same thing was going to happen with the very last one. So yeah, green energy, boys. It's a wild west. There you go. There you are. 8 mud for a degree. Okay, Ralph Wiggum. There you are. That's a very short potted history of Mordian's, how Mordian went from eating mud at university to running an operations team for a national, like, what do you call it? It's like my last job, I basically ran a big operations team for a company that was meant to make sure that all the renewable energy that was getting put in people's houses didn't get put in by cowboys. Which is pretty good. But turns out they were all getting put in by cowboys, which was not what anyone wanted to really hear. And they never did anything. Basically, like. And I was like, all right, well, this isn't going so well, is it? Anyway, in most interview questions or character assessments, they don't actually care if you're qualified. Yeah, that's how I always did the interview. Basically, because I did a load of interviews. If the guy or gal was switched on, and it didn't really need to know anything, they could learn. The most important thing is if someone could learn. If they couldn't or they bullshitted, that was it. GG, no re. Funny how you should mention the price of gold when shit is the fan. Have you seen the gold prices recently? Yeah, they've been going up, but silver went down apparently, and Bitcoin went to shit. But yeah, I always regret not investing in cryptocurrency when I could have done, because I could have bought into Ethereum when it was like £20 a Ethereum coin or whatever it was, and I could have bought into crypto when it was only like a couple of hundred per Bitcoin. But every time that I think I should have done it, it fucking crashes, and I'm like, oh, I'm not that bothered. I couldn't deal with the stress. Yeah. What do we got next? Squawk, thank you for the super chat, man. Mrs. made me an amazing V-Day present in stream discussion. Am I allowed to show this off? I am. Nice. Squig plushies. Cool. They're great, man. Unfortunately, GW is going to kick your door down for copyright infringement. There you are. Nice. Oh, wait, there's one more. What's this one? Life-size Nurgling. That's cool. Yeah. Nice. That's cool. They're really good. They're really, really... Oh, there's another one. There's another one. Oh, wow. When you said life-size, you weren't joking. That's... That's brilliant. That's actually brilliant, man. I'm checking if there's any more of them. That's cool, bro. Very, very, very nice. What do we got next? Chris K, thank you for super chat, man. Hail Mordian, progress of the night in Discord. Putting together the church was on experience. Then again, putting the treads on most of the action tanks has been a bit awkward. Yeah. The Chaffee showed up a few hours ago and was the least troublesome of the resin models that I've worked with so far. I figure I can get these two wrapped up tomorrow hours. On a side note, have you watched Fleekerzoid reviews of Space Marine 2? Probably one of the most entertaining ways that game has ever been described. I need to check it out. I do like some of Fleekerzoid's stuff. Yeah. I find doing resin tanks is actually easier than doing plastic tanks. I mean, I'm guessing this is the plastic Churchill with just a resin upgrade. I'm guessing. Why have you got so many turrets? I didn't even know you could build it with so many different fucking turrets. Crazy. Is that a resin Churchill? No. It can't possibly be. No. Yeah. Yeah. So I think that's resin and that's plastic. Yeah. Why does he have so many turrets? Why do you have so many turrets? I mean, normally it comes with 2 turrets. Oh, is it a welded and a cast turret? Ah. Ah, very good. Very, very good. The Chaffee's cool, isn't it? The Chaffee, like, looks like it doesn't belong in World War II. Like, you can see where the tank design was going, can't you? The only thing that gives it away, really, as a World War II tank is the machine gun on the front. Because they basically got rid of those, I think, post-Cold War. I don't even think the M48 or the pattern has it. I'd have to have a look. No, they got rid of it on the M48, didn't they? And then the M60. Yeah, so they got rid of whole machine guns. Basically after World War II, because they realized that all it is a weakness. It's just, if you can target it, it's just a weakness. Yeah. So the Chaffee it kind of looks like a Cold War tank, but the machine gun gives it away. Yeah, you can see the direction they were going in. The pattern's still going, isn't it? I know there are a lot of countries that the US has sold pattern tanks to, but I'm sure the US still has like a fuck ton of them, like dicking around somewhere in storage. Right? Yeah. They removed them on later batches of M26. Oh, interesting. I swear they still have some. It's still in service. Who are the operators? No, I don't think. Oh, yeah, they do. As of 2015, M60s are unlimited use as target vehicles for weapons and radar testing. The M60 series was retired from combat in 1991. The Army National Guard in 1997 as a training aid in 2005. The M728 combat engineer vehicle was retired from combat use in 2000. 262 M728s in service with the US Army Reserve and National Guard as of 2007. Phase replacement with the Breacher assault vehicle. What's that? No, interesting. Okay, so I think they technically exist, but I wonder how many they have just like that they'd blow up. Yeah. They still use them. Yeah, loads of people still use them. 45 M60s are with Bosnia and Herzegovina. You know your country's interesting when it has an and in it. That's not 2 separate countries, by the way. That's one country with an and. Bahrain has 100 in service, 80 in reserve. Brazil has 35 in service. Egypt has fuckloads of them. Egypt fucking loves them. They have 300 M60A1s and 850 M60A3s in service. That's like 1,150. I got a fucking hair tickling my nose. Oh. There we go. Jordan has some. Iran has some. But I imagine they're not meant to. Who else has got some? Spain has a few. But it's mostly that's yeah. There's a bunch of little places that I've gone. West Germany had one. They bought one to see if they liked it and went, nope, I will go for the Leopard 1 instead. Which is still going. In some ways. Yeah. There you go. Anyway, Turkey has a lot of them. I think they do, yeah. Well, they've some. Egypt has the most. Turkey has... Oh, no. Turkey has 100 M60A1s, 650 M60A3s, and 165 M60TMs. So not quite as many. So Egypt, I think Egypt has the most. Yeah, Egypt has the most. They love them. Yeah, they absolutely love them. There we go. Cool. Still doing work, I suppose. Iran used to be an ally. It's true. They did indeed, but not for a long time now. What have we got next? We've got the legend. Thank you for super chat, man. A bit off topic, since people always bring up Helldivers. What is the draw? I got team killed the entire time by randoms or friends, trivialized missions. I want to like it, but feel like I wasted $40. You're just not playing with the right people. Helldivers is one of the best games, but it's only good if you're playing it with like-minded members. Yeah. So it's one of those where you just need to play it with I would say it sounds like that's very conditional. I play with randoms. I tend to find you want to play on level 7 or above. The issue is, if you play lower than level 7, you're just playing with a bunch of shitheads, really. Honestly, I really enjoyed Helldivers. I still really enjoy it. But it just depends on, yeah. It's a multiplayer game by it's just the same as any multiplayer game. The people you play with makes the difference. Yeah, the higher the level, the better the teammates. That's it. Like whenever I introduce someone to the game, which was fairly recently, like last 6 months, we play level 7. That's the first level we play. Even though they've no idea what they're doing, because level 7 bugs. And basically, even though they don't have any idea what they're doing, it's a challenge for me because there's still a lot going on, and it's great for them because they get to feel the pressure, but they've got that safety of someone who can guide them through the mission essentially. Yeah. And then once they've gone through a bit of level 7 and everything, then you start taking them up to the higher levels. Yeah. But level 7 is the best intro difficulty. Yeah. I play with people I like. The gear dispatch just made it to where I was basically useless. If you're meant to feel a bit useless at first, but you very quickly you ramp up. Also, you can't be too useless because I'm nearly level 100, which isn't that high. 150 is the highest, but I'm nearly level 100, and I still use the medium machine gun, the MGO8, whatever it might be. Yeah, I still use it. It's very the standard medium machine gun the game comes with. Yeah. They were essentially all playing as Rambo, and I was a dingus that didn't die too often, but also didn't contribute much. If they were playing as Rambo, again, like that, they probably were not playing on a high enough difficulty for it. I think do you know what it is? It's probably the legend, simply a little bit of a case of a little bit of a case of that. You know, the game's been out a little while now, so there's probably a few people that are a bit experienced of it. You got to think about, like, if you drop into a Warhammer 40k game as a new person, who are the people you're most likely to encounter? Well, people who've been playing for a little while. Yeah, probably just worth yeah, maybe. Legend, there's a whole bunch of people that play it in the MG Discord, a whole bunch of people, and they'll get it. But it's, you know, typically, you know, you're always going to have people that are going to want to be the big swinging dick in the game. But generally, it's fine. You can always, there's always something you can do in Helldivers. If you're slinging bullets down range, you help him. Yeah. Yeah, you probably needed. You probably just needed to play a bit of a higher difficulty. Like I said, level 7 is pretty decent. Because the idea is, if you're an experienced player, the randoms would definitely think that really damage my experience. That happened first. That definitely colored my perception. Yeah, you don't want to play randoms on low levels, man. You don't want to play with randoms. Like, never. Not on low levels. I play on randoms basically. If you're gonna play on randoms, you play level 8 or higher, really. Basically got grief for 2 hours. Yeah. I would just frankly, I'd find there's loads of people that will play it with you in the MG community. Loads of people. If you're in the Discord, you'll find loads of people who will be very accommodating, very helpful, who will give you advice that won't be like, you must take this weapon and you're shit or anything like that. Yeah. Most of the time, the people that I play with, either when I don't play as much as I did, but when I occasionally play it, I play with the people in the MG Discord, or I play basically with Mrs. Mordian and a couple of our mutual online friends. Yeah. Karl Smoke, did my super chat get looked at? It did, and it led me to have a look at some of the upgrade sprues that exist today. Yeah. And my conclusion is the upgrade sprues were good, then they were shit, and they've got good again. Yeah. Yeah. What I like to do when I'm playing Helldivers with someone who's new is I will bring weapons I don't normally get a chance to try out, because if I'm playing like level 8, 9, or 10, or 11, I don't even know what the highest difficulty is anymore. If I'm playing on max level, I kind of have to feel like I'm bringing legit stuff. But if I'm playing a lower level, it's like, hey, you know, I haven't tried this gun in a long time. Yeah. We did get to see your Black Templars? You did. I showed off one of my Black Templars. I can show it off again if you missed it. I have a whole bunch of the firstborn guys upgraded with the bolt, with the upgrade sprue. I have a whole, and then I have a whole bunch of the like tanks upgraded with the upgrade sprues and stuff as well. Like the whole army. Oh well, I don't have a picture of the whole army. If you want to see the army in action, my advice would be to. I might have an old video of it. Let me have a look. I'll see if I've got an old. Oh, sick. Here you go. Oh, wait. I think this is my Primaris army. Oh, man. We're going deep into the MG archives now. Man. 8th edition was great, bro. I loved 8th edition. Frankly, it's all been downhill since then. Oh, yeah. All right. So, here you go. Okay, so this was my no, a minute. So this was my Black Templar army when I Primarised it. I basically took all of my old neophytes and stuck them on big bases, and then I bought a bunch of assault intercessors. And so this was like what I did to try and keep up in 9th edition. As you can see, 9th edition, 40k. I actually took this to America and played in 9 competitive games with it, I think, across 2 tournaments. So, yeah, it was fun. But then they changed it so all the war gear was free. And I needed basically like 20 power fists and 20 flamers to keep up. And I was like, I can't be bothered. And then one of my old battle reports, this was the firstborn version. Obviously, the quality is not great. This is the army that I actually like fell in love with, and this is my firstborn version. And so it was 10-man squads. Each one was quite carefully. Each one was unique. Each one was completely unique. And for a long time, I made sure that every member of each squad stayed together. So I had basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 assault style squads. And there were 5 blokes, 5 neophytes in each squad, 5 initiates in each squad. And I had a sword brother with a combi weapon, a combi plasma or combi melter, or combi grav, but a combi melter, a combi weapon, and a power sword. And then I had another initiate with a power weapon, and then a guy with a special weapon, and then 2 guys with bolt pistol and chainsword in each squad. And then I had 3 shooty squads, which had a couple of neophytes with bolters in. Oh, sorry, just 2 shooty squads, sorry. So 8 choppy. Oh, no, that is, no, yeah, 3 shooty squads. A couple of neophytes with bolters in. And then 5 neophytes with bolters. 1 guy with the heavy bolter, 1 guy with the plasma gun, and 1 guy with the combi weapon. Yeah. And all the sergeants every sergeant was unique. Every model in the squad was unique. I think the only place there was repetition was in the neophytes. But every power armored, every initiate, and sword brother was a complete unique sculpt. And then I had a captain with a relic blade with jump pack, and I had a chaplain. I had another chaplain at the Emperor's Champion. I had a captain with power sword and storm shield, and I had a lieutenant with bolter and power sword. Yeah, there you go. I think this is one of the, but I had quite a lot of options in the army, so I didn't always run Black Tide. Sometimes I ran a bit of a mixture. So here you can see I've got a couple of big squads, but then I've also got squad Terminators, a couple of small squads, and a Land Raider. Yeah. So yeah, that's my that was my Black Templar army back in the day. 8th edition. This is versus Mordy Bro, I think. Yeah. Mordy Bro's Blood Angels. His favorite army. He used to love his Death Company. Look at that. That's quite a brutal list for the time. 3 squads of Death Company. A couple of 5-man Assault Marine squads. And then he had some more Assault Marines. Yeah. I think I won this one. 26 minutes for Battleport, guys. That's how quick they used to be. I wonder if I can get a zoom out of the terrain. I used to film very, very close up back in the day, so.
So here we have the field of battle after deployment.
You can see my style hasn't changed at all.
The Templars have deployed in their classic Templar phalanx. 13
Classic for the time.
squads formed up around the Land Raider Wrath of Sigismund.
So, like, I used to take the time to name everything. I am as much affected by the mindset change. I got psyoped along with everybody else. It's only recently that I have
Covering our
woken up from Matrix.
In an anti-deep strike formation.
It was 6 turns back in 8th edition.
18
Yeah, I only went to 5 turns in 9th.
Engagers, and we want to protect the Wrath of Sigismund as best as we can. Also got the Storm Talon providing overwatch. Moving round.
Look at how little terrain there is on the board, though.
Deployed in an iron spearhead. We have a Rhino here with 2 assault squads in. A Rhino here.
So zoomed in.
Relatively quick Black Templar turn.
Just everyone moves forward.
All units, apart from the Flyer, obviously went 20 inches. We moved up 6 inches, maintaining the Templar phalanx, maintaining our defensive posture. We are moving forward aggressively, trying to get bodies on that relic early on.
Yeah, there's a mission called the Relic where you could pick the objective and move with it.
And we are.
I tried to capture the relic. Yeah, it's really cool. And then try and move it, not off the board, but like just away from the enemy.
Shooting everything.
But you could only move like 6 inches a turn with it, so you couldn't like zoom away with it.
Here,
Oh, I zoomed in.
Bolters,
Yeah, I used to have a camcorder. I don't use a
the
camcorder anymore.
first Rhino. The Wrath of Sigismund was able to do 3 or 4 wounds as well. And then the Storm Talon.
Yeah, playing in Morty Bro's kitchen.
And just this last cannons alone did 9 wounds. Destroyed.
Before I had a dedicated studio.
Johnny rolled 3 ones to this squad getting out of the wrecked vehicle. He had to use a command point to save one of them. So he's only taking 2 casualties. This squad were able to get out with no issues.
That's cool. I used to love his. It's such a shame he never uses Blood Angels anymore. We've got to get Morty Bro back on the old hammer, man.
So overall, the Black Templars were.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty. It's a pretty fun game. Yeah. My Emperor's Champion joining my Terminator. So, I don't think they ever joined, actually. I think in 8th edition, characters were separate, but if they were, everyone basically had loan op if they weren't the nearest. Basically. On characters, I mean. So, by putting my Emperor's Champion here, he wasn't actually leading the squad, but he couldn't be targeted by anyone because he wouldn't be the nearest. Yeah. Yeah. That's a cool picture right there. My Emperor's Champion always used to do so well. I wonder if there's when we get a moment with the Emperor's Champion snapping necks and cashing checks. He always used to do good shit.
The Wrath of Sigismund and the tactical Terminators that were here opened fire into the Stern Guard veterans and just blew them away in an absolute storm of mass reactive bolt shells and assaults. Are battered and blown in combat, but they're tied up. This squad here, led by Claw Sergeant Bane.
Oh yeah, had every sergeant named. Yeah. Claw Sergeant Bane. I had 2 lightning claws from left that I just like found in my bits box. I don't know what they were from. A Terminator. I've never had Terminators. I don't know where I got them from. And he always used to fucking punch well above his weight. No pun intended, obviously. Yeah, and I remember he took on these veterans my brother had and actually managed to beat him. Yeah, I fucking loved 8th, man. 8th was so peak. Oh wait, my Emperor's Champion was versus Mephiston. I forgot about. I think I beat Mephi. I think I did.
Once again, an absolutely topsy-turvy turn.
Let's have a look.
The Black Templar shooting phase can only be described in scientific terms as piss poor.
Yeah.
This was in rapid fire range. The Terminators weren't in rapid fire range, but they got lots of hits. All
I think
of
the Emperor's Champion beat
bolt
Mephiston in
pistol
combat.
Shots, they went into this.
I used to
death
love
computer here,
I used to
and we
love the
only
Emperor's
killed
Champion, man.
3. It was.
This is
bad,
what
to say the
this is
least.
reminding me of why I fell in
Johnny,
love with my Black
to
Templars.
This turn did not fail a single 3-up save to bolt weaponry. It had to have an AP value basically to cut through the Death Company's armor. Then came the charge phase. The Terminators got a 9-inch charge and were able to barrel into Mephiston. Now, even though Mephiston has Speed of the Primarch as his Warlord trait, because the Terminators
Warlord trait, boys. Love it.
charged, and it's my turn, they were able to go first. We double-checked the rule, and they were able to land 6 hits on Mephiston, 5 wounds. They were able to then get 7 damage after armor saves had been made. Mephiston did make 4 of them, but that was 3 wounds that went through, and Mephiston was backhanded.
All right, so I didn't kill him with the Emperor's Champion. The Emperor's Champion tried to take Mephiston on, didn't manage it, and the Terminators had to come in and save him. Yeah, they've all got red shoulder pads because they're all Sword Brothers. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, it was cool, man. Yeah, it's just different times, boys. Different times. Yeah, I won that one. I won that one. Yeah, crazy. Crazy times. I love it. Yeah, 8th edition was my favorite edition. See, I'm not even like saying, oh, 4th edition is my favorite, anything like that. 8th edition was my favorite. There you go. All right. What do we got next? Nick the Salamander. Thank you for the super chat, man. And thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 5 memberships to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Yes. Thank you, bro. And we've got Denzel Wenzel. Thank you for the super chat, man. Wonderful stream, MG. Hobby update to my Orc Collection stream discussion. Have a wonderful night, MG. Dude, you have a great night as well, man. Let's have a look at your Orc. Ooh, he's been busy. He's been busy. Yes. Fab dabby dozy, mate. Fantastic. Look at that. Last time I saw you, you had 10 boys and a bloody war boss. Now you're on God knows how many boys and a goddamn stomper. And it's showing no signs of slowing down. Cool. Very, 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 very cool. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah. Very nice. Oh, it's more pictures. 1 minute. I'm getting ahead of myself. Nice. Cool. Cool. Yeah. I really don't know how I feel about the Beast Angers. They just don't feel 40k to me. Macan, I feel like I'm corrupting you. I feel like I'm corrupting you, Macan, because I believe you're a relatively new player to the scene. Beast Snaggers are obviously bollocks. Do you know what Beast Snaggers are? Copyrightable snake bites. Yeah. This is Sherp. I regret not getting into wargaming earlier, Lamal. Bro, man. It's... I wish I could tell you that it was just rose-tinted glasses. I wish I could tell you it was just, oh, it's just, you know, an old man reminiscing about his older days. I wish I could tell you, bro. But the truth is, it was better back in the day. Yeah. It was. On the whole. Not in every way. Not in every way. But, overall, it was. I got McConnell. I got in at the start of 8th, but yeah, mix of you influencing and me just getting older. Lol. Oh, well, fair enough. Well, then it explains why you don't like Beast Snaggers, because you got in before Beast Snaggers existed, and so you got in just in time to feel the old stuff, and just in time to get enough experience to recognize the modern bullshit. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, there you go. I really, if I got my childhood army, it would be town people would have despised me. No one actually hates Tau. People don't like Tau players. And you can collect Tau without being a Tau player. I collect Tau. I mean, everyone fucking hates me when I bring my Tau out. But, yeah. The way you do Tau properly is you really make sure you don't skimp on things like your auxiliaries and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. I'll trade you my white lines for Steel Legion MG. I'll finish painting them and all. Bro, I'm not giving you my Steel Legion away. My Steel Legion army is complete. Fucking love my Steel Legion army, man. I guess when I started my Steel Legion army, 8th. 8th was peak. Like, I often think of 8th as like 8th was worth a shot. Nah, like, guys. I still like Warhammer. You know, maybe I need to clarify. I still like Warhammer. I still love all of my armies. I just want to return to the days of when I named my Black Templar sergeants. I just want to return to the days of when I could have a creative vision for an army and then execute it without feeling sick looking at the cost. Okay? I just want to return to the days when I expanded my army because I had a creative idea, not because I felt like I needed to or my army would become irrelevant. I just want to return to wargaming. Not as a reason I don't play competitive video games. That's all it is. There's a reason I don't play things like League of Legends and Counter-Strike. Whatever the fucking other, like, sweaty competitive games. There's a reason I don't play those. I like competing at war games, not competing at video games. And that's what's changed. I don't want to play narrative. I don't want to force narrative into my game. I want to play a semi-competitive to competitive game on my terms. That's all I want. That's what I want for myself. That's what I want for everyone. That's it. That's it. Yeah. And I just want L-shaped ruins to get fucked. I can't take it anymore. All the L-shaped ruins can just get utterly fucked. Just gone. I don't mind if we have to have preset terrain. I've no issue with that. Preset terrain, great. But I've had enough of playing. No. The only L's I want to see are the ones that came in the 3rd edition start. Some L's are okay, but
Backbone of the god, ready to serve.
I want all the L-shaped ruins and the fucking coasters to go. Yeah, Gaming Studio. Get rid of the coasters. Yeah. That's it. Bring back, you know, just... Yeah. Let's have a look. Nick Salamander, thank you for the 25-month member flex, man. Double X Force. Big boxes went up again. I think I'm priced out. Which ones, Nick? That's not good. I'm not happy that you're priced out. Which ones are you talking about? Are we talking like combat patrols and stuff? Or do you mean like the army boxes? Because I mean they're both. I mean everything's gone up, man. Yeah. Shout out to Jenny, by the way, who I think has left the most upvoted comment on the GW stock video, saying so price increases then. Yeah. Battle Force went from 255 to 260. Not a lot, but I was already annoyed with the prices. Is that dollars, I presume? Yeah. What the fuck is it? I don't even keep up. I honestly don't even keep up with it anymore. Thing is, you'll notice I don't often talk. Oh, fucking hell. I fucking defaulted to the Warlord Games website. 1 minute. You will notice, gentlemen, I do not often talk about Games Workshop prices. I mention them in passing that people feel priced out and stuff like that. The reason I do not mention them is because they're not on my radar. The reason they are not on my radar is because I don't buy anything from Games Workshop anymore. Yeah. Might be different in the UK. It will be. I just are they called Battle Force? Let's have a look. Ooh, yeah, you guys are paying too much. Oh, they out now? Yeah, we pay 160 for a Battle Force. It's still way too much. Let me clarify. It's actually not too much for the amount of plastic you're getting. If I look at the Red Sword... Let's screen share. If I look at the Red Corsairs Battle Force Lords of Maelstrom, it's actually a decent amount of models, that. Like, we've got 5 Terminators, and we've got 10 Traitor Guardsmen, and what looks to be like 20... Is that 20 Marines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 Marines, yeah. So 20, 35 models, which actually isn't so bad. You know, if you compare it to, like, Axis Defenders of Stuttgart, it actually, you know, like, we got, like, 19 models and then, like, 3, 4 vehicles. These are light vehicles, but 4 vehicles, right? But, you know, they're basically the same price. I guess the difference is this is an entire army, and this is 500 points. Not 600. I'm, you know, maybe being a bit facetious, but you get the point. It's how much... It's not necessarily about the amount of models you get. Now, some of these are pretty generous. Emperor Children looks pretty generous. It's just how much bang you get for your buck. How far it goes on the tabletop, I suppose. Yeah. US Battle Force is £190 to compare. Yeah, so you guys pay an extra 30 quid. £35. Take into account relatively. But, you know, some of these are good. You know, this one, bunch of Terminators, Poxwalkers, Fleshmers. Like, if we compare this one to, like, this one again, like, you're probably actually getting more models in here for the same price. The difference is just, this is, like, 800 points. I'm guessing these are like 100 points, 150 points each, 450, 600. Yeah, I mean, that's the difference. I guess that's important it is, and that is an important distinction. You are getting pretty good. You're getting a good model count. You are getting a good model count here. You are, and you know me. I'm always fair with GW. I'm always fair with everyone. You know, you are getting a damn good model count here. It's just unfortunately, the flip side is that those models don't really translate to a full army. Maybe the thing we should be asking for is just smaller armies. Blow down 100 points, yeah. I mean, are they the models we actually want? I mean, honestly, these all look fine. If you're getting into Red Corsairs, all of these models look cool. Like, they do. If you're getting into Death Guard, you're getting some Terminators and some zombies. Yeah, they're fine. You know, Emperor's Children. You know, I mean, truth be told, you could buy 2 or 3 of these. If obviously that's, you know, money wise, but you got to take that into account. But you know, these are pretty chunky boxes and with good repeat buying. You know, I'm always one to shit on GW. No, that's not true. People think I'm always one to shit on GW. I'm always one to actually be very fair-minded. The issue here isn't the contents of these boxes. I mean, yeah, you might be like, oh my god, look at the Isengard thing. You get like a bazillion model. Yeah, but these are ancient as fuck, man. Every single one of these boxes contains a decent volume of plastic and a acceptable configuration of models. Every single one of them. This Dark Elder one's fucking sick, man. Look at this. Look at this. 105 quid. You get enough bozos for 2 Venoms, and you get 2 Venoms. Some bikies and some fucking surfboardy bozos. It's a totally fine. It's a good combat patrol, frankly. Fuck available while stocks last. Make this the combat patrol, GW. Better than the piss amp one you've got now. But the point is, like, there's a decent volume of plastic here. That's not the problem. Right, chat, let me ask you this question. If this £160 box set here got you a full army, or got you 2/3 of an army, would it be decent for the price you're paying? My answer would be yeah. You know, if this got me 2/3 of an army, and I had to spend another 80 quid to get the final third, I chuck a couple of tanks in there. I'd be like, yeah, because at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, it's more expensive than Warlord Games, right? It's more expensive. But I'm getting that GW, like, extra quality. Yeah, the models might be a bit of a ball ache to build, but when they're done, I'm getting that quality, you know? It's not necessarily the weight of plastic. It's the amount of plastic that you need to get to your 2K. That's where the problem is. You know, imagine how many people would get into Red Corsairs right now if you bought this, chucked in a couple of rhinos and a predator, something like that. How much would that cost? How much is a fucking rhino these days? 36. Oh, okay, maybe not a fucking predator. Jesus fucking Christ. But maybe even just 1 rhino and 1 predator. You know? Get yourself up to about 240, 250 quid. I think most people would go, yeah, sick. That's 1,500 points, let's say. That's the game size we're playing at. 1,500 points. Got myself this box, 2 others. Bish, bash, bosh, job done. That would be cool. Same with this one. Someone buys this and goes, okay, this comes with my vehicles. That's good. Got a few termies, but you know what I could probably do with? I could probably do with like an extra box of each termies. That'll get me to about 240, 250 quid. Bosh. Done. And you can do this with every single one. This one, oh yeah, I need to chuck in a couple of rhinos or something. Like, or a couple of rhinos and a predator, something like that. The point is, this one's fucking dog shit. Look at this. 10 models. 10 models for £105. This is a really bad one. Yeah, available while stocks last. I think they're going to last a fucking little while, mate. That is a fucking joke. That's over a tenner per model. Jesus wept. Over a tenner per model. That is insane. I thought Titus was a joke at, what was it, £7, £8 a model. This is £10 per model. What the fuck? That box is going to be gone quick. Fucking hell, these Votan bastards. I thought they meant to be good at capitalism. What are they called? Steeljacks. Are you taking the piss? These models are the size of Space Marines, bro. They're on 32mm bases, I swear to God. 40mm, fine. Why are there 82 plastic components for 3 models, you fucking psychopath of a company? Is each rune placed in? Jesus wept. Jesus fucking wept. The sprues aren't even that big. I swear to God, these guys are the size of Space Marines. Do you know what I would do? I'd just buy a bunch of fucking... Okay, how... Right, 1 minute. Right, 1 minute. I gotta go to bed in a minute. Jesus Christ. Steel Jack size comparison. Come on. And don't show me next to some Votan, you stupid bastard. Yeah, they're the size of a Space Marine. Look. Why wouldn't you just buy a box of intercessors and then convert them? And look, just buy a box of intercessors and fucking convert them. Change the fucking helmet or something. Jesus, man. Ogrins. How do they want for Ogrins back in the day? Oh, 40 quid. That's quite expensive. Oh, Jesus. You guys are paying double. $70? $70. That's like nearly $25 per Ogren. How are people buying this new box from GW? How? Am I just a broke bitch? I think that's it. I'm just a broke ass bitch. Hive Guard of £52. They don't even look good, man. They're old. How is Games Workshop recording record profits? How? I weep for humanity. Who are these crazy fuckers who are buying 3 Hive Guard, which They've got hands that look like that episode of Star Trek Next Generation when Geordi, gets his hands start fusing together and shit and goes invisible and all that mental stuff. The really fucking scary episode. These models have been around. I swear they're in like the 4th edition codex or something. What's the price of a set of 3 Mark III automated infantry Mordian? They're 30 quid, which is expensive. For now. You guys are gonna shit yourself when you see them come in plastic. The price is gonna come right down. I can't give away too much. But they're gonna be like, I'm not sure what the price is gonna be, but I think you're gonna get. So I don't know for sure, but the rumor I heard was that they were gonna put, so that the robot box is gonna be Mark 1s and Mark 2s together in one box, and you'll get a sprue with the Mark, and the sprue will have bits for like a Mark 1, for Mark 1s and Mark 2s. And I don't know what the thing is going to be, but I think you get. I think you get like. I think I don't know. I don't know exactly how much it is. I don't know how much it is. I don't know exactly. I don't want to get people's hopes up. I don't want to get people's hopes up. Okay, and this is not. Don't take this to the farm. Okay, but my understanding is that the Mark 1s, and the rumor I heard was the Mark 1s and the Mark 2s were going to be in one box together, and that you're going to get at least 3 Mark 2s in there. And then some Mark 1s like to accompany them as well. And you might get more. So basically what you're paying now for like one box of Mark 1s or one box of Mark 2s, you're going to get basically one box of each in this combined plastic box or something. I think. I have no idea. But we'll have to wait till it pans out. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I've no idea if that ends up being true. I've not heard. That's genuinely full-blown rumorville. Rumorville, Arizona. Take with massive pinch of salt. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, we just saw it with the total core as an example. Maybe the higher model count might be an extreme, but still gives an idea. I mean, I've no idea, man. But it could be you get one Mark 1 and like 1 Mark 2 and 5 Mark 1s on one sprue. If that's the case, you're gonna get a lot. You're gonna get a lot. But I don't think it'll be. I think it'll be 1 Mark 1 and like 3. Sorry, 1 Mark 2 and 3 Mark 1s, something like that. Perhaps. We'll find out, I suppose. Yeah. Is 1 Mark 2 a legal unit? No, but you'd get 3 sprues in the box. I think. Or 2 sprues? It could be 2 sprues. It might be you get 1 Mark 1, 1 Mark 2, and 5 Mark 1s per sprue. And then you get 2 sprues in the box. So you'd get 2 Mark 2s and 10 Mark 1s. I don't know, though. I don't know. It might be. And then you get that, and it would be... They do like to put 3 sprues in the box, though, don't they? No, that's not true, because the total core 15 on 1 sprue and 2 in a box. That's probably what it'll be, then. That's probably what it will be. Could be 2 sprues of Mark 5 Mark 1 and 1 sprue of 3 Mark 2. My understanding is the Mark 1s and the Mark 2s might have been going on the same sprue. I don't know. Again, don't take that with any authority. This is literally rumors and snippets and chit chat and everything. Yeah. Could be. Yeah. But I think the scuttlebutt on the street is that it's going to be a pretty good deal. I did hear one other rumor, but this one is completely and utterly just a whisper on the wind that they might put 2 Mark 2s on the sprue. So you would get, like, each sprue would have enough for a minimum squad of Mark 1s and Mark 2s on it, and then you'd get 2 of those in the box. But I have genuinely, that's not a hint, that's not a hint of anything. That's genuinely, like, I heard that being chatted about in, like, far off places. Yeah. Yeah. Confirm mordian robots are going to be 5 Mark 1s and 3 Mark 2s first sprue. Do you get 3 sprues? I don't think it'll be that good. Yeah, I don't think it'll be that good, man. Chance to be a fine thing, but I don't think it'll be that good. We'll have to see. Yeah. But either way, one thing I can guarantee you is that you're going to one thing I can guarantee you is you are going to get a lot of bang for your buck with the Brit robots. Getting the resin ones now, it's just like investing in Horus Heresy in the early years. You support the game. You support the game early on, and hopefully that leads to it getting bigger and better. And
I only have one.
There's also
Everyone fights, no one quits.
the element of
don't do
if you
your
want
job,
your
I'll
Mark
shoot you.
2s now, they're there. Yeah, it's like the opposite of FOMO. It's like they're there, they're always going to be there, and yeah, get them now if you want, or be patient and wait. Both are valid options. It's amazing patience being rewarded, isn't it? Marco, thank you for 38 months, man. 07, off topic. 38 months, man. Xbox. 07, off topic. First game with Sally's since 8th, 46-46. It was so much fun. It was a fun game. Power Blast is so much fun. Scorched Templars off the table, leaving just 5 of them on the table by the end. Nice. It's a me, Marco. 10 gifted memberships as well. 10 gifted memberships. My God. My God, bro. I think, you know what, dude? I think I didn't realize how late it was. I'm going to go to bed now. Thank you for the support. Now I'm going. Yeah. I thought it was fucking... I misread the clock by an hour. There you are. All right. But Marco, congratulations on your victory, sir. And thank you for all the support, man. Amazing. It's 5 a.m. Yeah, I streamed a lot longer than I meant to. I might have to do a shorter stream tomorrow or something to make up for it. Yeah. But it's all right. We got a couple of I don't have to be up early tomorrow. We got a couple of stream highlights out today, so there we are. All right. All righty ho ho. Gentlemen, let us bring the stream to a close. I'll tell you this, a couple of things I want to say. Today's stream was pretty mental. I don't mean to alarm you, but we had 504 people in this stream at its peak. And it's not the first time we've had... And I've noticed, I don't know what it is, guys. I reckon it's temporary. It's just YouTube being on the fritz, probably. But I've noticed that the end of last week as well, it was like going up to 300 to 400 people in the stream at its peak. And like, I kept feeling weird about ending the streams because it was like, it was like 200 people in the stream. And I was like, I never end the stream with this many people. Normally I wait, normally it's like we've got like 50 people left over at the end. It's like yeah, to the hardcore, do you know what I mean? But yeah, we've had fucking loads. So yeah, that's crazy. So but I don't know. Maybe it's just Mordian confirmed botting. Bro, I wouldn't even know how. I worry someone else is doing it, trying to be nice or something, but no, I hope not. I hope not. I've always been very proud of the fact that I've never done anything like that, and my growth has always been like, because there's always a temptation. I'd be lying if I said hadn't been tempted to be like, oh, because you get emails all the time. Hey, we can help you get like 20,000 subscribers, all this kind of stuff, and obviously there's always temptation, but I've never done it. Mostly because like they look like scams, but also, well, no, partly because they look like scams. Mostly because I feel like there's no shortcut to this. You just got to do your time, put your hours in, do your streaming, do your content creation. Yeah. That's the way, man. That's just the way. But yeah, it's crazy though. We've had like. We've had a few big streams recently, and we've not even been talking about anything like, well, I suppose beef is a bit of a big one, but we've not even been particularly beefy, just been chatting bollocks, and people have been tuning in, and that's great. So to all of you who have been joining and tuning in and enjoying the streams and everything, who have been, whether you're new members or returning old members or whatever it may be, just want to say thank you. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to see so many people jumping into the streams and to have so many here at the end. So yeah, just thank you, man. Like it's quite sobering. I'm not gonna get soppy. I'm not getting soppy, I promise. I'm getting a little soppy. Even if it's temporary, even if this ends up just being a flash in the pan, it's still crazy to me to think that when I first started full time 3.5 years ago, I got like 20 people in my stream. And I was like, fuck yeah, I've made it. I was like, yeah, baby. 20 people. I was like, I run downstairs this morning, and I was like, I had 20 people in the stream. And I got like, I got like all these really nice people saying nice things and all this like support. And I was like, I think I might be able to do this full time. And she was like, oh, that's so good. Yeah. So, yeah, it's crazy to think. That where we are now is I'm ending a stream with I'm ending the stream with 10 times the viewers I used to get in a peak stream. You guys just fucking love beef, don't you? That's it. Do you know what? I've learnt one thing in my many years in the last 3.5, nearly 4 years of doing this. I've learnt many things about the wargaming community and maybe humans in general, which is they definitely say one thing and then do another. People are like, I hate this clickbait content. I hate these beefy streams. Why can't we just go back? Fag-a-line. And then they're like, ugh. Beef. Give me the salt, Mordian. Give me the beef. I love a good beefy one. There you are. Now, do you know what I heard that slipping. You know what I need to do now? What I need to do now is just throw all of my principles to the wind. Throw all the principles to the wind and start talking politics. And it's to the moon then. It's to the moon. Nah, man. I am definitely not. even if I was interested in doing that, which I'm absolutely not, but even if I was, I know I am not cut out for it. I'm just not, man. I'm just not. I couldn't handle the heat. It's that simple. Yeah. Not for me. Not for me, man. Not for me. Yeah. Today's topic, ice. No, actually, I don't know anything about that, to be fair, because I don't live in America. So I'd be like, it's like, yeah, no. Yeah, go full grift mode. Not for me, man. You could do a meme and in universe 40k pod it just make shit up lol. Yeah, I mean, I still have aspirations to change the name of the stream to the 9 o'clock Vox, and then to have the whole, the bong, the Granada News bong. I need to talk to Evan. He'll probably be able to set me up with that. Yeah. The Terminus Decree, this is brilliant, Squidfist. The Terminus Decree says if MG gets off the fence, we put him back at all costs. That's it. The thing, do you know what's interesting? I'm not actually a fence sitter. I'm not. There's just certain things there's certain things I don't talk about, like politics, because I don't want to bring them into wargaming. I think they should be out of wargaming. So it's one of those things where, like, don't talk about it. Like, if you give it oxygen, like, I fucking hate it being in wargaming. I want that out. And I don't think, like, I think it's like the Streisand effect. If you actually talk about it, you make it worse, right? So there's that. And then secondly, also, I actually, like, people call me a fence sitter because I actually try and have a nuanced take on things. Even if it's a bit of a goofy take, I try and have a nuanced take on it. And the moment you try and have nuance, people go, fence sitter! Yeah. Your political beliefs are on a need-to-know basis, and we don't need to know. I don't really have, honestly, man. Honestly, it's not even that. I'm yes and no. Yeah, I'm fairly apolitical. Yeah. I find, personally, if I was to have anything to say about it, I find that a lot of the time it seems like it just seems like people just picking teams, and it's more about their team winning than actually trying to solve anything. Yeah. The legend, yeah, the blood flow to your legs would be terrible if you were sitting on a fence all the time. You need to move around a bit. I mean, the fence provides, man. The fence provides. It provides me with everything I need. Oxygen. Beef. Salt. Rift. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Anyway, we better wrap up because I'll get drawn in again. You know what I'm like. So, so the fence provides stimulation. That's the new thing. The fence provides. But no, on a serious note, guys. I am Mordian. No, I'm Mordian. Fuck's sake. On a serious note, thank you so much to all of you for joining the stream. I've absolutely loved it. It's been a hell of a Monday fucking stream. And I hope you guys have enjoyed it as well. Thank you so much for all of the super chats and the gifted memberships and all the amazing support. You guys have, as always, just smashed it out of the park. I'm continuously humbled, continuously blown away by the generosity of the community. So just amazing. And yeah, just a special big shout out to Cosmic, who did the big 50 memberships. And then we also had Fun Jacob and CB Cooper, Cosmic came in with a Death Strike, and then CB Cooper and Fun Jacob came in with the 50 memberships apiece, which was amazing. So massive shout out to them. And Cosmic's coming with the last super chat here. Let's celebrate the Space Operas album completed. Don't worry, mate. I haven't forgotten. Man. All right. But we're going to wrap things up. Let me get that song ready. There we go. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time. Oh, I didn't do the hand thing. I'll see you guys next time.
first light dared to burn. Before time learned how to turn, there was the deep, and there was will. In the black between beginnings wide, where silence ruled and gods had died, a thought coiled vast, immense, aware, atoms shaping void and air. No crown was forged, no throne declared, yet all that was already cared for. When he stirred, the dark took form, and chaos bent before the storm. Not born of flesh, nor fear, nor flame, not bound by mercy, hate, or name, he rose as truth, as law, as sea, the will that carved eternity. All hail the eight-armed emperor, god of the deep and endless war. The stars and chains upon his throne, the void his sea, his will alone. All hail the eight-armed emperor. Time bends, worlds break, empires fall, from first breath taken to final kneel. All of existence bows and yields. Space of two gods, eternal. He reached and galaxies aligned, dragged screaming into order the lines. Where light ran wild and matter fled, he spoke and futures crystallized instead. Planets drowned in ink black fate, not from malice, not from hate, but from a truth too vast to flee. All things must serve stability. All hail the eight-armed emperor, god of the deep and endless war. The stars were chains upon his throne, the void his sea, his will alone. All hail the eight-armed emperor. Time bends, worlds break, empires fall, say first breath taken to final kneel. All of existence bows and yields. Space off to vast, eternal. From his essence, purpose spun, not heirs of weakness, heirs of one. Princes forged from thought and tide, to be his voice where he did not stride. Springs the first, the blade made will, sent to conquer, sent to kill. Not for glory, not for fame, but to extend the space octopus name. He does not rush, he does not rage, he waits. And epochs turn the page. Civilizations rise to scream, then vanish like forgotten dreams. The Emperor remains unchanged, unmoved, unbroken, unarranged. Praise the deep, praise the throne, praise the will that stands alone. Eight arms guide us, eight arms bind to space atop us. Be kneel before the deep. Eight arms close, no escape. Your gods are silent, your stars are dim. The will is spoken, the war begins. Face up to us, face up to us. even memory is lost to us, there will still be depth, and within it, him. Wrap the stars in shadow, and make the galaxy kneel. The space octopus.